Creepy accounts pretending to be kids. I came across a reel randomly, and it's led me down this weird rabbit hole of people using AI or dressing up pretending to go to school. They all seem to have high heels, check images in them. Is this an age play thing or something more sinister? Literally anything helps as I keep trying to look for answers. This post was made to the subreddit r/Instagram by the user numerouscut792 on April 15th, 2024. It featured screenshots of 3 bizarre-looking Instagram pages they had encountered earlier that day, with OP expressing concern that something truly disturbing was happening with these users. And those in the thread agreed. What the actual fuck? Found all of them and blocked them all. Truthsticks11 is seriously creepy to me. I've been trying to find more about them but can hardly find anything. Very weird account to say the least. The 3 accounts apparently belong to 3 different children. However, when combing through their posts, the content seems to imply something much more bizarre was afoot. Something truly disturbing. This post would be the start of a story that would eventually be picked up and shared all across the online world, becoming one of the more notorious internet mysteries in recent memory, as these accounts revealed an unending rabbit hole that is still being traversed to this very day, in an ongoing investigation into one of the most depraved oddities ever found on Instagram. This is the emerging story of Smart Schoolboy 9.
1, 2, 3, 4. School. I hope you like these photos. School is good. Really good.
We'll return after these messages.
Before we get too far down this rabbit hole, I want to first thank today's sponsor, AG1. AG1 is a daily foundational nutrition supplement that supports whole body health, packing in 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced ingredients into one product. The older I get, the more I've been thinking about my health, both long-term and short-term, and I've realized just how important it is to get the proper amount of your daily nutrients. But the problem is, the older I get, the busier I've become, and the less time I have to make sure that I'm hitting the mark on these vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. I've tried taking a bunch of individual vitamins, but it was just too overwhelming to keep track of. But AG1 has been a game changer because they take the guesswork out of it. One scoop and you're good to go for the day. Not only is it healthy, but it gives me a boost of energy that doesn't lead to a crash a few hours later like caffeine does. It makes me feel better and healthier, and overall it's been great for my production, as it's helped me lock in right at the beginning of the day. And it's even helping me cut back on my coffee intake, which was honestly starting to become a problem. I've tried other supplements before, but I can safely say there is only one AG1. They're the first I've seen to pack this much nutrition and gut health support into just one scoop. So if this sounds like something you guys might be interested in, you can click the link in the description or use the QR code you see on screen, and you'll get a bottle of vitamin D3 and K2 as well as 5 AG1 travel packs free with your first subscription. Beautiful boy, an account looked after by me, a degree-educated mother choosing to stay anonymous. This was the bio of the first account pictured in the Reddit post, an account named Truthsticks11, which was said to be operated by a 12-year-old boy and his mother. Back in October of 2021, the duo would make their very first post, kicking things off on a somewhat concerning note, though not for their own page, but instead another account on the platform.
So, that's the account run by a man pretending to be a boy.
The video was created and posted by the mother for the sole purpose of warning others of a specific user who had been posing as a child online when, in actuality, he was a grown man who did this in order to get close to and exploit other children across the platform. It's the grim reality of this online world, as predators will do just about anything to get closer to children, and it's a reality often unrealized or even ignored by parents, which makes it almost refreshing that this mother was out here trying to raise awareness. These posts would become the crux of the account early on. They would call out this user and their many accounts again and again, eventually going more in depth about what this person would actually do, claiming that they had a strange perversion to dressing up as a young schoolboy. Does he wish he were a young boy in a school classroom, looking nice and being successful at school? Yes. This theme of calling out online predators would remain consistent throughout the years on Truthsticks11. However, after some time, the mother behind the account began to use the page for its initially intended purpose, to share photos of her son. The photos began reasonably normal, and would show this young boy studying at school, accepting awards from their principal, and even school presentations in which their son had attended, with the captions often boasting about how intelligent the young boy was. Though over time, the photos began to grow stranger. They looked off, almost as if they were AI generated. And on top of this, they began to appear heavily edited in an almost inexplicable manner, with deep red lipstick often being added, which was enunciated by his face being turned pure white. This unsettling trend would continue from here, as with each passing post, the photos grew less authentic and more surreal. Until they became straight up disturbed, even sickening. These bizarre edits spilled over past just the images too, as the posts began to appear as disjointed collages, often showcasing multiple grotesque images and paragraphs about how much this user loved school. And this wasn't the only shift either. At some point, the son behind the account began posting content that allegedly came directly from him, saying things like, "My really cool mom asked me if I'd like to post, and I said, yes please." He even shared supposed videos that he had filmed of himself, which were equally as unconvincing as his photos, and somehow even more chilling. The boy even shows off his singing in one of the clips. Though their voice sounds off. The account was overall anomalous and extremely off-putting. And though this content was visually alarming, another aspect made it even more so concerning, as over time, many of the images began to resemble CP, showcasing these fake AI children in explicit positions, with their faces sometimes even being photoshopped onto scantily dressed adult bodies. One thing is blatantly obvious about the Truth Sticks account: the supposed child behind it is not real. Even in the more passable photos at the very beginning, there's evidence to suggest that these were likely AI as well. And based on the disturbed, borderline illegal content that this page featured, it seemed more than likely that whoever was behind this page was not an innocent mother concerned for the welfare of other children, but instead, a predatory individual themselves. And this wasn't their only account. The second page featured on the Reddit post belonged to a user named GirlChloe12 and bore striking similarities to Truth Sticks. The page was also supposedly run by a child and monitored by their parent. Bizarrely, they also posted frequently about the dangers of online predators, with the wording of these posts and the editing being essentially the exact same as Truth Sticks, just not as over the top. These two accounts even frequently interacted with each other, thus providing a substantial link on its own. But by far the most compelling link between these pages is one that is easy to miss at a glance, with that being a blatant obsession with high-heeled mini boots. These shoes were mentioned or shown in virtually every single post made by these two users. At playtime, I'm sometimes running around with my really cool heeled footwear I wear with my uniform. After coming home from school, education isn't over for the day once the blue blazer, gray jersey, neat tie, white shirt, tailored close-fit gray trousers, and black heeled mini boots are in the wardrobe. No matter what they discussed, school uniforms and mini boots were always a talking point, which adds confirmation to something that is already becoming apparent. This is fetish content, not too unlike the bizarre accounts in the Pipergate rabbit hole. Fetish content centered around children. And what makes the Chloe account so disturbing is that AI was seemingly not used, and rather the images seem to be of actual children. Despite this disturbing distinction, these two accounts are cut from the same cloth, and all signs point to them being created by the same person. A person who, despite their constant warnings of the dangers of adults pretending to be children online, seems to be doing the exact same thing, as part of some sort of fetish, the extent of which we'll discuss later. But for now, one thing was for certain: these pages were not run by children, or their parents. So, who created them? Well, that brings us to our third and final account shown in that initial post. Smart Schoolboy 9 was much the same as the other two accounts. They warned of online predators, obsessed over high-heeled mini boots and school uniforms, and posed as a child despite clearly not being one. But Smart Schoolboy was different in one key aspect. The person behind the account was pretending to be a child, but they were doing so in a much more apparent manner, as they didn't use AI or stolen images of other kids to form their identity, and instead, they used photos of themselves. In the images posted on the account, we see what appears to be a fully grown man, dressed in a schoolboy's uniform. His face is painted pure white and has bright red lipstick, and he is of course wearing high-heeled mini boots, characteristics that were all utilized across the other accounts, only this time it was done on himself, as he poses as a child pretending to go to school, as well as pretending to go through other life events common for preteens. And the photos aren't even the most disturbing part, as the account consists primarily of videos.
Oh. School. Hi. Let me know if you like school as well.
The videos are all incredibly off-putting. Some show him arriving home from school.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. School.
Others show him claiming to be on the bus heading toward school.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I'm on the school bus.
And other videos showing him doing whatever this is. With these strange sounds and the process of sticking his tongue out appearing to be part of his fetish. As much like the other accounts, his content is overtly sexual, in its own bizarre way. In fact, there's a video of him with his full outfit on, where he shows himself staring into a mirror as he appears to pleasure himself, right out of view of the camera, as he stares into his own eyes. This account is by far the most sickening part of this whole rabbit hole, and also the most important. Interspersed throughout his page are a few examples of what this individual's voice sounds like.
This is quite good.
Which just so happens to be the same voice heard in the very first clip shown on the Truth Sticks account.
A man pretending to be a boy.
Meaning that this full-grown adult man is the one behind this entire rabbit hole. He's the one on these accounts pretending to be a child and their mother, getting some sort of sick satisfaction from whatever this is. And the worst part is, these activities aren't just kept behind closed doors. As we can see on numerous occasions, videos of him walking around outside in a public space, with his full outfit and face paint on.
Look at that school.
It's truly one of the strangest things that I've ever seen, and making sense of what this all is extremely difficult. But based on the information found from this first Reddit post, a few likely conclusions can be put forward. This man is clearly attracted to the idea of being a kid, and I think OP was correct when they speculated that this was some sort of age play thing, but it's also clearly much more than that too. As based on the images that he's created himself, he clearly has some sort of attraction to other children as well, as he's quite literally created faux CP, the likes of which is so disturbing that I can't even really describe it here either. He's creating fetish content, and he's using the likeness of children, and also some children that are clearly very real people, to do so. That much is obvious. But there was also the possibility that he was pretending to be a kid in order to exploit other children across the internet. At this point though, this was merely speculation, with much of the Smart Schoolboy 9 case remaining a mystery, and the rabbit hole was only getting deeper from here. Months after this rabbit hole was introduced to the online world, the story began to be shared all across the internet, most notably on the r/Internet Mysteries subreddit, where the case really took off. There, internet sleuths began uncovering just how vast this web of accounts actually was, as it wasn't just these 3 pages. No, there seemed to be over a dozen, and likely even more that we still haven't found, as he's created his own sort of community, his own little world, where across each page he pretends to be a child, with these accounts typically following each other and frequently interacting, seemingly to make these characters appear as though they have real friends. On one of these pages, 12 Stockwell Joanne, he poses as a 14-year-old girl, using more AI images to depict explicit positions of this manufactured child, which I obviously am not going to show here. Though much like his Chloe account, he also shows images of very real young girls. But this isn't the most concerning part of this account, as on numerous occasions he's shown images of children at a playground, which he may have taken himself. This fantasy of being a schoolgirl and taking part in these school-centric activities is something carried over throughout multiple of his accounts, with his most common alias being Stephanie, of which he has numerous different accounts featuring that same name.
Yeah, I'm Stephanie.
This Stephanie character claims to be a 12-year-old aspiring poet, with accounts all across the internet, many of which showcasing examples of her poetry, which carries on those same distinct sexual undertones. I race to complete my poems when I've got an early start, heart racing, mixed rhythms, maximizing miracles, rice with rap, and on the map, my Kennington, London syllables, dancing though I know my underwear might show if I lean forward. Good. Stephanie Stansfield, 12. But digging even deeper, her poetry has even seemingly been featured in various articles and even newspapers, showcasing that this rabbit hole extends far past just the online world. This act is clearly their obsession, and he's been doing this for years, with the earliest examples that I could find coming from all the way back in 2018. And this Stephanie character seems to be his go-to alias, embodying it in even the literal sense. As in one of his many pages dedicated to this Stephanie character, he dresses as her, wearing a wig and a dress, as he pretends to be a 12-year-old girl. Almost immediately after this case began gaining traction, the true magnitude of this rabbit hole was revealed. Across every single account are countless depraved posts and oddities that all could warrant discussion, but by far the most important discoveries were those that didn't actually occur on his own page, and rather the pages of other actual children. Do you like school? I do. It is good. You have some cool shirts, but I have to wear school uniforms to school. It is nice, but casual isn't allowed, and it's quite hot here in the UK, as the month of June suddenly got warmer. These are two examples out of many that show Smart Schoolboy 9 reaching out and attempting to befriend young children online. In one comment, he even warns a child about other comments from bad people, stating that, "It happens to most boys in our age group, but stay safe, stay cool, don't be dismayed by creeps." This is our best evidence that these accounts weren't just made for age play. No, he's actually posing as a child in order to make friends with other children. And given his overtly sexual interests and aversion to CP, it's not hard to gather why he was doing this. And these examples are only what we found so far. It's possible that there are dozens, or who knows, maybe even hundreds of other comments out there, hidden on unknown children's accounts. This is predatory behavior. The man behind Schoolboy 9 is a predator. And in case there was still any doubt of whether or not this was a sexual thing, here's what he had to say about being a 13-year-old girl. But have his tactics actually worked? Well, the frightening thing is, no one knows if he's actually been successful or not, or even what specifically he's looking for. We just know that he's trying to reach kids, as evidenced not only by his comments, but by the fact that he's solely following children on all of these pages. And though it's easy to look at these accounts and know that something is off, for children, it's not that simple, especially when there's pages showcasing photos of actual kids. Which brings up another frightening detail. Many of the images he's used of children have not been traced back to their original creator, and some seem to appear for the very first time online publicly on this man's pages, which might mean that he was sent them privately. There's even one image that David posted on his Schoolboy account, which shows another kid that he claimed to be on a playdate with, though it's impossible to say if this is real or not. For now, we just don't know for sure. Though given the fact that he's reaching out to children, posting fetish content centered around children, and has even potentially photographed kids in the wild, one thing is for certain: Smart Schoolboy 9 needs to be stopped. Finding this man and reporting him to law enforcement quickly became the top priority for those investigating the case. And luckily, he left several glaring clues behind that made this process a whole lot easier. On numerous occasions across his many pages, he would post images and videos of specific locations, even showing streets and mentioning very particular areas in his poems, all of which centered around the London area, immediately giving us an idea of where he was located. And that wasn't all. I mentioned how the alias of Stephanie was one that he used more so than any other, but what's interesting is that there was another name used just as often across his accounts, brought up time and time again, though it's a name that he never seemed to call any of his characters. Instead, he simply referred to this person as a stepbrother, or a father, or even a friend from school, despite never actually picturing him, just mentioning his name. David. And sure enough, after connecting a few dots, it would be revealed that this person's actual name was in fact David. David Alter, with the man being 59 years old. At the moment, it doesn't appear that David has any past criminal convictions or documented history of this behavior, but we do know that thanks to the investigation done on Reddit and Discord, he is currently being investigated by local authorities, which will hopefully put an end to his online behavior and shine some more light on who this person actually is. As for the time being, the only other information that we really know about David is that he likes to write poetry and he makes music.
I think I hear a running tram going back in time, not out of time. I think I like a little lemon and lime. Hey Marianne, hey Steely Dan, I like the sound of that running tram.
And his name also appears in a random newspaper, where he's discussing the importance of kids wearing school uniforms. And that's really all we have at the moment. Though there is one very important aspect that we have yet to talk about in relation to this man, with that being David's mental state. Some believe that David is a mentally unwell individual who potentially doesn't know the extent of what they are doing. Now, even if this is the case, his behavior still needs to be stopped, and he needs to be given proper help to assure that no one else gets hurt by his actions. But it is important to note that David is far more intelligent than he lets on, as his personal accounts show us that he is fairly well-spoken and articulate, and throughout his problematic content, most of his bad grammar and strange verbiage seems to be his attempts at more authentically trying to replicate a child. But it's impossible to know for sure. But what we do know is that David is extremely manipulative, with his response to this situation and other clues littered across his accounts showing us that he seems to know what he's doing. And he knows that it's wrong. Since the exposure of David's accounts, he hasn't silently slithered away like most other predators would. Instead, he's actually responded on more than a few occasions, lashing out to those who have DM'd him, calling them the perverts and predators. He even left a comment on his Joanne account seemingly directed at himself, writing, "You are really sad. And if that's your name, David, be honest with yourself. You're 50, as you said elsewhere. You reply to me, a girl, as if I'm your buddy? No chance ever." This is something David does all the time. It's projection, and it started all the way back at the beginning of this rabbit hole.
So, that's the account run by a man pretending to be a boy.
And he continued posting these predator exposés, along with other warnings about predators on the internet across every page he made, each of which being hyper-specific to his own predatory ways and fetishes. The things he accuses others of are blatant projections of his own dark vices. And I can think of two reasons why. Number one, that this makes his account look safer to other parents and children. It gives the appearance that he's not another internet creep because he's actively calling them out. It's a way to build trust in order to befriend and exploit kids. And number two, he knows what he's doing is wrong. And this is his bizarre way of self-reporting, probably to make himself feel better about what he's doing. And it's obvious based on just how accurate these claims against others are to him. Does he wish he were a young boy in a school classroom, looking nice and being successful at school? Yes. And these claims are made over and over again, as each time he calls someone out, he's further exposing himself. Which becomes more concerning when you realize that these projections seemingly aren't strictly pedophilic. Within those eerily familiar expose posts he made on TruthSticks11, he mentions how this user not only wanted to exploit children online, but they wanted to kill them as well. As he mentions that this user has a clear interest in cannibalizing kids, and even performing ritualistic sacrifices on them. And based on how accurate all of the other exposures are to himself, I have no reason to believe that this isn't part of his MO as well, as crazy as that may sound. This also seems to coincide with some of the content he's posted that I can't show you, as some of these photos show children edited in contorted positions, including some where he's added what appears to be rope to give the illusion that they're tied up. And what makes this even more disturbing is that on his accounts, he's posted numerous photos in the vicinity of schools, on nearby secluded trails, and even some where he discusses what time school starts and ends, saying that he likes to be awake and ready for it. There's even photos that show other children outside from a distance, almost as if David was stalking them. This is highly concerning. Even if we don't know truly how low this man's perversions get, he is still far too close to children, which is perfectly encapsulated by this photo of him on a school playground during the day. And with his disturbing desires, I don't even want to imagine what he's capable of. Which brings us to the final piece of content that I need to talk about. Chasing another boy running in heeled mini boots. This was the text shown on screen during a short video posted onto one of David's many accounts. And in the video, we see the man pointing the camera at himself, showing his full face of white makeup and red lipstick. This video is edited more egregiously than any others I've seen across his page, with multiple explicit images and huge emojis covering the majority of the screen. Though just barely enough of the footage can be seen that shows David as he turns the camera around, revealing a young boy. Who he then proceeds to chase after, giggling all the while. Whether this was an edited video or a real occurrence, we don't currently know. David's doings are a mystery that will take some time to unravel, and my hope is that law enforcement will be able to follow through and help shed some more light on this individual, and finally put an end to his twisted behavior. But at this point, only one thing is for sure. The story of Smart Schoolboy 9 is far from over.
What if I told you that there's a cartoon character who's killed more people than almost every horror movie villain combined? A character loosely known as the villain who's committed more crimes than the Joker and is a child who's killed more people than William Afton. What if I told you that this character's criminal record is documented inaccurately on the most well-known archive of his crimes and is missing his most objectively serious offense, along with multiple other crimes? What if I told you that this character is only known for a small portion of his atrocities and is better known for being funny, rude, and offensive? What if I told you that I took it upon myself to create a biography for this character, compiled his full criminal record, and assessed all of his presenting issues to find a mental health diagnosis along with a treatment plan to rehabilitate him, in a Word document that came to a total of 33,000 words over 75 pages for a school project? Well, that's a lot of questions in the first minute, but a better question is, who is this character? What are they from? What are their motivations or aspirations? What can we do to stop them?
Tell about when Terrence caught Philip a testicle-shitting rectal boy.
Well, let's back it up a bit. So I'm in high school, and since it's June, we're doing our final projects for the year. For my psychology class, I've been assigned the task of conducting a case study on a fictional character of my choice. If you know me, or if you've watched my other videos, you know that my favorite show and topic of discussion is South Park. When it comes to South Park, there are many characters that have character arcs and dynamics with other characters, and overall mental health differences and struggles. But one character that sticks out from the others like a sore thumb is Eric Cartman. When I heard that the case study could be on any fictional character, my mind immediately went to Cartman, which was then approved by my teacher. I knew doing a deep dive on such an infamous character would be a difficult and time-consuming task, but I think I delivered on this. The teacher outlined the following required sections in the assignment's rubric: a recommendation for therapy, whether that be court-ordered, voluntary, or recommended by another psychologist that's worked with the patient previously, a biography of the character that includes but is not limited to personal and/or family history of mental illness, abuse, poverty or wealth, their criminal record, records from social services, etc. 5 session notes from a hypothetical therapy session with the patient, presenting issues or presenting symptoms, the diagnosis or diagnoses, the planned intervention and treatment for their diagnosis, 5 more session notes from during or after their intervention, and a release plan. So we will be analyzing all of that and more today. I wasn't entirely sure of what the teacher meant when he included the session notes part, but I assumed that meant a hypothetical therapy session with the patient to observe their most apparent issues, habits, and mannerisms. I tried my best to write an authentic South Park-esque situation the best I could, but I don't have the writing skill Trey Parker has, so it might be a little off from canon. Okay, I tried. The point of view or perspective of this case study might be a little confusing since it switches between treating Cartman as if he's a fictional character in some sections to treating him as if he's a real person in others. I tried to keep it as consistent as possible while also meeting the expectations of the assignment. So think of it as like Cartman is a fictional character in the biography, family history section, and presenting issues section. Then in the recommendation for therapy, the session notes, the intervention and release plan, Cartman suddenly transcended the Pandaverse until he arrived into the real world, and now we have to figure out what to do with him before he commits more crimes against humanity. Before we get started, there's some things I feel like are worth mentioning. I didn't specifically write the script for YouTube, so this isn't the case study I wrote verbatim. For the video, I changed some things around and threw in some more jokes and references to keep things interesting. While this isn't verbatim, there are some things I'm going to leave unchanged since it's very long. I'll be referring to Cartman as Eric in the case study as well, since Cartman is a nickname and therefore unprofessional to use, even if he's mostly referred to that way in the show. I also changed some of the language I would typically use to describe events or concepts in the show that are going to be hard to read without laughing. Another important thing is that I have no idea what my teacher does or doesn't know about South Park. For all I know, he could be anywhere from a diehard fan that's been around since the days of the Spirit of Christmas, or he could have no idea who I'm talking about. I wrote this as if the latter were true just to be safe, but I also know most people watching this will be well aware of who Cartman is. If you've watched South Park, then you'd probably know his biography. But his biography is mostly defined by his criminal record, if we're being honest, so his biography mostly consists of his past experiences with behavioral therapy, since you kind of get a sense of what his life has been like through his criminal record and presenting issues. I also did some psychological analysis in the biography and criminal record sections to not just restate the events without adding anything, so they are worth watching, and I'll try to keep them as brief as I can for the video while still providing the appropriate context. Just know that some things were cut out to not get repetitive. I also thought I'd give a brief disclaimer before we get started. If Eric were a real person, I would definitely be nowhere near qualified to be a psychologist. But since he's not a real person and I have access to 27 years worth of his life story, and because I want to get a good grade, I'll use what I know as a high school psychology student to diagnose him. I used the South Park Wiki archives as a guide for his criminal record, which will be cited along with my other sources at the end of the video and again in the description. However, I did a lot of my own research, also known as watching the show myself, to find information. There's some crimes he's committed that have not been accurately described in the wiki or have not been acknowledged at all. There's also some crimes in the wiki that don't make sense to be listed, like if they happened in a dream or some other kind of imaginary sequence that made them not real crimes, or something that happened under special circumstances that would not make it illegal. Anything that didn't happen and are also simultaneously not relevant to the case study will not be listed as criminal offenses. And another thing, you might be saying now the whole thing about it not being archived accurately is not that deep, and honestly, I agree, none of this is really that deep, but let me just tell you, the amount of hours of my life I sacrificed into making this project and then into this video is a lot, and I want that to pay off somehow. If we're gonna have an archive of Cartman, then we should have one that's accurate, right? Right, that's how I think, and that's why I made this video like several hours long. But yeah, don't take it too seriously, because I feel like South Park is one of the things that I take seriously, and at least I'm self-aware of that. With all that out of the way, let's get started. Eric Cartman is a 10-year-old boy from the satire comedies TV series South Park, based on the small American town of South Park, Colorado. Eric is the main antagonist of the series, despite being longtime friends with the other three protagonists, Stan Marsh, Kyle Broflovsky, and Kenny McCormick. Eric is known for his bigoted beliefs, crass humor, and his obesity, plus his infamously long criminal record. Eric is far different from most of his friends and classmates, with his extremist beliefs and treatment of others, and his close friends more so tolerate his presence rather than see him as a true friend. Eric's intolerance and underlying mental health issues are a driving antagonistic force in South Park, and it is essential his underlying issues are properly diagnosed, analyzed, and treated. One of the most prominent of those issues being his anger issues. These issues have attempted and failed to be addressed and treated in multiple episodes. One of those episodes being the first one in the case study, TMI.
You're damn right! 1.2 inches. I'll have you know that my penis is a respectable 1.4 inches.
In the episode TMI, Season 15, Episode 4, Eric busted into his school's cafeteria, furious. Eric did not elaborate on his anger, but instead berated his friends and classmates and threatened to kill everyone. Eric was verbally aggressive by vaguely insulting the authority that had angered him, and physically disturbed the environment by violently shaking the school lunch table the other students were sitting at. Another student, Stan, attempted to pacify Eric, which caused Eric to reply, "Oh, you think I'm overreacting again? Huh? No, not this time." This implies that Eric often overreacts, which is verifiably true in both this episode and the rest of the show. This sudden reaction was caused by the results of the male students' recent physical exam being put on the school bulletin board for all to see. The purpose of the poster was to show how much each student had grown in height since the previous physical exam, but Eric misinterpreted the measurements, immediately assuming they were measurements of the length of his and the other students' genitals. Eric had no proof of this claim, yet still went on a rampage in the school's cafeteria as his reaction. Eric claimed these obviously inaccurate measurements, when applied to the topic of their genitalia, was a conspiracy set up by the school's administration to deter female students from being attracted to him, due to the number he believed to be the measurement of the length of his genitals being unflattering. Eric's severe anger issues were directly pointed out by the school's principal, Principal Victoria.
Ah, crap! You mean everyone knows my wiener is smaller than everyone else's because of me?
This is exactly the kind of thing we are always talking about, Eric. You get angry about something you don't think, and you cause bad things to happen. This time, you've done it to yourself.
Oh, God. Why couldn't I have just taken a minute to think about it?
Because you have an anger problem, Eric.
Fuck you! No, I don't!
This interaction between Eric and Principal Victoria shows that Eric is aware of his problems with overreacting but refuses to accept that fact from anyone else or admit his problem. Eric was referred to a psychologist involuntarily for his severe anger issues. The psychologist Eric was referred to had some unethical practices, which may have contributed to Eric's reaction. The psychologist decided to take the approach of purposely triggering Eric's anger by insulting his weight, which he did several times.
Oh yeah, he's a big boy! Get that fatty some mud flaps for his ass! Big old jiggly fatty butt!
This method was unethical and should not be used in the future. This method was intended to trigger Eric's anger so the psychologist could see his problematic behavior for himself. Instead of having the expected reaction of berating the psychologist, Eric decided he wanted to get revenge on a deeper level. Within a minute, Eric devised and executed a plan to contact the psychologist's spouse via text, providing her with fake evidence of the psychologist interacting inappropriately with a minor, specifically an unidentified 14-year-old girl. The psychologist was under the impression that Eric was far more docile than he had been told, as all the doctor saw was Eric ignoring his insults and using his cell phone, unaware of what he was doing on it. The psychologist then received a distressed phone call from his spouse, who was frantically confronting him with what she believed to be true evidence of illegal activity. The psychologist was stunned by these sudden accusations and could not explain himself fast enough. His spouse then took her own life while still on the phone, horrified and disgusted by the disinformation Eric had convinced her of. The psychologist then turned back to Eric in shock, who looked him in his eyes and ominously repeated his famous catchphrase, "I'm not fat, I'm big boned." This heavily implies he orchestrated the whole thing, including the death of the psychologist's spouse, all because he was insulted about his weight. Eric was later forced to attend anger management in a group therapy session because of his actions, which was facilitated by the same psychologist from before. The session was meant to be a place for patients to channel their anger in a safe way with others who could empathize with them. The session did not go as planned, even though the psychologist used more ethical methods this time. The psychologist was trying to work with another patient in the group when the other patient got angry and lit a chair in the therapy office on fire. This caused a riot among the other patients in the therapy group, which Eric participated in. Eric specifically smashed a wooden chair against the wall of the therapy office building and tore a whiteboard off the wall amidst the chaos. The situation escalated beyond the therapy building. The group of patients, including Eric, escaped the building and broke into the local FedEx office to terrorize the employees and customers inside. Eric joined in, taking out his anger by destroying property inside FedEx by smashing it with a hammer. The police were called to the scene and Eric assisted in taking several innocent bystanders hostage. When questioned by an interviewer from the local news station on why the group was so angry, Eric expressed his hatred for a specific ethnic group, which I can say in this video is Jewish people. I just wrote it like that in the write-up, and blamed them for his anger. Eric participated in the group's acts of terrorism, which labeled itself as a new extremist political party that planned to overthrow the liberal government.
My mom's the best mom, better than your mom. Let's sing it together in harmony.
Before we get started on this next episode, we need to understand the concept of operant conditioning. There are 4 main methods of operant conditioning which can help correct problematic behavior in behavioral psychology. These methods include positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, positive punishment, and negative punishment. Positive reinforcement is one of the most common forms of operant conditioning. A desired behavior is met with a reward, which increases the likelihood of future desired behavior. The reward is usually something simple like candy or a gift. Negative reinforcement is a little more complicated, but basically desired behavior is met with the removal of an unwanted stimulus to the target. So something that would be annoying or bothersome to the target would be removed if they perform the desired behavior. There are common forms of negative reinforcement in real life too, like if you sit in your car without putting on your seatbelt and the car beeps at you, that's your car negatively reinforcing you to put on your seatbelt. The car beeping at you is encouraging you to put on your seatbelt more often, and then you'll eventually just start putting it on by yourself. Positive punishment is when an undesired behavior is met with an unwanted stimulus, usually something that's harmful to the target in some way, like yelling or hitting them. Positive punishment tends to be less popular nowadays because it's kind of looked down upon in society to hit someone or yell at them when you're trying to treat them for a psychological condition, even if the patient in question is Eric Cartman and he'd definitely do that to somebody else. Positive punishment is still used in more dire situations, however, like if a small child is trying to stick a fork in an electrical socket and you smack them to tell them to stop, that is positive punishment. That's still kind of accepted, but other than that, it's pretty unethical, so we probably won't be using it. Negative punishment is a more common and accepted form of punishment where an undesired behavior is met with the removal of a wanted stimulus, so something that the target values, like a personal belonging of some kind. This is meant to discourage future undesired behavior. This next episode that reviewed in the case study is season 10, episode 7, which is called like TSST, like kind of like a little shock, like but that's going to be hard to keep track of and not make confusing when I make this video, so I'm just going to refer to season 10, episode 7 as TSST and not like it's supposed to be, but I know that's what it is. I know that's what it is, okay? Anyway, let's get into that. Eric's behavioral problems have been attempted to be treated another time in TSST, Season 10, Episode 7. Eric's violent behavior had been observed by many other students and staff at his school by this point. The school's guidance counselor, Mr. Mackey, called Eric's mother, Leanne Cartman, into the school's guidance office to discuss her son's uncontrollable behavior. The final straw that prompted the meeting with Mr. Mackey was when Eric handcuffed another student's ankle to the school's flagpole and gave him a hacksaw telling the student that Eric had poisoned his lunch milk and that the only way he could obtain the antidote would be to saw through his own leg. The student was then rescued by a third party and hospitalized. When confronted by his mother and Mr. Mackey, Eric sarcastically apologized for his actions. He said he did that to the other student because he had called Eric chubby. When Mr. Mackey expressed the school's frustration with her son's behavior, Miss Cartman broke down crying. Exasperated, she explained that her son's behavior seemed to worsen with every passing day and that she did not know what she could do to correct it. Mr. Mackey recommended Miss Cartman call in a nanny from a reality TV show dedicated to dealing with uncontrollable children like Eric. The nanny that was appointed to treat Eric was named Nanny Stella. Nanny Stella took a much healthier approach with treating Eric's behavior than the psychologist from TMI, but her methods still proved to be ineffective. Nanny Stella arrived at the Cartman residence and firmly told Eric that he must do his chores before he can play video games. Eric refused to do his chores twice. The first time he laughed at the nanny for suggesting such a thing. The second time he mocked her accent while responding, "No thanks, I'd rather not." Nanny Stella unplugged his video game console and placed it on the kitchen counter, stating that he would not be allowed to plug it in again until his chores were finished. This method is an example of negative punishment. The intention behind the nanny's actions was to take away something Eric values to decrease the likelihood that he would exhibit the poor behavior of not doing his chores again, with the desired behavior of Eric completing his chores, thus improving his ability and willingness to follow instructions. This was intended to lead to less undesirable behavior in general, but Eric did not respond well to the punishment. He immediately tried to take his video game console back from where the nanny had taken it and insulted her when she told him to put it back on the kitchen counter. Nanny Stella gave Eric a timeout, in which he did not stay. When Nanny Stella attempted to explain the importance of the punishment to Eric, he spat in her mouth. Nanny Stella then tried talking with Eric about his feelings, encouraging him to express his feelings in a healthy manner. Eric told her that he was feeling confused because he did not understand why she'd become a nanny. The nanny explained to Eric that she was a nanny because she loved helping children like him. Eric then asked Nanny Stella why she was not a mother herself if she loved children so much, to which she told him that she never had kids for no particular reason. Eric then began to make a passive-aggressive personal attack in the form of a speech.
Why not?
It just didn't happen.
You're sterile, is that it? No, that's too convenient of an excuse. The truth is, nobody ever wanted to have babies with you. Isn't that it? Always the mom's maid, never the mom? Must be hard on you, knowing that the years are ticking away, your friends all getting married, and all the while your uterus slowly shriveling away, drying up, becoming totally worthless.
You little bastard! How dare you!
Eric, naughty.
What kind of monster would...
Yes, let the anger come. Strike me down while you can. But it won't make your dried up ovaries any more fertile.
Nanny Stella was overwhelmed and refused to work with Eric any further. Another nanny, called Super Nanny, was appointed to work on Eric's case. It is unknown what exact events transpired, but it is safe to assume Eric treated the new nanny similarly, if not worse. The new nanny worked with Eric for 3 days and was admitted to a mental hospital immediately after due to falling into a deep state of mental psychosis, where she sobbed and consumed her own feces while repeating the phrase, "From hell, he's from hell." After 2 unsuccessful attempts to get Eric under control, his mother called in Caesar Milan, who usually helps train dogs, but in this case was helping to train a child. Caesar explained to Miss Cartman that Eric gets validation for his poor behavior from her attention. Caesar chose to not give Eric the attention he craves, explaining his method as,
Ma'am, this guy does it. Quit it!
What is that you're doing?
Dogs show their dominance by nipping each other on the neck, but it works equally well on the child. I just use 2 fingers, nip at the child's neck. Doesn't hurt the child, just let him know I am dominant.
Look, Mexican, if you really think that you can... Knock it off!
See, I'm not validating his bad behavior with either negative or positive response.
This approach of not giving Eric any attention worked tentatively. Caesar bought fried chicken for the household, which he shared with Miss Cartman. Caesar stated that he would not let Eric have any of the fried chicken until he exhibited calm and submissive behavior. This is an example of negative reinforcement. Caesar was offering to remove this restriction of Eric's access to fried chicken if he performed the desired behavior of being calm and polite. Miss Cartman practiced Caesar's methods, which worked with reforming Eric. He behaved well for quite some time. Miss Cartman reported that Eric had lost 10 pounds. His grades had improved, and he was on a path to becoming well-behaved, but on the inside, Eric's resentment for his mother grew. Eric decided to kill his mother to be free of her basic rules and boundaries. Eric stood over his mother as she slept, wielding a kitchen knife and some paper towel, but he hesitated. Eric began to experience his conscience, which he was not used to feeling. He heard 2 voices, a version of himself telling him to kill her, and another version of himself telling him not to, similar to the angel on the shoulder and devil on the shoulder trope in cartoons. Eric was in denial that the stricter rules were good for him, and his conscience told him that the world does not revolve around him. He could not handle the thought of the world not revolving around him and panicked. He vomited on the floor of his mother's room, then ran out into the hallway, shrieking and slamming his fists against the walls and the floor. Eric quickly fainted out of shock. Eric woke up the next day, and it was like he had profoundly changed overnight. Eric had made his own breakfast and was studying before school started, two things he had never done before voluntarily. Caesar Milan concluded that his work with Eric was done, since his behavior had improved significantly. Caesar closed Eric's case, but Miss Cartman made one critical mistake after he stopped working with them. Once Caesar left, she stopped practicing the strict parenting methods he taught her. Instead, she went back to giving Eric everything he wanted, no matter what, ultimately causing him to go back to the way he was before Caesar had intervened.
I was just over at your house and freed 63 people you had locked in your basement.
You let them out?
Eric has been arrested 7 times over the course of South Park, but has served short sentences or got out on bail from his mother. As for the murder section, I might make a whole different video just explaining and breaking down all of Cartman's kills, because it's actually pretty hard to narrow down just from the internet how many people this kid has killed, because some sources say, oh, just a few thousand, some say maybe more than a few thousand, I don't know. And then I even saw one that said he killed something like 7.6 billion people, which, yeah, I know this is Eric Cartman we're talking about, but I don't think he's killed almost the entire population of Earth, okay? Like, come on now, unless there's something I missed, which I know I didn't miss anything, and that's inaccurate because I actually did the calculations myself to get an approximate on his kill count. I'll summarize where this number comes from in this video, but I actually might have to just make a whole different video about the exact numbers of his kills, because it was hard to figure out, but not hard to figure out where it's like nobody else seems to have figured it out and put it on an archive. So, yeah. So, Eric has killed approximately 955,704 people, but the thing is about that number is that it's likely to be higher than that, probably pushing it past the 1 million point, which for reasons that I'll specify later. Most of these kills were in bulk, but he's been shown killing individual people in smaller groups as well. In Poor and Stupid, Season 14, Episode 8, Eric ran over 38 people with a hijacked race car at a NASCAR race, which, yes, I did actually go frame by frame and count the bodies and the people he ran over, so I'm fairly sure it was 38. And it was implied that Eric intentionally caused other cars to crash and die as well, but it was not confirmed if the crash racers had all died or if they had died because of Eric specifically, since NASCAR races tend to have a lot of crashing going on. Eric also killed people in Pink Eye, Season 1, Episode 7, when they were zombies, even though they could be cured and turned back into humans if the original zombie, Kenny, was killed. Stan killed many of the zombies too, and only 2 of the zombies were specifically shown being killed by Eric. I honestly only included Pink Eye because it was included in the wiki for Eric's murders, but it's unknown how many Eric actually killed past just the 2 he was shown killing on screen, but it was implied that he helped with the big pile of bodies that turned back into humans after they were turned back from being zombies. Since we're trying to have factual information here, I'm gonna go with 2 because that's the only ones I know for sure Eric killed. When I started analyzing the murder section, I also specifically chose to not include kills he had that were out of self-defense, because there are some episodes where he'd killed people out of self-defense, and killing someone in self-defense legally is sometimes allowed. Eric did not kill the zombies out of self-defense though, because he said nobody screws with my trick-or-treats and gets away with it when he was approached by them, and said cool when he killed them. Which seems to me like he wasn't really scared of them, more so as he was upset that they ruined his Halloween, so he killed them. In The Last of the Mexicans, Season 15, Episode 9, Eric also electrocuted 9 people to death because they were crossing into the United States from Mexico, even though they were not armed and he was not old enough to be a real Border Patrol officer. It's unknown if Eric could actually be held accountable for these crimes, since the Border Patrol was allowing him to, which would be seen as more negligent behavior from the adults involved rather than Eric himself, but I included it anyway, just because I didn't have a lot for the individual murders. In Die Hippie Die, Season 9, Episode 2, some hipsters in the town of South Park were organizing a concert that was approved by the mayor. Eric thought these hipsters were an infestation, even though they were just trying to have a peaceful gathering. Eric has such a strong prejudice against hipsters that he set up his own hippie extermination service, where he would enter people's homes in search of hipsters to spray with a fire extinguisher and then kidnap the hipsters to lock in his basement. He claimed to be helping with an infestation, even if the homeowner was okay with the hipsters in their house. There were 500,000 people attending the hipster concert. Eric built a vehicle with a 20-foot-long drill attached to it that was meant to kill any hipsters in the way of it. Eric drove the drill through the crowd of people, killing approximately 92,400 people in the path. In the past, I've seen other people try to summarize Eric's crimes, and the one thing that seems to be hard for people to get straight is whether or not Eric has committed genocide before. You'd think that a crime as heinous as genocide would be something that people would be able to agree on whether it happened or not, but apparently not with the South Park community. So I took it upon myself to see if he actually did genocide, if he attempted it, or if he never did it. And I've been able to confirm that not only did he actually commit genocide, but he also attempted genocide. So the answer to the non-existent debate of whether Cartman has attempted genocide or actually committed genocide is both. He did both, because of course he did. In The Passion of the Jew, Season 8, Episode 3, Eric attempted to replicate the genocide of Adolf Hitler. Eric had seen Mel Gibson's movie The Passion and used its anti-Semitic message to gather a group of uninformed people who had enjoyed the movie and agreed with it. Eric dressed up as Adolf Hitler and led the crowd in a march to a local synagogue, unaware that Eric had planned to commit genocide against the Jewish population of the town and possibly the world.
Now, we all know why we're here, and I believe we all know what needs to be done.
We sure do.
But I think it's best we don't talk out loud about it until we have most of them on the trains heading to the camps.
What does that mean, sweetie?
Now, in order to do what we all know needs to be done, we are first going to need more support. I think we should all go out and take at least one other person to see The Passion.
Oh, what a great idea! We each make it our responsibility to convert one more person.
Yeah, great idea.
Yes, and then we can begin the cleansing, if you know what I mean.
We sure do. Yeah, all right.
Eric's extreme beliefs have been a constant problem throughout his life and have led him to attempt and commit acts of violence against minorities. In Ginger Kids, Season 9, Episode 11, Eric made a presentation for his class about ginger people, spreading his hate speech about them. He claimed that ginger people have no souls, and claimed that having red hair, light skin, and freckles was a disease he referred to as gingivitis. Eric's friend, Kyle Broflovsky, was angry at the hate speech Eric was spreading through their school, which was causing ginger children to get bullied and excluded at school. Kyle and their mutual friends, Stan and Kenny, decided to take matters into their own hands and teach Eric a lesson. They snuck into Eric's house while he was sleeping and dyed his hair red without permission, as well as using makeup to make him appear as if he had pale skin and freckles. Eric woke up believing he had become ginger overnight and panicked. After one day of being ginger, Eric's belief towards ginger people had changed profoundly. He quickly accepted that he was now ginger, as he believed, and used this to garner attention and sympathy for how he was treated as a ginger, even though this treatment of gingers started from him. He even started an organization called the Ginger Separatist Movement that spread awareness and pride for ginger people by using violence. With his large group of ginger children standing behind his movement, Eric claimed that ginger people were normal and that all the non-ginger people were the problem, failing to recognize that people with any hair color or skin tone are not a problem, regardless of which group is more oppressed by society. Eric attempted to repeat his plan for genocide from The Passion of the Jew, but instead of killing Jewish people, he wanted to kill everyone who did not have red hair, light skin, and freckles. He sent his group of ginger kids to kidnap all the non-ginger kids, including Stan, Kyle, and Kenny, and bring them to the base of the Ginger Separatist Movement, which was set in the Sunset Room in the airport Hilton. Eric had all the non-ginger kids locked up in cages and bought a pit of lava he planned to throw each victim in to kill them. It was only when Kyle talked to Eric in private and informed him that he was not actually ginger that Eric realized the problem. Since Eric was brunette and not ginger, by his own rhetoric, he would be killed too. So, Eric made up a generic feel-good speech about how everyone should accept each other and live in harmony, ginger or not, so that he would not be executed if anyone found out he was not ginger. Eric's ginger followers were confused by his sudden change of heart before hesitantly going with his new movement that would not harm anyone. When Eric had managed to convince his followers that killing people because of their hair color was wrong, Kyle insulted him, calling him manipulative. Eric responded, "Yes, but I'm not going to die," which confirms that he only decided to not commit genocide for his own selfish reasons. The superheroes arc in South Park is one of my favorite storylines, and it's also the storyline with the most crimes committed by Eric in one place. The superheroes arc spans across seasons 13 to 21 in 6 episodes. The episodes that will be analyzed in this section are The Coon, season 13, episode 2, Coon 2 Hindsight, Season 14, Episode 11, Mysterion Rises, Season 14, Episode 12, and Coon vs. Coon and Friends, Season 14, Episode 13. Another episode in this arc, The Poor Kid, will be analyzed under its own section due to its content related to Eric's involvement with Child Protective Services. The other episode in this arc, Franchise Prequel, does not have significance to the case study and will not be included. In the Superheroes arc, Eric and his friends from school decided they all wanted to play superheroes. They all created their own unique superhero alter egos. Eric referred to himself as the Coon, a superhero that was half man and half raccoon. His other close friends, Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Butters, made superhero alter egos as well. Stan was Toolshed, Kyle was the Human Kite, Kenny was Mysterion, and Butters was Professor Chaos, although Professor Chaos was an alter ego that showed up far before this point. These alter egos went beyond their childish game of superheroes, and they went out into the world to fight real crime in their town as vigilantes. Eric thought of himself as a hero, but ended up being the person who committed the most crimes outside of vigilantism and hurt the most innocent people by the end of it. For professionalism and simplicity, I'll refer to every person by their real name when analyzing this arc. We can get vigilantism out of the way right now because it's inherent, since being a superhero is a crime because it's taking the law into your own hands. In The Coon, Season 13, Episode 2, Eric assaulted a random man by clawing at his face with his metal claws. Eric assaulted the man because he thought the man was sexually assaulting a woman, but they were kissing consensually. Eric punched Butters in the face, which made his nose bleed. Butters also alleged that Eric broke his tooth with the punch, but this is unconfirmed. Eric threatened to blow up a hospital if Kenny did not take off his superhero mask that concealed his identity to the public. He made this threat because Kenny's superhero alter ego was getting more attention and praise by the citizens of the town for fighting crime than Eric was. Eric obtained several boxes of dynamite that he planned to use to blow up the hospital with, which would be possession of illegal explosives. Eric brutally assaulted his friends Clyde Donovan and Bradley Biggle for no reason while walking down the street with all their friends. Eric used his metal claws to viciously tear their faces. Eric captured Butters and locked him in his basement for 6 days. He kept Butters in a cage with only a bucket for him to urinate and pass stool in. When Butters asked for something to eat, Eric heavily implied Butters should eat his own feces.
Yeah, but you only gave me this bucket to poop in, and it's full now. And I ain't got nothing to eat.
You got poop, don't you?
As was just mentioned, Eric left Butters with nothing to eat except his own excrement, which is legally considered torture. Eric threatened to stage a fake, embarrassing photo of Captain Hindsight, another superhero who was not part of the Coon and Friends' superhero union, and threatened to post the image online if Captain Hindsight didn't join the Coon and Friends. Eric brutally assaulted a little girl because she asked him about a different superhero in his superhero union, Mintberry Crunch. He'd been recently kicked out of the superhero group, so he didn't want to be associated with the people in it. In this episode, Eric also had a rare moment of conscience. Eric had got himself kicked out of his own superhero group due to his participation doing more harm than good to the town, which they all should have been united in protecting. After getting kicked out, Eric's exact thoughts were,
should I just apologize to my friends and ask them to take me back? Tell them that I was being a selfish jerk? What should I do? Should I admit I was wrong? Ask for everyone's forgiveness and go back to my original team? Nah, screw that. I'm just gonna keep being a fucking dick.
Eric quickly went back on his regrets and doubts he was having, even though he had been planning to do something extreme. In Coon 2 Hindsight, the oil company Dependable Petroleum, DP, accidentally drilled so deeply into the ocean that they drilled a hole into another dimension. This dimension was the home to many demonic creatures, with the Dark Lord Cthulhu reigning over them. Once released onto the Earth, Cthulhu and the other satanic creatures wreaked havoc on South Park. The gigantic creatures destroyed buildings and killed many people. When Eric heard of these demons terrorizing the country, he decided he wanted to use Cthulhu's powers for his own nefarious purposes. To get revenge on his friends for kicking him out of the Coon and Friends, Eric located and convinced the Dark Lord Cthulhu to help him banish his friends to a dark oblivion. Once he had Cthulhu's help, Eric got it to destroy synagogues, kill random civilians, kill hipsters, and kill San Franciscans. Even though many people died from this, the exact number of people who were killed is unknown. To the average person watching South Park, it might be easy to miss, but in Coon vs. Coon and Friends, Season 14, Episode 13, Eric recapped everything he and Cthulhu had done together to terrorize the town. During this recap, Eric recalled the following things.
We've taken out most of the synagogues, destroyed San Francisco, sent my friends into a dark oblivion, and so our next order of business will be Burning Man. Now, after Burning Man, we'll take down Whole Foods, alright?
Now, he said he used Cthulhu to take out most of the synagogues, but he didn't explain what synagogues. And South Park is a fairly small town that, if it has any synagogues, it would probably only be one. They have been shown being at synagogues in the past, like in The Passion of the Jew, but we don't know where this synagogue is. Any game related to the show doesn't have a synagogue on the map, so if there is a synagogue in South Park, there's probably only one, and I doubt that there's multiple. I mean, come on now. So it's safe to assume he said most of the synagogues would be in the country or in the state, since his damage he was doing was over most of the country anyway. As for how that counts as genocide, the term genocide refers to a deliberate and systematic destruction in whole or in part of any racial, ethnic, religious, or national group. And a lot depends on the context of the perpetrator when you're trying to identify if an attack, which would normally be seen as a terrorist attack, is a genocide or not. In the comic book style visuals of these episodes, we can see that Cartman attacked the synagogues while there were people inside. As in the illustration, you can see people running outside of it. Obviously, this illustration isn't accurate to how it would have actually went, because there aren't just like two people inside any given place that's being attacked. But since we know he was attacking these places of worship when there were people inside of them specifically, and just at all, because it's Eric Cartman, come on now guys, we can deduce that this act of terrorism also counts as genocide because it's over a large scale of the country, since, like we said before, there's maybe one synagogue in South Park, maybe, and he said most of the synagogues, and if this is over the course of the United States, that's a lot of synagogues with people inside of them. And he has an extremely long track record of holding anti-Semitic beliefs. His track record of anti-Semitic beliefs is so long and involves so much violence, and there was an obvious intention in his acts in Coon vs. Coon and Friends that it would legally count as genocide, since all that context is there. During that recap that I played, he also recalled he had destroyed San Francisco, and by destroy, I feel like from the illustration and from the other illustrations and all the context we have, that means he just kind of like, I don't know, had Cthulhu stomp on it or something. Like, he said he destroyed San Francisco. So, according to the United States Census Bureau, the population of San Francisco in 2010, when the episode aired, was 805,519. So, Eric killed somewhere around that many people, minus any survivors who could have escaped, because there were some people who probably escaped, but that's a pretty good estimate to use, since he was using, you know, like a demonic, like satanic god to just destroy the city. So, it's pretty safe to assume that most of those people didn't get out of there, so that would be added onto his kill count as well. The killing of the San Franciscans in this episode, along with the Die Hippie Die deaths, which were the hippies, which was calculated by my friend, who will be credited at the end of the video in the special thanks, was 91,400 people, approximately. We're not entirely sure of that. We just used math to figure that out. He would have killed at least 900,000 people by this point, just in the case study, let alone like what I actually found by the end. Now, for this specific mention of terrorism, we're going to need to actually define terrorism, since it gets a little more nuanced here. Terrorism is the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims. Now, if we think about the words political aims in that definition, by this point, the Coon and Friends and the separation of the Coon from the Coon and Friends was becoming something political, since it involved basically everyone that was living in the United States by that point. It was having like a bunch of people killed, like San Francisco, rip everyone that lived there. So we can say that Eric using Cthulhu's destructive powers to publicly threaten the rest of his friends for continuing to use the name the Coon and Friends after he had left the Coon and Friends was an act of terrorism. Now, he could argue that the brand he created around the name the Coon and Friends was his intellectual property, threatening the other kids with what was essentially an act of terrorism if banishing people to a hellish dimension was possible in real life was not the answer to these problems. He could have went to small claims court or something, but he didn't. It's worth noting that in Eric's monologue in the comic book sections about how the Coon and Friends had become all separated from him, he said that the rest of his friends in the superhero group had become evil, instead of saying that he did what he did and they kicked him out, which shows he doesn't understand that his actions and crimes were wrong and were the reason why his friends kicked him out. Instead of accepting what he had done and just apologizing, Eric believed he was right and that all of his friends were just manipulative and evil. Eric tends to immediately assume anyone who questions him is against him and cannot accept any criticism in any form. In the past, when we referenced that in TMI, Principal Victoria tried to tell him he had an anger problem, and he could not accept that criticism of his character either. As a superhero, Eric would often leave his house without permission from his mother. When he came home, Eric's mother confronted him about where he had been since he was supposed to be grounded in his room. When confronted, Eric went silent before launching into a nonsensical outburst, repeating the question, "What should I do?" in between various questions he bombarded her with. His delusional rant was so aggressive and confusing that it drove his mother away, who was frightened by him. These nonsensical outbursts at people have been a common problem for others throughout Eric's life, to the point that most of his friends and classmates are uncomfortable around him but tolerate him to keep him from lashing out. Eric confronted his friends and lured them outside, where he summoned Cthulhu and commanded it to banish his friends to a dark oblivion. This dark oblivion was the nightmare city of Relaya, a hellish dimension with monsters and other dangerous elements. The next day, Eric took Cthulhu to a Burning Man festival where he killed more hipsters. There were only 3 deaths shown on screen, but Eric later described the Burning Man attack as a triumphant victory over the evil hippies of Burning Man, implying that Eric killed most of the people attending the festival. According to the Burning Man event archives, or the archives of how many people went here, 51,525 people attended Burning Man in 2010. Although some people could have escaped, it is reasonable to add that to Eric's kill count as well, as it's a similar situation as with San Francisco, so this would put it at closer to 951,000 people who he's killed. Eric also destroyed every single Whole Foods market in the United States, which would make his kill count exponentially higher. As of 2024, I couldn't find records for 2010, there were 494 Whole Foods locations in the United States. Assuming this number hasn't significantly changed since 2010, this would mean Eric destroyed approximately 494 Whole Foods locations. It was also implied that he struck these Whole Foods locations in the daytime, when there were likely to be a lot of people shopping. It's difficult to approximate how many people he killed due to several factors, like how many people were inside each Whole Foods in every state, the fact that it's unlikely that every Whole Foods was open at the same time of the attacks, and how many people could have escaped, and the specific timing of the attacks, since this information is unspecified, because Matt and Trey didn't write this episode expecting some 16-year-old to do a case study with it being involved. The kill count is unconfirmed, but it is worth mentioning. Eric destroyed Whole Foods markets because he considered organic food being fed to Americans as evil, as he also deemed every other place he destroyed or group of people he killed to be evil. Eric then took Cthulhu's wrath to a Justin Bieber concert. A newsman reporting on the attack stated that Eric had killed Justin Bieber and most of his fans at this concert. Now, it's unlikely that all of Justin Bieber's fans would be at a single concert, since fans of musicians don't typically attend the musician's concert all at once. Now, I actually did some research into this world tour, which, by the way, he literally called just My World Tour. That's the Wikipedia entry of it, not Justin Bieber's world tour, just My World Tour, because he's the only person who's ever gone on a world tour in the history of man. He went on the 2010 concert called My World Tour that had concerts internationally. There were concerts all over the United States, with only one of them being in Broomfield, Colorado, the state South Park is in. We know that the concert Eric attacked was in the United States because the policemen, ambulances, and firefighters arrived at the scene with American flags painted on their vehicles. So, to find out the amount of people that might have died at these concerts, we need to find the amount of tickets that were sold to every concert that played in the United States. The number of tickets sold for the My World Tour concerts in the United States ranged from 6,000 tickets sold in Grand Prairie, Texas, to 21,772 tickets sold in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. While it's not clear if the concert Eric attacked was the one in Broomfield, Colorado, it would be a logical conclusion to come to since Eric resides in the same state. Knowing this, the most likely number of deaths at the Justin Bieber concert would be about 6,207, since that is the number of tickets that sold at the Broomfield concert. 6,207 is the number that will be used, even if the death count could theoretically be anywhere from 6,000 to 21,772 deaths, since the number of tickets sold at every United States concert varied by that much. We'll say that he killed approximately 6,207 people, again, minus anyone that escaped, like every other big group of people he's killed. So this would put his kill count at 955,701 by this point. So if we summarize all of his crimes by this point in just the superheroes arc, we can say he's murdered random civilians, committed genocide with the synagogues, considering the context and the fact that the attacks were widespread in the country, crimes against humanity, since Burning Man, the Justin Bieber concert, and the destruction of San Francisco were all part of a bigger systemic attack on what Eric considered to be evil, mass murder, hate crimes, terrorism, vandalism, because he destroyed the venue of the Justin Bieber concerts and also destroyed countless buildings and structures, property damage, the same thing, endangering public safety, obviously, and tortured for sending his friends to a dark oblivion, and for what he did to Butters. Even though the kids were playing superheroes, Kenny actually had superpowers. Kenny was cursed while in the womb when his parents were attending a meeting at the Cult of Cthulhu. Kenny's power is that he's immortal to a certain degree. He's died countless times due to many different reasons, including but not limited to diseases, murder, burning, decapitation, explosions, animal attacks, getting run over, drowning, and other various accidents or disasters that have caused him to die. However, he can't stay dead forever, because every time he dies, he is forced to to resurrect by Cthulhu's power. When Kenny resurrects, he's revived by his mother giving birth to him again, and he wakes up in his bed as if he never died. No one remembers Kenny's death except for himself and a few other people. One of them is Eric, since he's mentioned remembering it in episodes like Cartman Land. The reason why Kenny's curse is relevant is because Eric had his friends sent to the nightmare city of Relaya. The only way for Kenny and the rest of his friends to escape the dimension was for Kenny to take his own life, since this would send him back to Earth and give him a chance to stop Eric and or find help for the rest of his friends. This is considered enforced suicide by Eric, because if Kenny had not done that, Kenny and the rest of his friends could have been harmed and would ultimately die, since Eric had no intention of ever releasing them. They'd eventually succumb to starvation or dehydration, assuming they wouldn't just be tortured or killed by whatever the fuck's going on in this dimension in the first place. Now for the other miscellaneous crimes that Cartman's committed over the course of the show. Prostitution. In Cow Days, Season 2, Episode 13, Eric suffered a severe concussion, which caused him to temporarily believe that he was a Vietnamese prostitute named Ming Lee. It was implied that Eric prostituted himself to Leonardo DiCaprio. As previously mentioned, Eric destroyed and damaged countless buildings in the superheroes arc. He's also committed vandalism multiple times outside of these instances. In The Death of Eric Cartman, Season 9, Episode 6, Eric mentioned to Butters that he'd broken a man's fence and not told him about it. Eric also destroyed many of Butters' belongings with a baseball bat in the same episode in a fit of rage. Eric also made a mess of Butters' house again without his knowledge in Osimo, Season 8, Episode 5, when he was searching for a videotape Butters had in his house. Eric threw toilet paper on his teacher's house with his friends after getting in trouble at school earlier that day in Toilet Paper, Season 7, Episode 3. Eric threw toilet paper at a random person's house with his friends again in The Ring, Season 13, Episode 1, simply because it was fun to him. Manslaughter. Eric accidentally bashed Kenny's skull in with a frying pan in Timmy 2000, Season 4, Episode 3, while trying to hit a bug on his face. The bug Eric was seeing was a hallucination resulting from the Ritalin side effects he was experiencing after being misdiagnosed with attention deficit disorder, which is now known as a subtype of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder by psychologists. Eric didn't mean to kill Kenny, but he did die from his injuries, which would be considered manslaughter. Eric tried to kill the turkey that belonged to his classmate Timmy in Helen Keller the Musical, Season 4, Episode 13, with a stage light, but accidentally killed Kenny again since he rigged the wrong light. Eric's most infamous and first major crime occurred in Scott Tenorman Must Die, Season 5, Episode 4. Eric is one of the only kids in his class that doesn't have both of his parents present in his life. Eric lives with Leanne, his mother, but the identity of his father had been a mystery for most of his life. Having no father figure has always been something that was difficult for Eric to cope with, and it's one of the few things that genuinely upsets him on a deeper level. Up until Scott Tenorman Must Die, Eric believed that his mother was simultaneously his father because he was told that his mother was intersex, meaning she had both male and female reproductive organs, and she had impregnated herself. As it was revealed in the two-parts episodes, Cartman's mom is a dirty slut, Season 1, Episode 13, and Cartman's mom is still a dirty slut, Season 2, Episode 2. However, it was revealed in Scott Tenorman Must Die that Eric's mother being intersex was a lie. Eric's mother was fully biologically female. He did have a father. Eric's real father was implied to have been estranged since he was never in Eric's life whatsoever up until this point, hence why Eric was not even aware of his existence. Eric met Scott Tenorman, a teenager in South Park. Scott played a prank on Eric by tricking him into buying Scott's shaved pubic hair by getting Eric to believe that having pubic hair in his possession was a sign of becoming a man, finding humor in the fact that Eric was too young to realize that pubic hair grows naturally when a person hits puberty, and that pubic hair is not something to be bought and sold. Once Eric realized he had been tricked, he was immediately angry and wanted his money back. However, when Eric confronted Scott, Scott kept the prank going and scammed Eric out of even more of his pocket money. Eric specifically lost $16.12, which has been ingrained into my memory after doing this, to Scott, and he refused to let it go. This episode was pretty normal at first, since Eric just basically tried to get revenge on Scott, and Scott kept one-upping him and making him look more like an idiot than he already seemed like in the first place, but things really took a turn when Eric decided he wanted to get a worse kind of revenge. Eric gathered all his classmates, even though most of them did not even know who Scott Tenorman was since he was significantly older than them. Eric presented a plan to them that he would train a pony from Mr. Denkin's farm, an animal farm in South Park, to bite off Scott Tenorman's penis as a revenge for not returning his money. The other children did not want to help him and were not convinced by his furious speech on how Scott's actions were a bigger threat to society than they really were, blowing the problem out of proportion. Eric had become obsessed with Scott by this point. He unsuccessfully trained Mr. Denkin's pony to bite off Scott's penis. Eric began stalking Scott, sitting in the bushes around his house and watching Scott through his windows to find more information on his target and how he could harm him. Eric noticed that Scott was a fan of the band Radiohead and commented that he would include the band somehow in his revenge on Scott. Eric also spied on Scott's parents, who become very important later. The next day, Eric gathered his friends Stan and Kyle to ask for their help. He made a plan that he would invite Radiohead to South Park and meet Scott Tenorman. Then he would get the pony to bite off Scott's penis in front of them, saying that this would make Scott cry and cause Radiohead to think Scott was not cool. When Stan refused to help him, Eric was one step ahead, because because this was not the plan he was going to use in the first place. It was a ruse to throw off Stan and Kyle off the trail of his original plan. Eric arrived at Scott's doorstep, no longer interested in demanding his money back. This time he acted overly kind and sweet, which was nothing like his usual demeanor. Eric invited Scott to his ChiliCon Carnival, a convention Eric created and advertised around the town as a convention for chili lovers to make, eat, and exchange chili they cooked. Eric gave Scott a ticket for a free pony ride, alluding to his previous plan of getting the pony to bite off his penis to lure him into the ChiliCon Carnival. Scott sarcastically accepted the ticket, thinking Eric was making a peace offering. After Eric left, Scott told his parents that there was a starving and abandoned pony at Mr. Denkin's ranch. Scott said he wanted to rescue the pony, but he had too much homework to do and to make time for rescuing it, so his parents took it upon themselves to go find the pony and rescue it since they believed it was being neglected. The pony in question was not being neglected. Scott had just made that up so Eric could not use the pony at the ChiliCon Carnival. Scott had heard from Stan and Kyle that Eric was planning to use the pony to bite off his penis, so to prevent that from happening, Scott sent his parents to take it somewhere that would be inaccessible to Eric. With his parents away, Scott got his other teenage friends to gather the pubic hair of every teenager in town and bring it to Scott. Then Scott cooked some chili for Eric's ChiliCon Carnival and mixed the pubes into it, hoping to feed it to Eric and win this back and forth conflict with Eric once and for all by humiliating him in front of everyone there. The day of the ChiliCon Carnival arrived. The carnival was very successful, gathering many people to attend. Stan and Kyle had warned Scott over the phone that Eric was planning to harm him at the ChiliCon Carnival, so Stan and Kyle had only attended to see Eric's downfall. People attending the carnival had cooked their own chili to present, but the most important chili cooks were Chef, the cafeteria chef at South Park Elementary, Scott Tenorman, and Eric. Eric welcomed Scott to the ChiliCon Carnival and seated him at the judging table to try the contestants' chili. The crowd gathered around Scott and Eric at the judging table. Eric fed Scott the chili he had cooked, which Scott complimented, but said Scott's chili was better and convinced Eric to try it. Eric ate the whole bowl, causing anyone who knew that Scott put the pubic hair in his chili to hold back laughter. Eric complimented the dish, then Scott said,
"I'm glad you like it so much, because now that you're almost finished, I have something to tell you."
What? You mean about how you put pubes in your chili?
What?
This caught everyone off guard, since to everyone's knowledge, Eric would have no idea that the chili Scott fed him was contaminated. Eric revealed that the chili he had just eaten was not Scott's chili. Eric had switched Scott's chili with Chef's uncontaminated chili before they sat at the judging table. Eric said he had not planned on Scott contaminating his chili entry, but he did plan on his friends Stan and Kyle to betray him and tell Scott about his plan to get the pony to bite off his penis. This shocked Stan and Kyle, as they had been friends with Eric most of their lives, and they didn't think he was self-aware enough to know they would betray him and plan around that ahead of time. Eric then went on to explain his real plan to Scott, which would end up being one of his most infamous speeches he's ever given.
I assumed that they would tell you that I had trained Jenkins' pony to bite off your wiener. What they didn't tell you was that Jenkins is a crazy redneck who shoots trespassers on sight. Knowing that you would go and try to do something to the pony, I warned Mr. Jenkins that violent pony killers were in the area. I also knew that you wouldn't go yourself for fear of having your wiener bitten off. You would most likely send your parents. And I'm afraid that when Mr. Jenkins spotted them on his property, he shot and killed both your parents.
My mom and dad are dead?
I came just in time to see Mr. Jenkins giving his report to Officer Barbrady. And of course, to steal the bodies. After a night with the hacksaw, I was all ready to put on my ChiliCon Carnival so that I could tell you personally about your parents' demise. And of course, feed you your chili. Do you like it? Do you like it, Scott? I call it Mr. and Mrs. Tenorman chili.
Oh my God!
Despite the horrible thing Eric had just done and the shock and terror of Scott and everyone around them, Eric jumped up onto the table and mocked Scott.
Nya, 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 nya. I made you eat your parents. Nya, 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 nya.
Then, to make things even worse for Scott, Radiohead showed up and were met with Scott crying about what happened. They had no context as to why Scott was so upset and assumed he was crying over something way less serious and insulting him, calling him a crybaby and not cool. This made Scott sob even more, causing Eric to run over to him and lick the tears off his face, tasting his tears as a token of victory. It was later revealed in 201, Season 14, Episode 6, that Jack Tenorman, Scott Tenorman's then deceased father, had actually been Eric's biological father. Eric's mother being intersex was a lie all along, and Eric's father had been the man he killed and ground into chili and then fed to who he now knew was his half-brother, Scott Tenorman. When Eric learned this information, he was extremely upset. However, when his friends came to comfort him about that, Eric revealed that he was upset because his father had red hair, and he was only distressed about that because it made him half ginger, implying that Eric did not care that he killed his own grandfather and fed his corpse to his half-brother. That was by far Eric's most infamous murder by proxy, since it marked his permanent change from being a bigoted, unruly bully that was ultimately harmless, to being the Eric Cartman we know today that's killed hundreds of thousands of people and destroyed the lives of many. Though the incident with Scott Tenorman was not his only murder by proxy. Other examples of Eric's murders by proxy include when Eric conspired with Kenny in The Tale of Scrody McBoogerballs, Season 14, Episode 2, to have Sarah Jessica Parker murder, which resulted in her getting shot and killed, although later revived. It could also be argued most of Eric's kills in Mysterion Rises and Coon vs. Coon and Friends were murders by proxy, since Eric had used Cthulhu to commit the murders and did not kill anyone himself, since murder by proxy in legal definition is when you have someone murdered by a third party, commonly a hitman, but Eric didn't technically kill anyone with these instances, but they were still legally his responsibility, which is why I count them as being in his kill count. Examples of Eric's enforced suicides include the psychologist's wife in TMI, and Kenny being forced to take his own life in Coon vs. Coon and Friends. Eric also did this multiple times in Base to Mouth, Season 15, Episode 10. A year before the episode took place, another student by the name of Corey defecated in his pants by accident at school. Eric thought it was funny, so he got the other students in his school to bully and harass Corey so much that he took his own life to escape the ridicule. In Base to Mouth, another student named Pete defecated in his pants too and had to go home to change his clothes. Eric began another harassment campaign against the student, posting the story about Pete defecating in his pants online for the whole school to read and ridicule him on. This made Pete contemplate suicide as well, but he ultimately decided against it, so it would not count as an enforced suicide. The school's administration confronted Eric about the harassment he was causing toward Pete, specifically reminding him of the incident with Corey and warning him to not let the same fate happen to Pete. Eric expressed no remorse for Pete's suicide he indirectly caused, specifically confirming that he found Pete's embarrassment and fear of social ridicule funny. When Pete's situation was compared to the incident with Corey, Eric had a nonchalant response at first. When asked if he remembered what happened to Corey, Eric smiled and replied, "Yeah, he killed himself." When the school's counselor explained the connection between the two incidents, Eric interrupted him and defended himself by saying, "We've been through this. You cannot put Corey Duran's death on me. I'm not the one who crapped his pants in front of everyone," blaming Corey's suicide on the victim rather than himself and taking responsibility. The school's administration begged Eric to not get Pete to kill himself as well, even implying he would get a reward of some kind for not making another student end their life. Eric took the bribe from the school's administration in a way that they did not expect or want. Instead of stopping the harassment campaign of Pete, Eric tricked a different student, Jenny, into eating a cupcake he spiked with a laxative. This caused Jenny to defecate in her pants in class, where Eric actively encouraged the other students to make fun of her. The bullying caused Jenny to attempt to take her own life by jumping off the school's roof. She survived with a fractured pelvis. Eric was called to another meeting with the school about the incident with Jenny, where Eric tried to justify his actions by saying he was directing the attention and harassment at Jenny instead of Pete, so everyone would forget about Pete and stop bullying him. Since Eric felt no remorse for the incident with Corey and repeated his actions with other students multiple times afterward, Corey's suicide is considered an enforced suicide, since enforced suicide is usually when someone is given only the option to kill themselves to escape humiliation that they find severe or another adverse consequence that would be life-ruining. This is supported by the fact that Eric had tried to get Jenny to kill herself, and when he was told the news of her hospitalization, he responded with, "Alright, cool." It is safe to assume he would have reacted the same way if Jenny had not survived her attempted suicide, especially since Eric had no prior connection to any of these students. That would have made him even a little bit more likely to feel guilt or shame for what he had done, which again is not likely since he treats his own friends and family horribly as well. This just in, it's time for a crime lightning round, because I've been talking about Cartman crimes for way too long. I mean, come on, we're like almost an hour in by now, and I haven't even started talking about just mainly his psychology. So let's go. Cartman is an animal abuser. He hits his cat, and he also hit a pig one time in Cherokee hair tampons. Eric tried to kill Stan, Kyle, and Kenny in toilet paper because they were gonna snitch. Assault. Cartman only knows how to solve conflicts by beating the shit out of people or getting the shit beat out of him. Drug possession. In Crack Baby Athletic Association, Eric gave crack cocaine to babies. Theft. Cartman has stolen a lot of things. Obstruction of criminal investigation. Eric stole the dead bodies of Mr. and Mrs. Tenderman that one time. Armed robbery. 2 days before the day after tomorrow was when Eric pointed a gun at Kyle and demanded that Kyle give him the gold he had in his possession. In Go God Go, he robbed 2 kids of their phone by threatening them with a laser gun. He owns a Glock pistol under 18, which is illegal. Eric has been involved in setting fires, but most of them he was genuinely too young to understand his actions and therefore too young to be prosecuted. Grave robbing. In Korn's Groovy Pirate Ghost Mystery, Eric and his friends dug up Kyle's deceased grandmother. Hate crimes. I mean, come on, it's Cartman. Do I even have to say? Yes, I do, because this is a case study. Cartman was falsely accused of a hate crime, but that was false, so it doesn't count. Eric has committed hate crimes against Jewish people, gingers, and non-gingers. Kidnapping and false imprisonment. Eric locked Butters in a bomb shelter for 3 days in Casa Bonita so he could go to Casa Bonita. He also kidnapped 63 hipsters and die hippie die. And took Butters from the mental hospital without permission in the death of Eric Cartman. Unlicensed surgery. In Jared Has AIDS, Eric, Stan, Kyle, and Kenny performed an unlicensed liposuction on Butters. War crimes. In the Red Badge of Gayness, Eric and his friends were doing a reenactment of the Civil War. It kind of became like a real war, and Eric and a bunch of adults looted, pillaged, attacked civilians, and burned down buildings. Medical terrorism. I didn't even know this was a thing until I made this. And tonsil trouble. Eric contracted HIV and gave it to Kyle because Kyle made fun of him for having HIV. Violation and destruction of the Pure Food and Drug Act. In Asperger's, Eric pretended he had Asperger's syndrome and put hamburgers in his ass and then fed them to people which could have E. coli on them, which is apparently illegal. Piracy, not to be confused with digital piracy. In Fatbeard, Eric assembled several groups of Somalian pirates to plunder ships until his pirates were shot and killed by U.S. snipers. Breaking and entering, Eric and his friends often enter each other's and other people's homes without permission, like that time when Eric broke into Kyle's house in tonsil trouble to give him AIDS, or toilet paper and Mecha Streisand, when Eric broke into the Veal Ranch and Fun with Veal, and Eric broke into several houses in About Last Night to steal televisions and a ladder to heaven. Eric stole Kenny's cremated ashes from his house. Eric also broke into Nicole Daniels' house in Cartman's Finds Love and broke into Tolkien's house in Cupid. We'll talk about them later. Credit fraud and identity theft. Cartman has stolen his mother's credit card. Embezzlement. Eric made his own church and probably that embezzled people. Underage driving and poor and stupid. He also committed hit and run because he hit 38 people. Resisting arrest. Eric attempted to outrun the police for 13 hours straight because he was going to get arrested. Eric ran away from the police in Casa Bonita as well because he didn't want to get arrested for the Butters thing, locking him in the bomb shelter. Child abuse. The Crack Babies and Crack Baby Athletic Association. Man, don't give babies crack. Shoplifting and poor and stupid. Eric went into a local grocery store and ingested multiple tubes of Vagisil without paying for them. Eric framed Shrimp Royette twice in preschool for arson. In Cartman's incredible gift, Cartman framed people for murdering his school bus driver. Eric also framed his mother by creating a meth lab in his backyard and blamed his mother for it, purposely trying to get himself placed in a foster home, believing it would be a better place for him than his already privileged life. Eric left a fake tip to the ICE and Mexican Joker to have Kyle and his family deported even though they were American citizens. Fraud and plagiarism. In Christian rock hard, Eric created his own Christian rock band to profit off Christians since he didn't believe in the religion himself and thought Christians were stupid. Eric didn't write original songs though, he just took love songs and replaced the words baby with Jesus, which is plagiarism last time I checked. This act was also fraudulent since the band was not technically a Christian rock band. Eric pretended to be mentally disabled and upped the down steroids so he could be eligible to enter the Special Olympics and win the grand prize of $1,000. Eric also pretended to be an out-of-control teenage prostitute to go on the Mary Povich show to win a valuable prize. Grape without the G. In Cartman Sucks, Eric performed non-consensual oral things on Butters' wiener while he was sleeping, which is illegal and bad. Slander. In Dances with Smurfs, Eric made up a lie that Wendy Testberger had committed genocide against the fictional characters, the Smurfs. Eric used the lie as a plot device for a movie he made where he poorly dressed up as Wendy and reenacted the things he claimed she did. In Human Centipede, Eric declared on national television that his mother had fucked him because she refused to let him have an iPad from Best Buy. Eric was speaking figuratively, but the audience and Dr. Phil from the show assumed he meant that literally, causing him to believe that Eric's mother was abusing him. Eric also did this in The Snook, where he claimed that the Hakim family was a group of terrorists based solely on the race of the CIA. Hitchhiking. Apparently, hitchhiking is illegal, and he did this in Imagination Land. CP and possession of CP. In Safe Space, Eric told Kyle that he took a picture of his wiener and posted it online. In Cartman Sucks, Eric also revealed that he had a photo of Butters with Eric's wiener in his mouth, which is illegal. Sexual harassment. In Imagination Land, Eric repeatedly asked Kyle to perform oral things on him as part of a bet and got Kyle to sign a contract stating he would perform oral things on him if Eric won the bet. Guess he didn't listen to the panda very closely, because that's illegal. Sexual harassment. Stalking. In Cartman Finds Love, Eric stalked his classmates, Tolkien and Nicole, to gather information so he could set them up in a relationship. This episode will be analyzed under presenting issues, so stick around. Unlawful sale of tobacco products to a minor. Integrity Farms, he was selling vapes to kindergartners. So, the final list of crimes Cartman has committed, all in one video, is animal abuse, arson, armed robbery, assault, attempted genocide, attempted murder, blackmail, breaking and entering, child abuse, crimes against humanity, credit fraud, drug possession, embezzlement, enforced cannibalism, enforced suicide, escaping prison, false imprisonment, forceful confinement, framing, fraud, genocide, grave robbing, hate crimes, hitchhiking, hit and run, identity theft, kidnapping, manslaughter, mass murder, medical terrorism, murder, murder by proxy, obstruction of criminal investigation, piracy, plagiarism, possession of illegal explosives, possession of and distribution of CP, prostitution, public indecency, grape without the G, resisting arrest, sexual harassment, shoplifting, slander, stalking, submitting false evidence, terrorism, theft, threatening with a deadly weapon, torture, underage driving, unlawful sale of tobacco products to a minor, unlicensed surgery, vandalism, vigilantism, violation and destruction of the Pure Food and Drug Act, violation of firearm laws, war crimes. Okay, let's move on. Eric lives with only his mother, as his father was estranged from him up until Scott Tenorman must die when he died. As for Eric's extended family, he's close with his grandfather and grandmother, although he does not treat them any better than his mother. When Eric went to visit his extended family in Merry Christmas Charlie Manson, he pushed his elderly grandmother off the front doorsteps to get inside the house faster and reprimanded her when he did not get the gift he wanted from her. Eric's extended family he's less close with includes his Uncle Stinky, his Aunt Lisa, his cousin Fred, his cousin Alexandra, and his great-grandmother Florence, his younger cousin Elvin, and his Uncle Howard. There's little known about most of these family members in terms of their mental health or criminal records. However, it's worth noting that most of Eric's extended family are allegedly users of crack cocaine. As in Cartman Land, Season 5, Episode 6, Eric's grandmother passed on and left her fortune of $1 million to Eric, citing that every other member of their family would have spent the money on crack cocaine. It is also worth noting that Eric's Uncle Howard has been kept in the state penitentiary for multiple years for an unknown reason. Howard escaped the state penitentiary with the murderer Charles Manson as an accomplice, implying Howard had committed a crime severe enough to be placed in the state penitentiary and to conspire and escape with a serial killer. Eric seems to have learned some of his habits and mannerisms from his family. Like Eric, almost the entire Cartman family is obese, irritable, and has similar mannerisms and differences in speech that Eric has. Some of Eric's family's parenting methods could have been picked up by or influenced Eric in some way, like when Eric was asked to babysit his cousin Elvin. Whenever Elvin cried, like an infant would, Eric would hit him with a stick, yelling, "No, Elvin, bad Elvin," which is very similar to how he abuses his cat and other animals. Eric's grandfather and grandmother also scream at their pet dog, Jimmy, when the dog tries to eat some of their food, which implies they discipline their animals in the same abusive way that Eric does. This could also mean it is acceptable in the Cartman family to hit babies when they cry, but it's not proven if Eric learned that behavior from his family or if he just hit the baby for a different reason, even if he was just annoyed. Since Eric does not see his extended family often, his mother is more influential on his upbringing and behavior. Leanne is kind to Eric and others in the town, but is known for her promiscuous lifestyle. Leanne is a semi-frequent user of crack cocaine. Drug paraphernalia, crack cocaine, and items used to aid in sexual intercourse can easily be found in her bedroom sitting out in the open, as when you can explore the town of South Park like in the games Stick of Truth and The Fractured Butthole. In The Poor Kid, Season 15, Episode 14, when Leanne was arrested for the meth lab Eric had built and blamed on her to purposely get sent to a foster home, Leanne was asked by police officers if she had any drug paraphernalia on her person, which she responded she hadn't used drugs in quite a while, but had never claimed to have quit drugs and never got rehabilitated for her drug use that we know of. Leanne used to engage in sexual intercourse constantly and often invited random people into her home to have sex with them in her bedroom. Even though there's nothing inherently wrong with being promiscuous, Leanne's frequent sexual activity has gotten in the way of her responsibility as a parent. Leanne would often ignore her responsibilities, including Eric, to have sexual intercourse. Leanne also worked as a prostitute. It's unclear if Leanne ever quit that profession permanently. Leanne also starred in pornographic content, including the adult magazine from Pink Eyes, Season 1, Episode 7, the pornographic video from South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, and various pornographic videotapes involving Leanne that Eric has accidentally come across and been exposed to since he was as young as 7 years old. Later in Eric's childhood, specifically in TSST, Leanne has become a more responsible parent for Eric. Leanne knows her son's behavior is out of control and states she doesn't know what to do to manage his behavior and that he never listens to her. Leanne depends on Eric for validation and friendship, as she has not had a long-term romantic relationship and has no friends. When asked by Caesar Milan what problems she has with her son, Leanne replied, "Well, he's just out of control. I mean, he never listens to me and he pretty much runs my life," which is evident in Eric's behavior and relationship with his mother. Leanne's codependence on Eric and her lack of discipline on him directly contributes to Eric's constantly worsening behavior. Eric is so used to having no discipline and responsibilities around his house that he thought his nanny was joking when she instructed him to complete his newly assigned chores and constantly demands all of his mother's attention. Eric even forced his mother to quit her job as a real estate agent in City People, Season 25, Episode 3, immediately after she told him she was accepted by her job interviewer so she could spend all of her time taking care of him, even though Eric could reasonably take care of himself for a short period of time at his age. Eric threatened to call Child Protective Services on his mother after she left him alone for 45 minutes after school one day, implying Leanne never leaves him alone or makes him take care of himself for nearly that long. Eric's refusal to allow his mother to get a job resulted in Leanne losing their house due to not being able to afford it. Eric and his mother were forced to temporarily move into an abandoned hot dog restaurant until they could find a better place to stay, which this stayed this way until Season 26. While Eric was upset and embarrassed that he had to live inside of a hot dog-shaped restaurant for the foreseeable future, he didn't learn his lesson or feel remorse for his controlling relationship with his mother, nor did he make any effort to change. Eric eventually grew tired of living in the hot dog and Dick and Balls hot dogs, Season 26, Episode 5, and demanded that his mother allow him to get a job to work for the money to get a house, to which Leanne refused and said he was too young to get a job. Eric claimed that since he was the man of the house, as he said, he was required to get a job, while Leanne was not allowed to get a job and had to stay home and take care of Eric. Even though Eric did end up getting a job, he could not last a full day at his workplace at the local ice cream parlor without excessive breaks and taking most of his work days off for mental health days, which he did not need and only used to get out of work. Leanne managed to get their house back on her own by making an investment at the bank. Eric's bigoted beliefs towards Jewish people, people of color, women, the LGBTQ+ community, and other social minorities could have possibly stemmed from his mother to some degree. In early seasons, Eric would sometimes say something offensive about these communities and then claim he heard his mother say these quotes and that he was not sure what they meant. While it is possible this is where Eric heard and therefore picked up on the intolerant beliefs he holds, it's likely that Eric could be lying or misquoting Leanne when he makes these claims, since Eric lies frequently and blames things on his mother as well. The only time when Leanne has confirmed she holds any of the alleged extreme beliefs mentioned was in Pink Eye, when she made an Adolf Hitler costume for Eric to wear to school on Halloween, and he did not know who Hitler was at the time, although he definitely knew who he was afterward. Eric has occasionally expressed distress from not having a father figure in his life, both before he killed his father in Scott Tenorman Must Die, before he knew the man he killed was his father as it was revealed in 201, and after he killed his real father and was completely aware that it was his fault anywhere past 201. Regardless of the point in this timeline when Eric complains about not having a father in his life, his demeanor or reason for being upset does not change. Eric's confusion and sadness about not having a father like the other kids he knows was what prompted the events of Cartman's mom is a dirty slut and Cartman's mom is still a dirty slut to occur. Satisfied with the lie he was told about his mother being intersex when they had failed to find his biological father, Eric stopped his search. Between this episode and when Eric knew he had killed his own father, Eric was still upset about having no father figure occasionally. During this time, references to Eric's lack of a father figure mostly came through offhand comments from himself or his friends that were easily missed. However, one important instance of Eric acknowledging his lack of a father figure was in Le Petit Tourette, season 11, episode 8, when he was yelling out personal details about himself against his will in public because he had been faking Tourette's syndrome and had gotten so used to yelling out random things that came to his mind that he started yelling out personal things that he truly did not want others to know about him. One of these things he yelled against his will was, "I cry at night because I don't have a dad," which implies the lack of a father in Eric's life is something significantly more emotionally damaging to him than he lets on, especially since this was before Eric knew he had killed his own father. It was not Eric's fault that his father was estranged in the first place, but it was his fault that his father could never be in his life, even if he wanted to, because of Eric's actions in Scott Tenorman Must Die. In Put It Down, season 21, episode 2, Eric sang a rap song called Give Life a Try, where he raps about his supposed suicidal thoughts, which later ended up being not genuine, but rather a small part of a bigger plot of his abusive relationship with his girlfriend, Heidi Turner, which will be covered in depth under Presenting Issues. In Eric's rap song, he said, "I can't talk to my mom, I don't even have a dad," when referring to who he felt he could not speak to about his ultimately fake suicidal thoughts. In Help My Teenager Hates Me, season 25, episode 5, Eric dejectedly commented, "I wish I had a dad and that I didn't live in a hot dog," when his friends were getting their respective fathers to help them on their airsoft team. The theme of Eric bringing a problem on himself, whether big or small, and still being upset that it happened but also not learning his lesson is a very common and recurring theme. Eric's only significant record with social services is from The Poor Kid, season 15, episode 14. Kenny was living in an abusive and neglectful household and was taken away by Child Protective Services, or CPS for short. When Eric heard of Kenny's situation, he was not concerned for his friend or his friend's siblings like everyone else in their group of friends was. Instead, Eric began calculating who would be the next poor kid in school, since Eric had frequently picked on Kenny for being impoverished and was searching for a new low-income child to target since Kenny was taken to a different school closer to his foster home in Greeley. With Butters' help, Eric found out that he was the second poorest kid in school, making Eric proclaim himself as the new poor kid in school. Eric convinced himself that everyone else in the school cared just as much about who the new poor kid was as him, when in reality it was only him who cared that much, and bullying based on household income likely wouldn't be as much of a problem at South Park Elementary if Eric didn't start it. Honestly, the other kids kind of stopped making fun of Kenny as much for being poor after the early seasons, but he just kept it going. He still does it.
Shouldn't have been poor, Kenny.
Not wanting to give the other kids the satisfaction for the bullying Eric was convinced would soon ensue, which it wasn't going to, Eric started advertising himself as the poor kid in the school hallways by running up to his friends and other students repeatedly making jokes about how poor his own mother was, but framing it as something that bothered him and not something to be laughed at. Eric had convinced himself that his life at home was unbearable, even though his living situation was very similar to those of his friends and classmates. Eric thought that his living situation was so unbearable that he decided he wanted to be sent to a foster home like Kenny was. Eric set up a meth lab in his backyard and called the police, claiming it was his mother's, and made up a story to the police that things were so bad for her financially that she had to turn to a life of crime. Even though Leanne made enough money to afford an average home for 2 people in South Park and supported herself and Eric perfectly fine. Once the police officers arrived, they believed Eric's lie and took him to the same foster home. Even though Eric requested to be sent to a foster home in Hawaii, he did not get a choice and was placed in Kenny's foster home instead. Kenny's foster home was not as luxurious as Eric was expecting. The foster home was run down, dirty, dirty, and had several other residents and was a strictly enforced agnostic household. The foster parents were unloving and demanding of the children to clean the house and force them all to sleep in the same room and believe in the agnostic religion. Eric complained that the foster home was poorer than his old house as soon as he walked inside, and quickly realized that the foster parents were not nearly as laid back in parenting and were significantly stricter than Leanne was with him. Eric was forced to switch schools and began attending Greeley Elementary School along with Kenny. Eric was immediately insecure on the first day of school that the kids in the school would pick on Eric and Kenny for being the poor kids, until he was informed that the poorest kid at Greeley Elementary was actually a boy named Jacob Hallery. Upon finding out that Jacob was the poor kid at this new school, Eric was sent to the principal's office after running up to Jacob and repeatedly making mean-spirited jokes about how poor Jacob's mother was, followed by a 20-minute song and dance routine with 47 jokes about Jacob's poverty, which ended in a finale with fireworks, as the principal said. When the principal of Greeley Elementary confronted Eric, he claimed he was just teasing Jacob. This prompted the school to call Eric's social worker, Mr. Adams, to report his behavior at school. Mr. Adams took Eric home from school when Eric informed Mr. Adams that his foster parents were only leaving him and his foster siblings with soda to drink, causing Mr. Adams to investigate the foster home. Upon investigation, Mr. Adams realized the conditions of the foster home were much worse than Eric had reported. The foster parents were punishing the kids by hanging them from the basement ceiling by their arms with chains and spraying them with soda to torture them. It's unlikely that Eric was subjected to this torture because he didn't spend much time in the foster home and seemed to not be shaken by the abuse the other kids were subjected to in the basement. Since it's pretty likely that if Eric was being tortured like that, he would have told somebody and would have had more of a problem with it. Since he'd only reported the foster home for having only soda to drink, I think it's safe to assume he wasn't subjected to the torture and had to experience it himself, but he never disclosed it, so he could have, but honestly I doubt it. Kenny had planted alcohol in the foster parents' fridge that they drank, which caused them to act violently towards each other. The police were called, who arrested the foster parents. This was part of Kenny's successful plan to release himself and all the other foster kids from the foster home, and they were sent back to their homes, including Eric. Eric was then arrested for approximately 2 months for creating a false police report and resisting arrest. Eric was sent home after being released from juvenile detention and immediately went back to picking on Kenny for being the poor kid, having not learned anything from this experience. Well, now that we have all that out of the way, it's time to actually assess the patient. Doing a session with Eric will actually give us some insight into what he's like to be around in everyday life and may help with our diagnosis and treatments. That being said, I'm not stupid. I'm not going to sit here and act like after writing 33,000 words about Cartman that sitting alone in a room with him and asking him questions about his life is going to go well for me. No, fuck that. You ain't catching me in the same room as him until he's been diagnosed and given proper treatment. So, I'll be sending my very well-informed assistant, Ox the Snatcha, in to interview him, or Dr. Ox for short. Hello there, buddy. Don't mind him, he's just a little Canadian. What seems to be the problem, Dr. Fox? Oh, you'll see. What do you mean by that? Dr. Ox here will have 3 sessions with Eric to assess some of his most obvious presenting issues. I'll also have him record a summary of each session so I can review them later. Did you tell the patient that? Trust me, Ox, the less he knows, the better. Is that legal? Of course it is. Oh, look, there's Eric. Alright, get in there and make sure not to ask what happened to Super Nanny. Oh, alright, guy. In the first session, Eric showed up to the office and immediately made insulting comments about my clothing, ethnicity, nationality, accent, socioeconomic status, and mental ability. I tried my best to ignore that. I asked Eric about his life at school, to which he claimed to be the coolest kid in school and that everyone liked him. I asked if he had any close friends, and he specifically mentioned his friends Stan, Kyle, and Kenny. I asked what he likes to do with his buddies. He said he likes to rip on them for being hippies. I asked why he felt the need to make fun of his friends, to which he described his friends as annoying, verbose kids who often gave speeches that preached the agenda of hippies. I guess Eric isn't the biggest fan of subcultures, or homosexuals giving speeches. I decided to change the subject and ask Eric if he had any hobbies or interests. Eric said his interests include video games, shooting free throws at the basketball court, and making fun of Jewish people. He also said his favorite TV show is Terrence and Phillip. He asked if I was a fan of that show, to which I replied I wasn't really a fan of the excessive toilet humor. Eric found that amusing, saying he was surprised I wasn't a fan since according to him I looked like a stunt double of Ugly Bob. Yeah. The first session didn't seem too promising to me, but in the second session, Eric didn't even say hello, friend. He just started going on about random topics that are controversial or political in nature. He would often use profanity and racial slurs to prove a point he was making or just because he felt like it, guy. He spoke in a passive-aggressive tone that would abruptly switch upon the slightest change of my tone. Eric also made frequent demands for snacks, namely Cheesy Poofs and Snacky Cakes. I denied him those snacks and suggested healthy alternatives like fruit or vegetables. Eric was not receptive to the alternative. In fact, he threw the bowl of fruit at my face, but he didn't say sorry for his actions, but instead went on his cell phone and told me I was lucky that I do not have a wife, unlike the last specialist he visited. I'm still unsure what that meant, Dr. Fox. This was all part of your plan, wasn't it, Guy? This patient is not just some spoiled and undisciplined kid like you told me, Doctor. It's something so much worse, and you knew it, friend. Why didn't you listen to the warnings? You picked the hardest character to do this project on, they said. Good luck making that project school appropriate, they said, but you didn't listen to them. You sat there and typed 75 pages on Microsoft Word about him, but hey, when most people finish a TV show, they enjoy what they watched and move on to another one. But you didn't. You sat there and watched every important moment in that kid's life, every episode, every movie, and all the specials on Paramount Plus. For what? The funny? You knew you were in over your head with this patient, but you're probably listening to this right now, laughing at me, aren't you, friend? Oh yeah, it's real fucking funny, isn't it, Guy? That's why you sent me here instead of you, to make me do your dirty work. You knew it was too dangerous, so you sent me in here. It's almost like I was just created for some throwaway skit, because the verbatim write-up was too boring for the video. I bet you're not even a real doctor. I bet your name isn't Fox either. You're not even my friend, are you, Guy? I should have been named Corey, or Jenny, or maybe even Kenny. Because if I have to hear one more joke about some washed-up celebrity's genitals, one more mispronunciation of the last word in a sentence, well, let's just say I'd meet the same fate as a fourth grader who just crapped his pants in front of his whole class and had it posted on the internet for everyone to see, but and the blood would be on your hands, just like Corey's blood was on the hands of that fat little bastard, Guy. I hope it's all worth it in the end, but all the lives lost, all the people who were traumatized, all the people who had to evacuate the building from the smell. I'll never forget that horrific scent, the mixture of sulfur and hydrogen in an already toxic concoction. I've never smelled more rotten eggs in my life than I have locked in that room with that kid, but it won't be long now. He's still in the building. He's going to find me soon, friend. If I somehow survive this nightmare, then just remember that. No, Eric, don't eat the cuttlefish and asparagus, Guy. No, no! Well, it seems that I have my work cut out for me. Although some necessary sacrifices were made, they were made for scientific research. Yes, scientific research. Since my only other colleague has been unexpectedly incapacitated, I guess I'm on my own from now on, and I'll be on my own the next time I have to interview Eric. Now, where were we at? Oh yeah, right. Eric's presenting issues.
You just sold out our town! Ah!
That kid really needs some psychiatric help.
Yeah.
When it comes to Eric, it would be easier to say what isn't wrong with him rather than what is wrong with him, but we need a list of presenting issues to go off of to have an easier time narrowing down the symptoms he's experiencing. The following presenting issues will be analyzed: avoidance of accountability and not learning from his mistakes, extremist views, lack of empathy or remorse, abusive nature, delusions and hallucinations, violence and anger issues, fantasizing about murder, being controlling, insecurity about his weight, avoiding consequences by cowardice, faking disorders, a constant need for attention, incapable of admitting his own faults, sadism, and intentionally annoying and upsetting others. A lot will probably be added to this too, since some of the things Eric does kind of speak for themselves on why he's got issues. Despite the countless amount of dangerous situation Eric gets himself, his friends, his family, or the town into, he almost never admits fault, takes accountability for his actions, or learns from his mistakes. Eric knows that his actions vary from upsetting others to severely harming others, but he never tries to change. Like in Base to Mouth, Eric is completely aware that his harassment towards other students for having an embarrassing but ultimately insignificant accident at school had pushed an elementary school student to suicide. Yet Eric still felt no guilt for any of the students he tormented. Even Eric's friends, Stan, Kyle, and Kenny, often wonder and ask each other why they became friends with him in the first place, since Eric has committed so many crimes and is so difficult to have a civil conversation with in general, since he feels compelled to insult anyone and everyone over something they usually can't control. Eric seems to think that insults about race and ethnicity he uses were originally meant as insults, even if they're just the names of the race or ethnicity of the victim. Like in South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut, when Eric and Kyle were stuck in an active war zone and believed they were about to die together, Eric truly believed it was his last conversation he would have with Kyle, so he said,
All those times I said you were a big dumb Jew, I didn't mean it. You're not a Jew. Yes, I am. I am a Jew, Cartman. No, Kyle, don't be so hard on yourself.
Eric seems to have strong views about social minorities that sometimes he himself does not understand. Eric is aware of practically every anti-Semitic stereotype, and sometimes doesn't understand that the concept of Judaism is a religion and an ethnicity and not just an inherently insulting word, even implying he thought being Jewish was a disability and fat beard. When Kyle said he could not be a pirate due to being Jewish, to which Eric responded, "I'm glad you finally come to terms with your disability, Kyle." Eric seemed to get more of a grasp on what the word Jewish actually means as time went on, but his already irrational views still tend to be inconsistent. Eric often often avoids taking responsibility for his constant bigotry as well, specifically with his most frequent victims.
Oh, please. All you ever do is call me names and rip on me for being Jewish. Kyle, when have I ever ripped on you for being a Jew? Oh, yeah? Well, you're a stupid Jew. You're a Jew. Shut your goddamn Jew mouth. Good job, Jew. Jews. Shut up, Jew. You're Jewish. Dude, he's Jewish. Jew. 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 I told you Jewish people don't have rhythm. Fuck off, Carmen! Okay, except maybe for that one time.
Incidents like these have been known to occur on bigger scales as well, like in preschool when Eric and his friends convinced Trent Boyette to set a fire in their preschool classroom, convinced they could put out the fire by urinating on it. The teacher suffered permanent debilitating injuries and deformities. Instead of being truthful when the police arrived at the scene and asked what caused the fire, Eric and his friends blamed Trent and claimed all of it was his idea. The police believed them since Trent already had the reputation of being a troublemaker. He was sent to juvenile hall for 5 years and was released when Eric and his friends were at their current ages of 8 to 10 years old. Although it's not fair to blame Eric for what was an accident he participated in when he and his friends were 3 to 4 years old, this incident carried into their later lives as well. In the 5 years Trent was in prison, neither Eric nor his friends admitted they were the ones who had the fire set and were responsible for the teacher's injuries. When Eric and his friends were confronted by Trent about his imprisonment, they all actively avoided him. To their credit, he was threatening them, and ultimately ended up getting him arrested and sent to juvenile detention for another 5 years when Eric accidentally caused the same preschool teacher to get burned again when Trent was nearby and blamed it on him once again. Eric has a strong lack of empathy or remorse for anything he's done. Eric knows the full extent of his crimes and their effect on others, and that hundreds of thousands of people have died directly because of him, yet he doesn't care and feels no guilt. Eric has shown sadistic tendencies throughout his life, seeing his heinous crimes as accomplishments to be bragged about, like how he bragged to Bart Simpson in Cartoon Wars Part 2 about what he had done to Scott Tenorman to prove himself to be more poorly behaved than Bart. The smallest insult toward Eric can easily cause him to commit horrific acts of violence and feel justified in his actions. Eric has done these acts of violence in response to insults as innocuous as chubby. The only people Eric has built a tolerance with in terms of people insulting him are his close friends, and they even get the same treatment sometimes. Kyle made a remark about Eric's weight in Prehistoric Iceman Season 2 Episode 18, and Eric chased him on a snowy mountain to try and attack him over it. Kyle tripped over a rock and fell down a deep hole in the mountain, which was deep enough that Eric, Stan, and Kenny couldn't see him anymore. Stan and Kenny immediately panicked, thinking Kyle was dead. Eric had a much milder reaction, which was inappropriate to the situation. When Stan got upset that Eric had indirectly killed Kyle as they thought he was dead, Eric simply responded, "Well, he shouldn't have called me fat." Instead of checking to see if Kyle was alive or trying to help him get out of the hole, Eric just said, "Well, screw him, he's dead, now let's go look for crocodiles." Kyle turned out to have survived the fall with no serious injuries. Even after learning his friend survived the fall, Eric was still more interested in arguing with Kyle from the surface of the mountain than helping him get out of the hole, and reluctantly helped when Stan and Kenny insisted on rescuing him. Eric's rivalry with Kyle has been constant since they've met, seemingly for not much more of a reason than Kyle being Jewish, being passionate about justice and fairness, and is fighting back against Eric's behavior. Eric and Kyle's morals almost never align, causing hatred to form between them. This hatred ranges from petty arguments and fighting, usually started by Eric, to attempts to cause serious harm to one another, which are again usually started and acted on by Eric. Eric has shown significant desire to humiliate, attack, emotionally damage, and even kill Kyle, and sees him as an active threat, when he usually just wants to be left alone and spared from Eric's harassment. In Mexican Joker, Season 23, Episode 1, Eric was walking down the street when he noticed that a family of allegedly undocumented immigrants were being deported by the ICE. When Eric was informed of the ability to leave tips to the government to inform them that someone may be in the country illegally, Eric took advantage of that and called to have Kyle and his family deported, simply because Kyle refused to apologize for every single time he had been rude to Eric, with no promise of an apology in return and no indication of Eric feeling regret or hope to change their unstable friendship. Eric found pleasure in watching Kyle's innocent and terrified family being wrongfully deported and sent to a detainment camp for undocumented immigrants. Eric only appeared to show the slightest bit of remorse for having Kyle sent to a detainment camp when he made the connection of Kyle being Jewish and being sent to this camp.
Now when you don't like people, you can have them taken from their families and put into camps. Why does that make you... Oh my God.
Although this apology may have been genuine, since Eric had significantly lessened his anti-Semitism and racism in general in seasons 19 through 24, although it was never completely gone even during this time like I thought, it's unlikely that he genuinely felt guilty for his actions, since the detainment camp resembling a concentration camp still does not change the fact that Eric had Kyle sent there for sadistic reasons and was only apologetic for the historical implications of his actions. Eric has tried to kill Kyle multiple times, the most notable instance being in toilet paper, when Eric had attempted to beat Kyle to death with a wiffle bat and planned to dispose of his body in the pond with a cinder block and chain. When Eric's original motivation to kill Kyle to prevent him from snitching was no longer a problem since Butters had confessed in place of them, Eric asked if he could still kill Kyle just because. Eric also attempted to kill Kyle in Fatbeard Season 13, Episode 7 by tying him up and planning to push him into the mouth of an alligator, although he never did. Eric is a highly neurotic individual. As it was specified in TMI, Eric has severe anger issues that cause him to resort to violence to solve his problems, rather than thinking rationally and listening to other people's input to help him. Most of Eric's crimes, mainly his violent ones, come from a place of anger, intolerance, and/or a need for revenge in response to his actions done to him that don't match the severity of his revenge or that he's brought on himself. It's very difficult for Eric to let go of others' wrongdoings, no matter how ultimately insignificant they are in the grand scheme of things. He instead feels the need to harm others and make himself known as an intimidating and dangerous person. Eric also thinks of highly disturbing things often, as it was implied in Helen Keller the musical, Season 4, Episode 13, such as gore, war, surgery, fires, people burning to death, dead animals, and monsters, claiming those things were the same things he always saw when he closed his eyes. Eric does not have trauma related to any of these things, but regularly imagines them anyway. Eric's inflated sense of self causes him to get into unwanted and potentially dangerous situations often, which almost always ends up in Eric getting humiliated, physically harmed, risking his life, or another negative consequence for him. While Eric does not learn his lesson on how to prevent these situations even after they go horribly wrong for him, his self-esteem has worsened in some respects, even though he rarely shows it or speaks to anyone about it. An example of Eric being open about his insecurity that he rarely shows was in South Park: The End of Obesity. Eric learned from his doctor that there were new medications available that could help him manage his weight called semaglutides, more commonly referred to by its brand name Ozempic. Upon learning of these new drugs that could help him lose his excessive weight, Eric was truly hopeful that he could not be obese anymore. Even though most of the time before this, Eric would angrily deny being obese when his weight was brought up, Eric had become desperate to become a healthy weight, fantasizing about a skinnier version of himself. Since Eric was not diabetic, Leanne could not afford the medication to manage his weight. Eric was devastated by this and begged the doctor to make an exception for him, saying, "Doctor, please, I've been fat my whole life. I hate the way I look. Please, there has to be something you can do." Eric's pleas failed to get the Ozempic covered under his healthcare plan, and he was found sobbing on the school playground the next day by his friends, Butters and Kyle. Eric crying genuine tears of sadness was a rare sight to see, so Butters and Kyle asked him why he was crying out of concern for him. While Eric's desire to lose a significant amount of weight was revealed to have come from a desire to be able to insult others without them being able to use him being overweight as an insulting comeback, Eric's genuine problem with his self-image was at least partially a reason for his dream of losing weight. Eric's weight is something that others constantly insult him for and use against him, which is something he's genuinely insecure about. Eric's insecurities were also prominent in Safe Space, Season 19, Episode 5, when Eric forced Butters to filter all comments on Eric's social media accounts so that Eric would never have to see negative comments about himself after he was insulted for his weight when he posted a picture of himself online. Not only did Eric refuse to allow insulting comments about him to exist on the internet, Eric is reluctant to accept that his peers dislike him for his constant annoying behavior. In Fish Sticks, Season 13, Episode 5, Eric was prompted to recall a conversation he had with Jimmy Vollmer. Instead of the actual conversation they had where they created a joke that had gotten extremely popular, Eric imagined the conversation went impossibly differently. Eric had recalled that while he was at Jimmy's house, a dragon burst through the wall. Eric imagined that he slayed the dragon with a sword and saved everyone from its wrath, even falsely remembering his classmates that almost all dislike him in real life, showing out of nowhere to praise him for his actions, saying things like, "Hey look, Eric killed the dragon. He's the most awesome kid in school, and he's not fat at all," which was nothing like what really happened. Although these displays of Eric's insecurities are rare and sometimes indirect, Eric seems to be deeply insecure about his obesity. His internalized frustration and being singled out as the fat kid his whole life could contribute to some of his behavioral problems and perhaps even partially explain why he goes to such extreme lengths to punish those who insult his weight, even if this still makes his actions towards the victims unjustified and disproportionate to what they did to prompt him to retaliate. From my standpoint as Eric's psychologist, I feel that Eric uses his aggression and perceived grandiose sense of self as a form of denial towards his insecurities and shortcomings. Eric thrives off the attention of others, but he tends to garner more negative attention than positive. As previously mentioned, Eric demands that 100% of his mother's time and attention goes to him and feels incapable of taking care of himself without her. Eric has also faked disabilities for various reasons, one of them being attention. Eric faked Tourette's syndrome in Le Petit Tourette, Season 11, Episode 8, so he could yell out offensive sentences and slurs, blaming it on his Tourette's syndrome, which he did not have. to avoid being held accountable for his words. Eric even planned to go on live television and say offensive things about Jewish people and be praised for being quote-unquote brave about a disability he was not actually suffering from. In Up the Down Steroid, Eric pretended to have an unspecified mental disability so he could enter the Special Olympics and win the grand prize of $1,000, although that was motivated by the prize rather than the attention. Although this is not a disability, Eric also faked being transgender in The Sissy, Season 18, Episode 3, so he could use the girls' bathroom at the school that he found to be cleaner and had less disturbances than the boys' bathroom. Eric demanded special treatment like his own personal luxury bathroom at the school because of his transgender identity, despite not being able to even keep the definition of transgender straight when asked if he knew what it meant, and often mispronounced the word. Eric had done minimal research on the term, saying he looked up what transgender meant online and used the simplest definition to describe himself, before going back to being a cisgender male after the episode and not changing his discriminatory views towards the LGBTQ community. Eric searches for attention from wherever and whomever he can get the biggest reaction, or any reaction at all. When Eric's friends get tired of his behavior and treatment of them, Eric doesn't reflect on his actions and how they may have led his friends to avoid him. In The Death of Eric Cartman, Season 9, Episode 6, all of Eric's classmates, except for Butters, had all agreed to completely ignore him, tired of his treatment toward them. Eric immediately assumed that he was dead and he was a ghost walking the earth and panicked, rather than coming to the realistic conclusion of being ignored. Eric got tired of his friends and Cartman joins Nebula, Season 4, Episode 5, and went searching for new friends. Eric went onto an online chat room in search of new friends, but was quickly messaged by several pedophiles who were asking him inappropriate questions that Eric was too naive to understand the meaning of. These pedophiles planned to meet Eric in real life for nefarious purposes, which Eric agreed to since he was unsupervised on these chat rooms. Eric ended up in potentially dangerous situations when he met up with multiple different pedophiles who were all arrested by the FBI before Eric could leave with them, thinking he was going to hang out with his new friends. You know, there's a reason why, despite Stan being the protagonist of South Park and Eric being the antagonist, significant negative interactions exclusively between them are generally rare. It's not because Eric likes Stan any more than the others, like some people might have you believe. When given the opportunity, Eric insults Stan just as much as anyone else. However, Eric and Stan having a healthy and meaningful friendship is just as, if not more, rare than them having a significant negative interaction. Some reasons for this are because Stan is known for being quiet, stoic, and generally non-confrontational, but the biggest reason is because out of Eric's close friends, Stan gives the smallest and most infrequent reactions to his intentionally irritating and upsetting behavior. While Eric has generally less material to work with Stan since he's a white, Catholic, cisgender, heterosexual male, which fall outside the groups Eric typically targets for harassment, that doesn't make Eric avoid insulting him whenever he feels compelled to. The people that give him more of a reaction are the ones he picks on and engages with the most, mainly Kyle, Butters, and Kenny. Kyle and Kenny mainly react by getting angry at him, and Butters reacts by getting manipulated by him easily. Kyle's dynamic with Eric is so chaotic because Kyle gives Eric the attention he wants. When Eric makes hurtful comments at Kyle's expense, he engages with Eric by getting angry, by telling him off, by insulting him back, or even attacking him in some cases. This encourages Eric to act that way more, because if he didn't do or say the things to get a rise out of Kyle, then Kyle would likely avoid Eric and not interact with him as much, since the damage has already been done in their friendship, and Kyle wouldn't really be eager to become better friends with him even if he stopped being so mean to him all the time, and they'd probably grow more distant. Have you ever got bullied at school, and then you go and tell somebody about it, and they're just like, well, they thrive off your reaction, so stop giving them so much of a reaction. That's basically what's happening here, is the reaction is what makes him want to do bad things more. Although Eric's dynamic with Kenny is not significantly unstable or infamous, Kenny still gives a reaction to Eric's comments about his financial status by insulting him back in similar ways to Kyle, getting angry or telling him to go away, even if you can barely understand what he's saying. I can understand what he's saying. He's told him to fuck off a good amount of times. This paired with the fact that Kenny has died and revived several times and dies very easily gives Eric the advantage over Kenny in their dynamic, especially since all of Kenny's other friends don't remember his deaths and are generally uncaring towards his struggles and sometimes even join in on Eric's bullying for his financial status, although their classmates stop picking on Kenny nearly as much for his impoverished status after the early seasons. Butters and Eric have quite a different dynamic, however. Butters is friendlier with Eric than most of their peers, mainly because Butters is friendly with everyone. Butters is reliable, loyal, but most importantly, he's gullible and naive. Eric outright manipulates and sacrifices Butters for his own gain often. There's multiple episodes where the whole plot is just based around Cartman manipulating Butters, and honestly, I find them funny, but they are good for this case study because he does this to him so much, and it eventually changes him in worse ways. Butters also suffers severe physical and emotional abuse at the hands of his parents, which Eric is aware of and doesn't care or tell anyone or support his friend for what he's going through. Instead, Eric uses Butters' situation to his advantage. In Jared Has AIDS, Season 6, Episode 1, Butters is grounded as he gets grounded all the time, even for reasons that are out of his control. Butters ended up sneaking out of his house with Stan and Kenny, and Eric took his place at home and promised to pretend to be Butters to Butters' parents over the phone since they had been calling to check on him. When Butters' parents eventually called to check on him and Eric picked up, instead of confirming that Butters was home like he said he would, Eric went on a long rant in an impression of Butters' voice, insulting both his parents as if Butters was saying it. His parents fell for Eric's impression of their son and were furious. When Butters arrived back to his house, he thanked Eric for filling in for him. Eric didn't tell him what he did, and he literally sat a lawn chair in front of Butters' yard and got some popcorn out, and watched in amusement when Butters' parents arrived home and were implied to physically abuse him, believing that it had been Butters who insulted them over the phone. Eric also uses Butters for his illegal schemes often, like in the China Problem, Season 12, Episode 8, when Eric used Butters as an accomplice to hold an entire building of hostages. In Grounded Vindaloop, Season 18, Episode 7, Eric convinced Butters that Butters was in a virtual world with a fake virtual reality helmet Eric built to trick him. Believing everything he was seeing was a simulation, Butters went on a crime spree and stole a car, which he drove into the dangerous part of town and ended up getting stabbed by a prostitute. Even though that incident wasn't entirely Eric's fault, Eric kept the prank going and didn't tell Butters that the things he was experiencing were real, even as he heard Butters describe the dangerous situations he was getting to over the phone. Like, literally, he was like bleeding out. It was awful. The mental abuse Eric was putting Butters through began to wear on him. Butters used to see Eric as his closest friend, but now he treats Eric the same as everyone else treats him. Butters' exceptionally innocent and friendly nature faded the longer he was close with Eric, until he hit his breaking point from being bullied and used in Butterballs, Season 16, Episode 5. Even though the bullying Butters was subjected to in Butterballs was from his own grandmother and not Eric, Butters snapped from it quickly and attacked a TV show host on live television when asked about his experience with getting bullied. This behavior was very unusual for Butters at the time and only worsened afterward, making it reasonable to believe that Eric's abuse, along with the abuse of Butters' parents, extended family, bullying from his classmates, and his generally poor luck all contributed to Butters' personality change to being much more unstable than he used to be. This sudden change in Butters' personality happened quickly, as later, in Going Native, he had snapped in anger at his classmates, including Eric. Butters went on an angry rant and yelled what bothered him the most about Stan, Kyle, Jimmy, and Eric individually, while also cursing the population of the school in general, something that not a lot of students had done. In Butters' rant, he said,
"You just think you know everything, don't you, Kyle? Every little thing you gotta shoot your mouth off like you're the freaking expert. Well, you don't know everything because your best friend is a kid who thinks the entire planet revolves around him and he only cares about his image. You guys think Cartman is the only selfish piece of crap at this school? You're all fake and stuck up, and none of you have the courage to tell Jimmy that his jokes aren't funny. The only kid here with any sense of dignity is Kenny, and the rest of you have your heads up your butts."
Well, apparently Kenny is Butters' best friend. You guys gonna make out, Kenny?
And that's another thing! You're always trivializing everything I say about getting the last word! Well, you're not getting the last word this time!
Butters' sudden change in personality was later explained by becoming a certain age where he had to go visit where he was born in Hawaii for a cultural tradition, but Butters' drastic change in behavior had occurred before this point, and realistically, needing to visit his place of birth wouldn't really cause a change like that lasted to this day in the show, so I feel like it's more of a thing with Eric. An episode that's essential to my point about Eric constantly avoiding things by cowering away in fear is Breast Cancer Show Ever, Season 12, Episode 9. Eric's classmate, Wendy Testerberger, is a proud feminist and often advocates for women's rights. Wendy made a presentation for their class spreading awareness about breast cancer. Eric immediately made several highly insensitive and intentionally offensive comments about breast cancer, completely disregarding the serious nature of Wendy's speech. Wendy got very angry about Eric's comments and challenged him to a fight after school, to which Eric confidently agreed. Eric boasted to his male peers and confidently claimed he could beat Wendy in a fight, mainly because of his sexist beliefs, and he believed that he could beat Wendy easily just because she's a girl. Eric often puts down girls and women purely for their gender, including his own mother, even though they prove to him that they're capable and can stand up to him regardless of their gender. Like, literally, he's gotten beat up by, like, I feel like an equal amount of male and female characters at this point. Like, get over yourself, man. When Eric realized Wendy was serious about the fight, he grew paranoid. With Wendy's determination and rage, he realized he couldn't feasibly defeat her in a fight since Eric already had poor skills in combat in the past. Eric begged Wendy to call off the fight so he could avoid being humiliated in front of the whole school. Even though Eric was desperate to stop the fight from happening, he refused to apologize publicly and call off the fight with Wendy like she had requested. Eric didn't want to humiliate himself by admitting he was afraid afraid of fighting her, so he'd beg her in private. And in hindsight, he honestly should have just said sorry in front of everyone instead of what actually happened. Eric tried several times to convince Wendy to not fight him, but she wouldn't drop it. He even showed up to Wendy's house with his mother, fake crying and claiming that Wendy had been bullying him and framing himself as the victim. Even though Eric got out of the fight, he didn't stop mocking her in front of the whole school, acting as if she was the one who was too afraid to fight. This caused Wendy to snap, and with permission from the principal, who was a breast cancer survivor herself, Wendy accosted Eric when he was not expecting it, with the entire school pressuring him to fight her. Eric finally accepted the fight from Wendy, having no other choice but to face her. When the fight actually happened, it basically went how any other fight Cartman's ever been in went.
Well, go put that pizza in the oven, bitch. I'm hungry.
The fight didn't go in his favor at all, and Wendy brutally beat the shit out of him in front of the whole school and left without a single scratch, which isn't that impressive when you consider he's gotten beaten up by more characters than he has beat up, but like still. Afterward, Eric was bloody and sobbing on the ground. He said between sobs that no one thought he was cool anymore because he lost the fight to Wendy in front of everyone. Eric's friends and classmates told him that they never thought he was cool and that they always hated him. According to Jimmy, their opinion of Eric couldn't possibly go any lower, meaning that they felt the same way about him as they did before. Eric said that his classmates were just trying to make him feel better by telling him they never thought he was cool in the first place, and he continued to convince himself that his classmates really did like him and were trying to make him feel better, even though they didn't say any of that, which somehow meant to him that they thought he was cool because they wanted him to feel better about losing to Wendy. Eric left the playground where the fight happened, having convinced himself he still won the fight with Wendy using this flawed logic. Eric's poor treatment of women, like with Wendy, Leanne, and most of his female classmates, and tendency to be abusive towards those he finds easy to manipulate, like Butters, has combined into one arc across season 20 to the end of season 21 when Eric dated his now ex-girlfriend Heidi Turner. Okay, I know this is a popular opinion, but season 20 is actually ass, so I'm just going to summarize what happened with Cartman and Heidi there, because there honestly wasn't that much going there anyway. During season 20, Kyle's father, Gerald, had begun harassing almost everyone in the town anonymously online for fun. Everyone's mental health in South Park was starting to have a toll taken due to the negativity and discourse on Twitter. People began quitting Twitter, but quitting Twitter is an obvious metaphor for committing suicide. From how it was portrayed, think of a very emotional scene in a drama of someone expressing suicidal thoughts, but replace the words kill myself with quit Twitter. During this crisis in the town, Heidi was also very stressed. She met Eric properly and they started being friends. Eric was in the prime of masking his extremist views, like I said before, was through seasons 19 through 24 mostly, since he'd been attacked by PC Principal in Stunning and Brave, season 19, episode 1, for saying something politically incorrect, so he was temporarily less difficult to be around. Heidi threw her phone off a bridge, ultimately quitting Twitter. As part of Heidi's fresh start, she began dating Eric. There wasn't really much depth to their relationship at first, honestly. It was just Eric being really annoying about driving home to everyone that Heidi was smart and funny, as were all women. According to him, women are funny, get over it. Heidi was aware of Eric's previous reputation, but took his new, seemingly more progressive views as a sign that he might have changed. Spoiler alert, he didn't. Eventually, Eric began showing his true colors, which was understandably off-putting to Heidi, and Eric told her that he was suicidal and used that to justify his behavior. However, Eric was not suicidal at all. Eric just told Heidi that so she wouldn't break up with him. Heidi naively believed that lie and became very worried about him as a result. Heidi went to Stan a couple of days after, knowing he was friends with Eric. She expressed her concern for Eric and his suicidal thoughts. I'm using quotes a lot in this video. Stan didn't buy that, though, and asked if she had anything else she could show him to hear for himself and judge how serious he was about that. Heidi had a voicemail from Eric, which she agreed to send to Stan to see what he thought of it. It's a bit unclear what happened between that scene and the next scene, but it's obvious that Stan didn't take it seriously, because literally the next scene is Stan showing the rest of the boys the voicemail in the bathroom and laughing about it. Stan played the voicemail of Eric screaming and crying and threatening to Heidi that he was going to commit suicide out loud to a bunch of their friends and Eric himself in the school bathroom, laughing uncontrollably at the voicemail and mocking him. Eric pretended to be upset that his friends didn't take it seriously and tried to make them feel ashamed for laughing at his feelings. Stan and the others immediately shut him down, criticizing him for threatening suicide to get what he wanted. Eric didn't stop threatening to harm himself. He would do that every time Heidi even had the slightest doubt about him or doubts about their unhealthy relationship. The song Give Life a Try from Put It Down is an example of this. Eric created the rap about his suicidal thoughts to make his excuse of being suicidal to Heidi appear more valid since he was so open about it. Eric even put Heidi down and portrayed her as a burden to him in his music. In his rap song, he included several lyrics about how crazy his girlfriend drove him.
Yeah, but you guys, you don't understand. With my girlfriend, it's like I'm living in quicksand. My girlfriend is messed up, but all I want to do is help her. And yet my future's so hazy, my girlfriend's making me crazy.
These comments about Heidi were undeserved, since by this point Heidi had been trying her best to be kind to Eric and be a loving girlfriend and didn't have any of these problems that he was vaguely claiming she had. Eventually, Eric pushed his luck further. Eric used Heidi's worry about his suicidal thoughts as an excuse to be rude to her all the time. He'd roll his eyes anytime she tried to talk to him, no matter who was around, and would make an obvious dramatic shift to an annoyed mood. Eric's treatment of her continued to worsen until Kyle eventually noticed. Kyle stopped Heidi outside of school one day and asked her if she was alright, alluding to how Eric was treating her. Heidi told Kyle it was none of his business. Kyle accepted her answer but told her she didn't know what she was getting into with Eric and that he was a deceptive person. Heidi told Kyle that he didn't know what Eric was like to her when they were alone and to leave her alone, not really giving much more explanation than that. Kyle let it go in the moment, but he couldn't stop thinking about how wrong the whole situation felt. As Eric's behavior continued to worsen, Heidi's patience for Eric ran thin. Eric noticed and began portraying himself as the victim, complaining to his friends that Heidi was manipulative and mentally abusive. This will be important later, everyone remember that. His friends said that they didn't really see it since they saw that she was nice to him and that he would get annoyed at her for no reason. Eric told them that they just didn't get it. Eric began to hate everything about Heidi, but he wouldn't break up with her and he'd throw a tantrum and beg her to stay if she tried to end the relationship. Eric hit his breaking point with Heidi on Halloween night. Heidi had poor time management skills and made them late for an event called the Pumpkin Patch that they were going to attend together. Around this time, there was a witch terrorizing South Park that had been causing children to go missing, especially if they were out after dark. Eric and his friends set out to catch the witch since the adults were too busy trick-or-treating. When the boys made the plan to catch the witch, Eric misunderstood. Eric heard the other kids say the witch and immediately assumed they were talking about Heidi. Ouch. Eric was under the impression that all of his friends wanted to help him kill Heidi, even though they didn't. Eric made an elaborate plan to kill her, which involved Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Butters. The boys didn't go along with this plan because they didn't want to kill anybody, so he decided to do it himself. Eric lured Heidi into the woods with him, then set up a trap at a known witch-sited area. Before they left Heidi's house, Eric suggested they dress as Hansel and Gretel. Heidi thought this was for Halloween, but it was actually to make Heidi more appealing to the witch. Right when Heidi noticed something was wrong, Eric had already fled the scene, leaving her to get captured and killed by the witch that had just jumped out at her. What Eric didn't know until later was that Heidi had survived and managed to escape from the witch. She was angry at him for abandoning her, unaware that he had done all that on purpose with the intention of killing her. Eric was shocked that she survived, but was implied to be secretly planning to get rid of her in some other way. Since there was another incident with him maybe trying to kill her afterward, it's kind of unclear.
I would be nothing without you, okay? I'm sorry, okay? Please!
Called me a whore and pushed me in front of a car.
Heidi, I was in a bad mood!
Heidi and Eric's fighting got worse until they temporarily broke up. During the breakup period, Kyle approached Heidi again. Kyle and Heidi almost began a relationship together, but Eric sabotaged it like he often did when Kyle had something positive in his life. Kyle and Heidi started out just being friends, their bond being a mutual hatred for Eric. Eric got word of Heidi and Kyle spending time together in public and had a delusional episode over it. Eric began repeating Kyle's name to himself angrily, imagining Kyle as an evil, gigantic version of himself that was destroying Eric's life and trying to ruin his relationship with Heidi, as well as random visions of Jewish people dancing and celebrating, because why not? Eric was outraged by Kyle's involvement with Heidi, even though he and Heidi were broken up at the time. He couldn't bear the thought of Heidi being happy with someone else, let alone Kyle of all people. The other girls were talking shit about Eric after Heidi broke up with him, which she started to feel as a personal attack. Everyone congratulating her for leaving him in such a petty way ultimately pushed her to double down and go speak to him again, feeling bad for how everyone was treating him. Eric emotionally manipulated her and they ended up back together one final time before the end. Heidi still had a not fully romantic but also not fully platonic relationship with Kyle, which Eric told her to break it off without any mercy whatsoever. Heidi went back to Kyle's house, who was getting ready for a non-official date they had planned presumably before Heidi and Eric were back together. Kyle noticed Heidi's sudden change in enthusiasm since they last spoke and asked what was wrong. Heidi basically said a very watered-down Cartman-flavored insult to Kyle, implying she was insulting him for his ethnicity like Eric had always done, and said that whatever they had together was over. Kyle was stunned by this and watched her leave from his window, where he saw Eric deviously waving at him, having planned it all. Eric soon went back to being abusive to Heidi as expected, and blamed his behavior on everything but himself. Heidi gave him an ultimatum, saying he had to change or she would leave him for good. Eric desperately agreed, not wanting to be single. Heidi said a good place to start would be eating healthier, since Eric sometimes blamed his behavior on his diet or his blood sugar, which wouldn't really make sense because he's not diabetic. I don't think the blood sugar thing would have worked, but that's why he claimed he needed to change his diet. Heidi began packing Eric vegan lunches as she was vegan herself. Eric was not happy with this and made another sadistic plan. Eric thought vegan vegans were hippies and he didn't want himself or Heidi to be one. He knew Heidi wouldn't listen if he just told her to eat meat, so he started feeding her Kentucky Fried Chicken and other fast food and unhealthy meat disguised as vegan alternatives. Heidi fell for it and began to become visibly overweight like him. Ironically, Eric would make fun of her weight in front of their friends, despite the obvious hypocrisy there. Heidi was becoming like Eric in more ways than one. Physically was the most obvious, but she was picking up his mannerisms and his opinions on other people and how she treated other people as well. Specifically, Heidi started picking on Kyle. Heidi's attitude she had adopted from Eric was quickly eating away at her. She was abandoning her beliefs and responsibilities to hang around Eric 24/7. Heidi also began to bully her own friends. Heidi's attitude was getting so aggressive and intolerable that even Eric was genuinely intimidated by her, not realizing that her new attitude reflected what he was like. Eric and Heidi would fight in the school hallway too, which everyone was so desensitized to that they found it entertaining. Kyle had to be the bad guy and get them to stop fighting. At this point in the story arc, the President of the United States was rumored to be kidnapping children. The town was in a state of emergency from this, so the kids once again took it upon themselves to stop it. The kids, including Eric and Heidi, rode off into the woods on their bikes to stop the president. As they made their way through the outskirts of town, they passed through all the places that were significant to Heidi and Eric's relationship. The bridge where Heidi quit Twitter, a shed in the woods where the other kids had smashed all of Eric's electronics, and most importantly, the part of the woods where Heidi almost got killed by the witch. When Heidi recalled the experience of her almost being killed by a witch there, Eric slipped up and Heidi realized he had tried to kill her that night on purpose. Ghostly visions of her old self kept telling her to break up with him until she finally listened. When they all returned to South Park, Heidi told Eric off for everything he'd put her through, even if she still blamed herself for it. Heidi went on a long speech about how Eric had controlled and manipulated the kind and caring person she was, making her physically and mentally resemble him, which we'll be reviewing that speech in a second. She broke up with him, which Eric refused to accept. He pulled a gun on himself and threatened to use it, but it didn't work. Heidi was serious and made the breakup final, and Eric and Heidi haven't spoken much since. Now Heidi's moved on from the abusive relationship, and Eric's views on women in general soured from the experience.
You once had a girlfriend, Eric. You and Heidi were together a long time. You know how important this is.
You want my advice? You're better off, Scott. Let some other fool have his life ruined.
What are you talking about, Eric?
Do you know what love is, Scott? I'll tell you one thing, it's not the happy ending that Disney movies promised us. There's just frustration and anger and pain. Relationships are diabetes times 10. Fine, I'll tell you how to get Disney Plus. But when you feel like killing yourself in 2 years, don't do it in front of me.
During this relationship, Eric was obviously abusive toward Heidi. The most accurate way to describe Eric's abuse tactic would be DARVO, a method often used by perpetrators of abuse to discredit their victim when they are held accountable for their actions. DARVO is an acronym for Deny, Attack, and Reverse Victim and Offender. DARVO is a common and often effective method of psychological abuse with the goal of avoiding legal and social repercussion and accountability from the victim or their supporters. A person using DARVO may deny the abuse ever happened by saying they did nothing harmful to the victim, that the victim was just perceiving it that way. The abuser will invalidate and minimize the victim's emotions. Common examples being telling the victim that they're overreacting or blowing things out of proportion when the perpetrator is confronted. Another common part of the denying part of DARVO is the use of gaslighting, making the victim doubt their own experiences, perception, and or judgment to lead the victim to believe that the abuse never happened, that they had misremembered it, or that they had perceived the events that occurred or the actions of the abuser incorrectly. When an abuser is accused of abusing their victim, they will invalidate and discredit the victim and their claims by attacking their character and their credibility. The abuser may claim that the victim is lying, has psychological issues, or is delusional, misuses drugs or alcohol, or has a history of making false accusations. When this is combined with the tactic of gaslighting the victim, this can cause the victim to be further confused and manipulated into thinking that the abuse did not occur or that they were to blame for it. The abuser may then claim that the victim of their abuse was the one who perpetrated it and that they were the one who had suffered abuse. This is used to add credit to the abuser's argument against the victim's accusations, portraying the abuser as the victim and garnering sympathy for the abuse they claim to have gone through instead of the true victim. The abuser may state that the victim is trying to ruin their life by defaming them, or that the victim is making false allegations to receive money or other compensation that the abuser is too reluctant to give. DARVO is unfortunately an effective method of abuse, as it often leads to the victim blaming themselves for the abuse and is harmful to their mental health. A 2023 study showed that victims of DARVO thought of their abusers as less abusive, less responsible for their actions against the victim, namely sexual assault, although DARVO applies to abuse outside of strictly sexual abuse cases, and deemed their abusers to be more believable in their claims against the abuse accusations than the perpetrators who had not used DARVO. When applied to Eric and Heidi's relationship, Eric had used each step of DARVO to prevent Heidi from ending their relationship permanently. Eric often used each step at once to further confuse and discourage Heidi from breaking up with him or confronting him. The way that Eric used DARVO was kind of more together than it is separate of this is the deny, this is the attack, and this is the reverse victim and offender. They kind of mixed together a little bit. Eric denied both the emotional abuse he had perpetrated and his attempts to seriously injure or murder Heidi, like when he pushed her in front of a car, as he recalled in Doubling Down, Season 21, Episode 7, or when Eric tried to have her killed by a witch in Sons of Witches, Season 21, Episode 6. He downplayed the severity of his actions of pushing Heidi in front of a car by blaming it on his bad mood, which he claimed had occurred from his poor diet, even though his diet had not changed from the way it had always been, even before their relationship became abusive. When Eric's friends were skeptical of Eric's claims that Heidi was abusive to him, they specifically cited that Heidi was always kind to Eric when she was around them, and Eric had met her kindness with contempt, annoyance, and avoidance. Kyle also suggested to Eric that Eric should break up with Heidi instead of killing her in Sons of Witches, to which Eric responded that he had tried to break up with her but claimed it was impossible. Eric had voluntarily broken up with Heidi in White People Renovating Houses, Season 21, Episode 1, after claiming she was mentally abusive, then got back with her and put it down. When Eric was asked by his friends why he took Heidi back after claiming she had been mentally abusing him, Eric said he did it because Heidi had threatened to kill herself. It was later revealed through the voicemail that got leaked to Eric's friends that Heidi was the one who had broken up with him, or at least was satisfied with ending the relationship, and Eric had been the one who threatened suicide if Heidi didn't take him back and continue the relationship. In Eric's rap song, Give Life a Try, it's worth noting that Eric's only stated reasons for his sudden and intense suicidal ideation was a general feeling of sadness and his struggle with Heidi, claiming his girlfriend was messed up, but gave no reason for that claim and said all he wanted to do was help her. This was Eric's public denial of abuse because Heidi was mentally stable at this point and would not be messed up, in Eric's words, if his abuse hadn't occurred. This was an attempt to make Eric appear as if he had been trying to help Heidi and not what he was really doing, which was emotionally abusing and manipulating her. Eric's intensity of these claims of struggling with suicidal thoughts was not elaborated on beyond Eric's repeated uses of phrases like,
Eric, we don't want you to die. I'm gonna kill myself probably around 2:30 tomorrow. I am going to kill myself unless you all start taking it seriously. Eric, please don't die.
Eric's attitude toward Heidi was similar in this part of the song in Put It Down, where he said she was making him crazy, among other threats to take his own life. Eric's interruption of the song Put It Down for his own verse about suicidal thoughts is another example of Eric's attention-seeking behavior that was referenced in the presenting issues, since Put It Down was meant to be a song that spread awareness about the dangers of distracted driving and to mourn the loss of several students in their school who had been killed by distracted driving, turning the focus of the song to himself and his selfish need to manipulate his girlfriend. When Heidi found out that Eric had tried to have her killed by a witch on purpose, she accused Eric of trying to get her killed. Eric didn't deny any of it and simply said he was emotionally hurt because Heidi had caused them to be late to the event they were attending.
You were trying to get me killed! Sweetheart, you made me late to the pumpkin patch, remember? I was hurt. You were hurt! You were the victim! I'm glad you understand.
This was Eric reversing the victim and offender once again, since he had agreed that he was the victim when he tried to murder Heidi simply for causing them to be late. When Eric cried to his friends that Heidi was mentally abusive and White People Renovating Houses, Eric lied and claimed Heidi had reprimanded him for no reason and stated Heidi needed help, which he implied to be mental help, which is another attack on her character. When Heidi had told Eric she was breaking up with him for good in Splatty Tomato, Season 21, Episode 10, after she had suffered his mental abuse and 2 attempted murders, Heidi snapped and grabbed a pistol from a bystander and aimed it at Eric.
This was all your fault! You controlled me and manipulated me and turned me into this!
Baby, put down the gun, sweetheart, okay?
I used to be kind. I used to be caring. But then you... No. Not you. Me. I did this. I let being a victim become a way of life. And if you always make yourself the victim, you can justify being awful. Eric, I'm sorry. I'm breaking up with you.
Honey, don't be ridiculous.
I've been ridiculous. I have to learn to stop feeling sorry for myself.
Heidi, you are not breaking up with me.
Yes, I am. It's over.
This shows that Eric's use of Darvo from when Heidi had tried to break up with Eric in the past and throughout the relationship in general had been effective on Heidi to some degree, since Heidi still blamed herself for the abuse and the way she had changed in undesirable ways. In reality, Eric was the one who was portraying himself as a victim and using it to justify his abuse. But Heidi had been manipulated by him so long that she thought she was to blame for what Eric had done. Eric replied in a condescending tone that implied he thought Heidi was having an episode of mental instability, saying, "Honey, don't be ridiculous," which was yet another moment of Eric using the deny step in Darvo, as if to imply that the idea of Heidi breaking up with him was something she was saying in the heat of the moment and not something she could be possibly serious about. Eric threatened to kill himself more with increasing intensity in his threats, but stopped once Heidi walked away and didn't give in to his threats, which he had used to prevent her from breaking up with him often. Eric's treatment of his now ex-girlfriend is telling of his character and is one of the most severe cases of Eric manipulating and abusing others. Eric has been shown in more recent seasons, mostly seasons 16 through 26, to have more and more frequent moments of extreme delusion. It appears that he also began having recurring hallucinations hallucinations around this time. In Cartman Finds Love, Season 16, Episode 7, which will be important later, Cupid Me appeared. The name changes depending on the episode, but I'll refer to him as Cupid Me for consistency. Cupid Me is a character that started as an obvious hallucination Eric was experiencing. Cupid Me appears to be a depiction of Eric as Cupid, the god of love and attraction from classical mythology. No one else can see Cupid Me, but Eric insists that he is a real entity and believes that he has developed a complex relationship with it. Eric has had many interactions with Cupid Me as if he were a real person, with varying contexts and intensity that will be analyzed later. Eric explained to Stan in Cupid Ye, Season 26, Episode 1, that Cupid Me was an angel that only appears around Valentine's Day. This is consistent with Cupid Me's first appearance in Cartman Finds Love, where Eric had used the hallucination's advice to initiate his classmates, Token Black and Nicole Daniels, into a romantic relationship without knowing they were purposely being set up by a third party. In Cartman Finds Love, Nicole Daniels arrived at South Park Elementary as a new student. All the boys in Eric's class went to go see what Nicole looked like, trying to see if any of them were attracted to her. Upon seeing that Nicole was black, Eric immediately assumed that his only other black classmate, Token, was in love with her because of Eric's racial prejudice that causes him to be against interracial relationships. Token saw Nicole like any other girl and was not particularly attracted to her. When Token denied being attracted to Nicole, Eric took it as a sign that Eric was just being shy, finding this perceived shyness genuinely endearing despite Eric's offensive reasons for believing this in the first place. Eric began to pester Token into making romantic advances toward Nicole, interrupting class lessons to encourage Token to make a move on her, despite numerous requests from Token to stop. Eric also began stalking Nicole and asking her friends to get information on her to see if she was attracted to Token yet, since Eric believed that this was inevitable. Eric watched Nicole speaking with her friends about who she was attracted to through a window without them knowing. May I remind you that stalking is not included under his wiki for criminal record. I found all this myself. This is not stalking, you guys. Not stalking. Nope, not stalker behavior at all. Nope, no, never. It was revealed that Nicole was not actually attracted to Token, but was attracted to Kyle instead.
I kind of think this other boy is cute. Who? That kid with the orange coat and the green hat.
Oh, you mean Kyle?
Yeah.
What? Nicole loves Kyle.
Eric became extremely angry when he learned that Nicole was attracted to Kyle, who was not only Eric's arch nemesis, but also was not black like Token. Eric was determined to stop Nicole from dating Kyle. Eric even went as far as to lie to Nicole and tell her that he was in a secret gay relationship with Kyle and that he heard she was attracted to Kyle and requested for her to try to not date him. This is ironic since Eric has a long track record of being homophobic and an even longer track record of hating Kyle. Nicole believed Eric's lie under the impression that Eric and Kyle were together in secret but were too afraid to come out as a gay couple due to fear of ridicule from their peers. Eric made passive aggressive towards Nicole despite her understanding and agreeing to stay away from Kyle just to be sure she wouldn't attempt to date him. Eric convinced Butters to help him set up a scheme to get Token and Nicole trapped in a locker room together, encouraging Butters to lure them into it and then having Eric lock them inside in hopes they would realize their romantic feelings for each other that they didn't have. Butters reluctantly agreed to the plan and it was successful. Eric specifically set up the plan so Token would have just stepped out of the shower in the locker room by watching Token shower and locking Nicole inside the locker room, specifically when he only had a towel covering his private parts. Nicole and Token were understandably embarrassed and frightened by this. When they realized that the door was locked, they tried to think of ways they could survive until someone came to free them from the locker room, since Eric also seemed to not really have much of a plan to get them out. They discovered that Eric had set up a table with items intended to build a romantic connection between them, including a full platter of food, board games, and massage oil. Ew. Even though Token and Nicole didn't engage in the activities Eric had implied he wanted them to, they did bond over the experience after being rescued. Eric watched them from a bush where he first saw Cupid Me. Cupid Me congratulated Eric on getting Nicole and Token together. Eric continued to stalk Nicole and Token even after they began dating, following them around everywhere they went. Rumors that Kyle and Eric were in a relationship spread around the school until Kyle found out. Kyle was understandably mad and confronted Eric and asked why he told everyone that he and Eric were together, and Eric confessed that he felt that Kyle was getting in the way of Token and Nicole's relationship, which hadn't happened yet by that point. Kyle accused Eric of being racist because he believed Token and Nicole were soulmates based on them being the same race. Eric retorted by claiming that humans only dating people of their own race was, and I quote, how nature works, and used another couple in their school that were the same race as the example. Stan then commented that he heard the couple was together because they'd been locked in the same locker room like how Token and Nicole had been.
Oh, did they? I hadn't heard about that.
That was us, remember, Eric?
Shh, quiet, Cupid Me. What? Nothing.
Who is Cupid Me?
Nobody.
You are gonna tell everyone that you lied and that we aren't a couple.
Later, when Eric was at home, he saw Cupid and me again. I'm gonna try to figure out what actually went on here because he's so delusional that like you actually have to sit here and be like, okay, what just happened? So Eric locked himself out of his own bathroom, believing that Cupid and me was inside and using the toilet, and he was banging on it to get in because he wanted to use the toilet. Once Eric got inside the bathroom, Eric had a conversation with Cupid and me about the hallucinations' excessive time in the bathroom. Eric found that there was still poop left in the toilet when he got inside the bathroom and told Cupid and me he should have flushed after using the bathroom, even though the stool in the toilet bowl was presumably from Eric, but he genuinely believed that Cupid and me had done it. Eric then playfully chased Cupid and me around his house, calling him silly and trying to get Cupid and me to come back to the bathroom to flush the toilet. But when Leanne was in the same room as Eric, Cupid and me was invisible again, but he continued to chase after it. Eric had been buying romantic gifts for Token and Nicole that he disguised as having come from one of them to the other, rather than Eric. In one of these gifts, Eric let his racist views of the people of the same race belonging together show through. Believing the gift had been from Token and being under the impression that Token holds these problematic views, Nicole politely ended their relationship with Token. Eric immediately went into hysterics upon hearing the news of their breakup. Eric insisted that Token and Nicole belonged together and was devastated by their breakup despite barely knowing them before their relationship happened. Eric saw Cupid and me again, who was trying to encourage him by saying, "Looks like someone needs a little ray of sunshine," to which Eric became furious. Eric abruptly stopped crying and screamed, "I never should have believed in you," confusing Butters, who had been comforting Eric before his outburst since no one else was there. Eric then grabbed Cupid and me, which was just air, and threw him to the ground. Then Eric picked up a baseball bat and repeatedly bashed the ground with it, believing he was beating Cupid and me for tricking him. Eric put the bat down and sat back down next to Butters, where he continued sobbing about Token and Nicole like nothing happened. Eric later felt genuine guilt for beating Cupid and me to what he implied he thought was death, and pulled out a cardboard shoebox where he had been storing Cupid and me's body. Eric is nearly incapable of feeling guilt or apologizing to real people, but gave a genuine apology to Cupid and me for beating him with a baseball bat and begged Cupid and me to help him get Token and Nicole back together. See what I mean when I say some of these presenting issues speak for themselves? Eric showed up to Nicole's house to find she wasn't home. Nicole's father told Eric that Nicole had gone on a date to a baseball game with Kyle, which caused Eric to scream no in terror at the idea. Eric sprinted to the game to stop Kyle from dating Nicole, not stopping to get tickets to the game and disobeying security at the stadium. Eric then got on the Jumbotron at the basketball game and gave a brief speech about how everyone should be free to date who they like and not let society stop them. Eric then announced to everyone at the basketball game that he and Kyle were in a relationship and that he was tired of hiding his love for Kyle. Eric then proceeded to sing a full song proclaiming his love and commitment to Kyle in front of everyone. The audience was touched because they believed it was a genuine act of love and defiance against homophobia in society. Kyle was extremely embarrassed and angry at him for this, but it was too late for Kyle to explain to Nicole that he was not actually dating Eric, and Nicole no longer wished to pursue a relationship with Kyle. Token and Nicole ended up getting back together after the stadium emptied, giving Eric the satisfaction he wanted. Eric saw Cupid and me once more. Eric and Cupid and me were finally in agreement. They both agreed when Eric said people who were the same belong together. Cupid and me then turned on Eric again and said he had found a romantic partner who was like him, too, and then pointed to a girl who Eric found extremely unattractive to the point of being grotesque to him. This could possibly be due to Eric's insecurities about his appearance, but it's not entirely clear since the entire episode consisted of Eric having a delusional episode. Eric also attempted to get his two male classmates, Tweak and Craig Tucker, in a relationship in Tweak X Craig, season 19, episode 6, when Cupid and me appeared again. Eric being openly accepting of gay people is very unusual for him, as his obsession with romantic lives of his classmates he barely knows. After Tweak and Craig got together, Cupid and me began flirting with Eric, but he denied the advances since he wasn't gay. Eric seemed to experience some confusion about his sexual identity since Cupid and me was imaginary and was not actually another person trying to make sexual advances on him. Eric also went to a gay bar and believed that he had been forced to go on a date with Cupid and me, even though he had entered the bar underage and was sitting at its stool talking to himself. Eric later believed he had sexual intercourse with Cupid and me in his bedroom, but in reality he had engaged in taking a trip down to San Diego, if you get what I'm saying. It's possible that Eric's intolerance toward the LGBTQ community comes partially from a place of denial towards his own sexual identity, but since Eric was having another delusional episode, it's not certain if this is the meaning behind his delusions. It was apparent in Cartman Finds Love that Eric sometimes genuinely believes he is helping people when he does the immoral things he does, although when his mental status isn't directly involved, he's probably doing those things intentionally. Then this is further reinforced in Cupid. Eric tried to help Token by enlightening him on his conspiracy theory about Jewish people, quote-unquote, stealing black people's cultural identity. Token barely reacted to Eric's presence beyond replying, "Stop talking to me," without making eye contact or any distinct facial expression to acknowledge him. This response occurred multiple times in this episode when Eric would say unsettling things to try to be helpful. This has been a theme coming up in the more recent seasons, that Eric's disturbing behavior and nonsensical thought processes and rants are implied to unintentionally scare his friends and classmates by this point. In Cupid Ye, it is revealed that Cupid Me is meant to be on prescription medication for delusions and hallucinations. Eric showed up up in the school hallway and said, "It's time to take your meds," to Cupid Me, and held up a bottle with a legitimate prescription written on it. However, the legal name of the patient who required the medication was typed over with Cupid Me written in crayon, heavily implying those were Eric's medications that prevent and or treat Eric's psychotic episodes. The label read, "Take 1 tablet by mouth every day," but the pill bottle appeared to be full. It's unclear if this meant Eric wasn't taking his medications or if it meant the prescription had been recently refilled, or a different possibility entirely. It's unknown why Eric doesn't take that medication, how often he takes it compared to how much he's recommended to take it, or once a day, when it was prescribed, for what specific symptoms the medications were prescribed for, or if any diagnoses prompted the medications to be prescribed. After taking the medication that Eric force-fed Cupid Me, which would have just been himself, Cupid Me became more docile from when he had been previously trying to take over the school and turning every student he could into Nazis. Cupid Me in general is an episode where Eric's illusions have a significant effect on the episode's plot, and cause unusual inconsistencies that bring into question if how the episode played out is actually how it went at all, or if Eric's illusions had changed the plot details so much it became nearly incomprehensible. This is also the first time other people acknowledged Cupid Me, but thought the buzzing of its wings was from a bumblebee. No one else could see Cupid Me before, bringing into question if the events of the episode were through the eyes of Eric, who had a warped perception of the world around him, even happened at all, since it's also unclear if Cupid Me had literally been turning students into Nazis by shooting them with a Cupid-like arrow, or if it was more of a metaphor. There are other moments like this in Cupid Me, like the scene where Eric was wearing a mask that completely covered his face for an interview on TV, and so was Cupid Me. It didn't look like Eric under the disguise, it was a character who was built differently. There's also been a gradual disconnection between Cartman's thoughts and his actions over the recent seasons, like in Dead Kids, season 22, episode 1, where Eric is shown talking to disembodied voices that he can converse and agree or disagree with, unlike his old and most characters' internal monologues. There are also moments in Cupid Me where Cupid Me is more of a literal representation of Eric himself, but he imagines the things he is doing are being done by Cupid Me when he had done them himself. A scene that reinforced this idea was when Cupid Me broke into Tolkien's room and whispered anti-Semitic messages in his ear while he was sleeping, trying to get Tolkien to turn on Kyle and stop being friends with him, since Stan had been upset because Kyle was spending more time with Tolkien than with him, and Eric took it upon himself to help Stan.
You think you and Kyle make TikToks together? Kyle only cares about money. Think about it. Are you really making TikToks together, or is Kyle profiting off of you?
It's just like the lost tribes of Israel. Kyle wants to take all the credit for what you're doing.
Tolkien?
Then, when Tolkien's father heard noises from his room, he came to check on him, where a silhouette of Eric, not Cupid Me, was fleeing and climbing back out of Tolkien's window that Eric himself was not shown entering. This would explain why Tolkien could hear Cupid Me and it disturbed his sleep. Eric had more inconsistencies with his beliefs in that episode, like when Eric said vague and ominous things about the work of Jesus/God that were genuinely unsettling to others. When Stan was upset about his friendship with Kyle becoming distant due to Kyle spending more time with Tolkien, Eric attempted to reassure him, which made Stan feel uncomfortable, and he replied like Tolkien did before by saying, "Stop talking to me." Eric's sudden change to being a strong believer in Christianity is also inconsistent with his usual beliefs, since Eric had denigrated Christians before in Christian Rock Hard season 7 episode 9, and said he thinks all Christians are, I'm quoting here, stupid for believing in God and use their beliefs for profit. Cupid Me isn't the only instance of Eric's imagination becoming a concern, however. In 1%, season 15 episode 12, the results from the school's fitness test showed that Eric was by far the unhealthiest kid in the school due to his weight, and his score brought down the school's average so much that the other students had to sacrifice their recess periods to attend gym class, which they weren't happy about. The other students blamed their loss of recess on Eric, and he became upset and claimed that the 99% was ganging up on him, meaning that he felt like the other students were harassing him and blaming him for being the student whose obesity brought down the school's health score, since he was in the 1% of the school's population that was so morbidly obese. Eric went home later to cry to his stuffed animals, which would be normal behavior for most 10-year-olds, but he's not really most 10-year-olds. In Eric's seemingly harmless conversation with the stuffed animals, Eric told himself through his dolls that the president at the time, President Barack Obama, was to blame for his result in the fitness test, since the test was made by the president, and that President Obama was to blame for Eric's embarrassment of being in the 1% of students who were as unhealthy as he was. The next day at school, Eric burst into the school cafeteria and caused the room to go silent. Eric then repeatedly yelled, "What?" as the students stared at him and asked what they were all talking about, implying he thought that and claimed that they were angry at him instead, implying the other students were targeting him and not the president to not appear as being racist. This doesn't make sense because the other students in the school don't have the racial prejudice that he assumes everyone else has, and that someone's skin color isn't relevant to the other students feeling a certain way towards someone. At some point, Eric also made a huge mess of his bedroom but had no memory of it upon seeing his disorganized room. Once Eric ruled out his mother as a suspect for making the mess, Eric immediately blamed the 99%, also known as the other students at Eric's school. Eric then walked out to his backyard and saw that one of his stuffed animals, Clyde Frog, had been crucified on a tree with the word vengeance written in an unidentified red substance below. This himself and had no memory of it, Eric was devastated that his stuffed animal that he believed had been alive alive had been murdered. Eric held a funeral for his stuffed animal and convinced his friends and classmates to attend, with the promise that each of them would receive $5 for attending, which he later said was donated to Clyde Frogg's funeral expenses in each of their names. During Eric's speech about Clyde Frogg's death and identifying the murderer, Eric blamed Kyle for the murder of his stuffed animal, which he believed to be a serious crime. Later, one of Eric's stuffed animals, Peter Panda, was destroyed by a fire in Eric's bedroom. Firefighters deemed the fire as a case of arson based on the evidence in the room, but were unsure of the perpetrator. This turned out to have been caused by Eric too, presumably from Eric's sleepwalking, since he woke up to the fire and had no memory of setting it. The fire damage to the house was severe, prompting Leanne and Eric to stay at Tolkien's house until the damage could be repaired. The fire could have killed Eric and is one of the many instances of Eric being a danger to himself and others. Kyle, Stan, and Kenny became worried for Eric's safety and decided they wanted to help him with the situation, since they believed that the 5th grade students at their school had been the ones who set the fire to Eric's house, since the 5th graders neither confirmed nor denied their involvement when questioned. Eric still didn't trust his friends either, as he believed that anyone and everyone he knew was a potential suspect. All of Eric's other stuffed animals were destroyed in Tolkien's house in ways that were genuinely upsetting and frightening to Eric. The only stuffed animal left was a doll that Eric had named Polly Prissypants, who Eric walked in on sitting on a chair with a pistol in its hand in Tolkien's living room. Eric confronted the doll about the deaths of the other stuffed animals, but when Polly Prissypants responded, Eric was shown ventriloquizing as if the doll was having a conversation with him. Eric revealed through ventriloquizing as Polly Prissypants that he was the one who had destroyed all the stuffed animals, but saw it as a confession from Polly Prissypants that she had murdered them so that Eric could grow up and not be made fun of at school for still playing with stuffed animals at 10 years old. Eric ventriloquized Polly Prissypants, begging him to shoot her with the pistol Eric had given her, saying she couldn't live with herself with the guilt of killing Eric's other stuffed animals, which he had destroyed himself. Eric then shot the doll several times until he believed it was dead, and then sobbed to himself thinking he had killed a living being, with all of his potential suspects watching this go down. Eric had not experienced significant bullying from playing with stuffed animals besides one comment from another student, Craig, that implied he was mocking Eric for his childish interests. Eric had taken the comment as justification for the claim that everyone thought he was uncool at school for still playing with dolls when Eric's interest was one of the least undesirable things about him to the other students. From Eric's biography and all the presenting issues I just listed, traits of oppositional defiant disorder, ODD, and traits of conduct disorder, CD, can be clearly identified. Eric also presents traits of antisocial personality disorder, ASPD, and narcissistic personality disorder, NPD. However, diagnoses of ASPD and NPD are typically reserved for those over 18, even in severe cases like Eric's. Furthermore, antisocial and narcissistic tendencies can be found in those with the former disorders, oppositional defiant disorder, and conduct disorder as well. So now we have to build our roster of potential disorders Eric could have until we can narrow it down to the final one, or ones. Oppositional defiant disorder is characterized by the following behaviors: frequent temper tantrums, excessive arguing with adults, often questioning rules, active defiance of rules and authority, deliberate attempts to annoy or upset others, blaming others for their mistakes or behavior, difficulty respecting boundaries set by others, physical or social, irritability, frequent anger, resentment, spiteful attitude, and revenge seeking, and rude or hateful speech when upset. Eric presents every behavior listed. However, these behaviors are honestly an understatement of Eric's presenting issues, and this list doesn't capture the full severity of Eric's condition. Not only does Eric try to intentionally annoy and upset others, but he also goes much further than that, having episodes of mass murder, genocide, crimes against humanity, murder by proxy, torture, enforced suicide, and has bullied and even psychologically abused multiple victims. Eric not only questions and defies authority, but he has also tried to, in his own words, overthrow the government, example TMI, and wishes to run the nation with his own ideals that involve the genocide of Jewish people and the murder of anyone else he doesn't like. When Eric gets angry, it's more than just a severe temper tantrum. Eric's far more severe presentations of the symptoms of ODD constitutes a diagnosis of conduct disorder, since ODD can be a precursor to conduct disorder, which is a disorder like ODD, but with added and more severe symptoms than ODD. Although ODD does not always become a case of CD, Eric's lack of proper intervention, inconsistent parental punishment, and mild neglect has undoubtedly led to a severe case of conduct disorder. Conduct disorder is characterized by the following behaviors: aggression towards people and/or animals, finding delight in being cruel or mean to others, starting physical fights, having used a weapon that could cause serious harm to others like bats, bricks, broken bottles, knives, guns, etc., stealing from victims, forcing others into sexual activity, also known as sexual assault, showing no genuine remorse after an aggressive or violent episode, deliberately destroying the property of others, deceitfulness, lying, and manipulation, shoplifting or stealing without confronting the victim, sneaking out at night, and running away from home. These behaviors are a more accurate description of Eric's presenting issues, as he has exhibited all of these behaviors multiple times. Without proper proper intervention, conduct disorder can be a precursor to antisocial personality disorder, which would worsen these disturbing behaviors. Conduct disorder also has disorders that commonly coexist with it, also known as comorbid conditions. Comorbidities of CD include bipolar disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD, substance abuse, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder or ADHD, and learning difficulties. So now these disorders are all on our roster. From what we know about Eric, we can rule out PTSD and substance abuse since Eric has not suffered trauma that has affected him significantly more than 6 months after the incident, which is a requirement for a PTSD diagnosis, and Eric has not been known to abuse recreational drugs or alcohol. Generalized anxiety is also unlikely since despite what he said that one time, Eric has not suffered from more anxiety than the average person would. This leaves us with bipolar disorder, ADHD, and a learning disability as possible unaddressed issues. Bipolar disorder is possible, although some behaviors associated with bipolar disorder are not entirely clear or are left up to assumption if they apply to Eric. Bipolar disorder in children and adolescents is characterized by episodes of mania, where someone may be elevated or overly happy, irritable, generally more energetic than usual, unrealistic improvement of self-esteem, decreased need for sleep, and the ability to go with little to no sleep for days without feeling tired, talking too much, too fast, or changing topics too quickly and cannot be interrupted, distractible, thinking quickly, repeated high-risk or dangerous behaviors such as abusing alcohol and drugs, reckless driving, or sexual promiscuity. People with bipolar disorder also experience depressive episodes, which include decreased enjoyment in favorite activities, low energy and fatigue, oversleeping or difficulty falling asleep, poor concentration, boredom, major change in eating habits such as a decreased appetite, failure to gain weight or overeating, frequent sensations of physical illnesses such as headaches or stomach aches, and thoughts of death or suicide. Although Eric has presented the symptoms under the manic episodes section, namely elevation, irritability, high energy, self-esteem that fluctuates between extreme highs and lows, talking quickly, distractibility, and quick thinking, Eric does not possess some of the important aspects of bipolar disorder, especially the presence of depressive episodes. While Eric has shown poor concentration and occasional complaints of boredom, questionable sleep schedules, and overeating, it's important to acknowledge that bipolar disorder consists of manic and depressive episodes that tend to happen in a cycle across weeks, months, or years. In Eric's case, poor concentration, boredom, inconsistent sleep schedules, and overeating have been static and do not usually come in episodes or accompanied by other symptoms of a depressive episode. Eric's symptoms that match with the episodes of mania are worth noting, but since Eric does not have depressive episodes that go with manic episodes, bipolar disorder is unlikely. ADHD and learning difficulties sometimes go together and commonly present themselves at school and childhood. Eric's academic life is not entirely clear, but Eric appears to have subpar grades since Leanne commented Eric's grades had improved with behavioral therapy and TSST, implying they were inadequate before treatment. And it's difficult to know Eric's learning ability since the things Eric and his class are taught are often unusual or inappropriate topics for their age that are being taught by an incompetent teacher.
Vaginas and penises. Butt sex.
There are 3 types of ADHD. ADHD inattentive, also known as primarily inattentive ADHD, is the type where someone has difficulty with primarily attention and organization with minimal hyperactive symptoms. ADHD hyperactive is the opposite, where someone has primarily hyperactive and impulsive symptoms with minimal inattentive symptoms. The most commonly referred to type of ADHD is the combined type, which presents a mixture of ADHD inattentive symptoms and ADHD hyperactive symptoms. The general symptoms of ADHD in children, including the subtypes, are difficulty paying attention, inattention to details and careless mistakes, being easily distracted, losing things and forgetfulness, difficulty completing tasks in a timely manner or at all, trouble listening, trouble following instructions, especially complex instructions, blurting out answers to questions, impatience, fidgeting and squirming, specifically in school, leaving their seat, running around, or climbing things in inappropriate situations, seems on the go compared to others around them, talking too much and having difficulty playing quietly, and interrupting and or intruding on others. Eric has consistently presented all of these symptoms throughout his life while at school, at home, and in social situations. And if you want me to show proof for that, honestly, it kind of just happens all the time. Like any episode where Eric isn't doing some kind of crime, he's kind of just doing these things. Like you just watch South Park, you'll believe me, man. ADHD would explain his problematic but mostly non-violent behaviors that would not be the focus of his other diagnosis of conduct disorder. ADHD has been suggested as a diagnosis for Eric in the past as well. As in Timmy 2000, Eric and all of his other classmates were diagnosed with attention deficit disorder, which is now known as ADHD inattentive. This diagnosis was not reliable, however, since the psychologist diagnosing Eric was not qualified to diagnose it, nor did they conduct an adequate psychological analysis on Eric that would justify the diagnosis. The only reasoning for diagnosing Eric was that he had some issues with paying attention, but also diagnosed Eric's entire class since they were all school children who naturally all had difficulty paying attention sometimes. The medication Eric was prescribed, Ritalin, was also unhelpful for him and caused him to experience hallucinations before hallucinations were a problem for him on his own. However, I still feel justified in diagnosing Eric with ADHD for the reasons I listed, since I have conducted an adequate analysis on him that was absent for the previous suggestion for the diagnosis that was not finalized. So, I have identified that Eric has the combined type of ADHD. Important issues Eric has presented that have not been addressed are his delusions and hallucinations. Disorders that can cause hallucinations and delusion in children include, but are not limited to, childhood onset schizophrenia, bipolar disorder with psychotic features, major depressive disorder with psychotic features, PTSD, GAD, panic disorder, and substance-induced psychotic disorder. Bipolar disorder, PTSD, GAD, and substance-induced psychotic disorder have already been ruled out for previously described reasons. This leaves childhood onset schizophrenia, panic disorder, and major depressive disorder with psychotic features as possible reasons for Eric's delusions and hallucinations. Eric has not shown significant signs of major depressive disorder, so it's unlikely that he suffers from it. Eric's symptoms also do not align with the symptoms of panic disorder either, as panic disorder is more focused on frequent panic attacks and symptoms related to panic attacks rather than delusions, hallucinations, and bizarre ideas and/or speech, which more closely matches with the symptoms of childhood onset schizophrenia. Childhood schizophrenia is a rare but severe mental disorder that can cause children and adolescents to interpret reality in an abnormal or even bizarre way. Schizophrenia is a chronic and lifelong disorder that consists of the following symptoms: visual and auditory hallucinations, delusions or bizarre ideas or speech, problems with thinking and reasoning, confusing dreams and/or fiction with reality, irritability, lack of emotion or emotion that doesn't match the situation, strange, persistent fears, excessive suspicion of others, withdrawal from friends and family, trouble sleeping, lack of motivation, not practicing basic hygiene daily, bizarre or disturbing behavior, and violent or aggressive behavior and agitation. The signs and symptoms of childhood onset schizophrenia may also build gradually, making them difficult to catch or interpret until they're already past the mild or even moderate stages. The symptoms may present themselves being too vague to be seen as something more than an individual quirk, a natural part of development, or seen as a symptom of other conditions. Childhood onset schizophrenia would best represent Eric's presenting issues, since he has experienced multiple episodes of nearly all of the above symptoms, except for withdrawal from friends and family. There isn't substantial evidence for a lack of motivation, and trouble sleeping is possible but not confirmed, since Eric tends to sneak out of his house at night for various reasons. This would likely cause problems in sleep schedules, but these instances of sneaking out are usually initiated by Eric's friends, so it's unclear if Eric always has problems sleeping or if his sleep schedule would still be inconsistent if he was not able to leave his house. In conclusion, I believe Eric is suffering from a severe case of conduct disorder, the combined type of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, and childhood onset schizophrenia. Other problems that are not specifically explained with these diagnoses could result from his mother's mildly neglectful parenting and inconsistency of lack of proper punishment, as well as Eric having a general problem with managing his anger. One thing that is worth mentioning though when it comes to Eric's mother is that, as we looked at before, she is a frequent user of crack cocaine, which begs the question of if Eric could possibly be suffering from fetal cocaine syndrome. But in order to get that diagnosis, you would need the mother to admit that she used the substance, as with fetal alcohol syndrome, you also need the mother to admit that she used the substance. And since we don't know if Leanne was a good enough human being to not use cocaine when pregnant, we can't really determine if Eric's case is fetal cocaine syndrome or not. So since we don't know, we're just going to assume he doesn't have that, because we don't really have any proof. The only method of behavioral therapy that's been effective at all in treating Eric was Cesar Millan's methods and TSST. Combining the use of negative reinforcement and not giving in to Eric's constant demands and denying Eric the reaction and excessive attention he craves is the key to setting Eric on the right path to improvement. The difference between this suggestion and the events of TSST is that these treatments must be consistent and strict, as Eric's mother ceasing her use of the method caused Eric to revert to his problematic and ultimately dangerous behavior. Since Leanne is incapable of controlling Eric and consistently using strict parenting and punishment, she will not be able to provide the treatment Eric needs. Eric will need to be sent to a facility for treatment of his mental health disorders that can also prevent Eric from committing any more heinous crimes. Due to the vast amount of heinous crimes Eric has committed, he would need to be constantly supervised to ensure he's not harming himself or others. Eric would also need to take his prescribed medication under supervision. Since Eric has spent collectively under 1 year in juvenile detention already, he would still need to serve a sentence for his crimes of some sort. Eric is to be placed in a pediatric psychiatric facility until significant and consistent improvements occur, both as part of his criminal sentence and to rehabilitate him to get him back into society eventually. Eric would need to be sent to an inpatient psychiatric hospital for immediate treatment, including medication management and therapy, plus the previously effective treatment by Cesar Millan. If improvement is seen from an admission to his inpatient psychiatric hospital, Eric would then be transferred to an institutional residence. Institutional residences are typically buildings that are on their own campus and away from residential areas. They also have high supervision for youth with serious mental health problems like Eric. Eric requires treatment for his established conduct disorder, childhood onset schizophrenia, and ADHD. Along with the previously described behavioral therapy, Eric would also need psychotherapy that would be practiced with more ethical methods than the previous therapists he has seen, like the psychologist from TMI, to treat his conduct disorder. Psychotherapy could also treat Eric's childhood onset schizophrenia as well as with the previously recommended hospitalization. Medication, as well as monitoring of said medication and its effectiveness on Eric, would be essential in treating all of his diagnosed disorders. So, Eric will be seeing being a psychologist. And, you see any other psychologists here? Yeah, that psychologist is gonna be me. Listen, guys, I just need to talk to you for a second. You, yes, you, right there, watching this video. I should be more qualified than most other people who would be assessing Eric for mental problems, because I have spent mostly just 2 weeks, because I was not very far on this, like, before then. Probably, like, somewhere near, like, TMI or TSST when I made that Reddit post a while ago about the case study. I have written 33,000 words, 195,000 characters, 75 pages. I've been able to disprove and add information to and clarify the wiki article about him that won the featured article award of the month before I was born. When I've been watching this show since January 2023, I know that he killed somewhere around 900,000 people. I know that his whole family is addicted to crack. I know that he started using Cthulhu to kill people in Mysterion Rises and not Coon 2 Hindsight. I know that they sold exactly 14,270 tickets to Justin Bieber's World Tour concert in Tampa. God damn it, I should be qualified to say what this kid has wrong with him and how we can treat him. I gotta be at least in the top 100 people that know a lot of information about Eric Cartman besides South Park writers, alright? Okay, maybe I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. But I do know Cartman maybe a little bit better than most people would want to by this point, so I should be qualified to be able to assess him since I have nobody else to do that now. Hello, Eric. I heard you had a little incident with my assistant last time you were here. Could you tell me anything about that? Or why you had a pipe bomb confiscated at the door? Okay, then. How's your new placement treating you? I think I had you sent to an institution, wasn't it? Or it wasn't me you sent you there, it was Ox. I mean, unless you like it there, then that was definitely me. Did I leave that on? Sorry, let me just... Okay.
Oh my god, you killed Freddy!
That's better. Now, are you having any thoughts about harming anyone? Any, intrusive thoughts? Have you been taking your meds? One moment, please. I think I just left my washer on. Well, seems like Eric's doing just fine for my treatments. Let's talk about his release plan. If the outline treatments continue to be helpful, Eric could be moved to a residential care facility, also known as a group home, to have support for his improved mental health problems in a more residential environment. If this treatment is effective, Eric could eventually return home to live with his mother, with frequent therapy visits and check-ins from social services to ensure Eric's condition remains stable. Eric may also benefit from the Multisystemic Therapy Program, MST. MST is a home-based therapy program that typically involves multiple therapists working with the patient and their patient's parents with the goal of decreasing antisocial behaviors and encouraging social and academic improvement. MST is an intensive but short-term intervention that typically lasts 3 to 5 months and provides approximately 60 hours of treatment for the patient. If the outlined treatments are ineffective, Eric may need to remain institutionalized until he's 18 years old. If Eric's mental health still does not improve, or if he returns to committing crimes, then he will need to be handled by the criminal justice system and possibly serve a sentence. If Eric doesn't commit any crimes in adulthood but continues to suffer from his mental health problems, he may need to live in an adult long-term psychiatric care facility, which would be like the previously described facilities. Well, you've made it through however many hours of Cartman this is. Unless something new and crazy happens in future seasons with Cartman that needs coverage, I don't think I'll have to analyze them ever again. Let me know if you guys like this kind of content, because I honestly had a lot of fun making this. This is probably the most effort I've put into a school project and the most effort I've ever put into a YouTube video. After writing 33,000 words about Cartman, I honestly feel like doing a similar video on any other South Park character would feel like a joke. Like, I feel like any other character's case study would have 10k words max. I really threw myself into the deep end with this project, and I honestly don't regret it at all. I write random essays about South Park all the time for fun, and a lot of them would just go to waste since I've had nothing to use them for. I think I can say I've learned a lot from making this video. Not even just psychology, I even learned things about law. I also got to do some writing and voice acting, which I never thought I'd say I'd be willingly doing for a school project. Since this video is coming out in August and not June, you're probably also wondering what my grade was on this project, and I found out in June that I got an 80. And, 80 is okay, like, it's alright and everything, but you must be wondering, like, you wrote 75 pages about Eric Cartman, how is that not an 100? And my answer to that is, I don't know. I don't know either, because I kind of asked my teacher, like, hey, can I have an explanation on why my grade is 80 for this? And he just said that there's another rubric that he didn't give me, because apparently there were 2 rubrics for the project, and I didn't get one of them. So I don't really know why I got an 80 on the project, but I tried my best, okay? Above all else, I hope you could learn something today. I know I learned a lot more than I probably needed to. And if this assignment has a character limit next year, I think we all know exactly who's to blame.
That's all, folks.
This VTuber got canceled in the past and is trying to become a VTuber again. And a lot of the public is very divided as to whether they should be welcomed back into the VTubing community. This all kickstarted again with this thread that was made by Kylo_EXE. You would never guess who's trying to become a VTuber again. Bunny SA'd people IRL a few years ago, and that's why they went back to streaming with a face cam. And they attached a screenshot of Bunny's stream, who goes by the handle BunnyAU, with a photo of a character sheet of a VTuber model that is being worked on. So Kylo adds date of incident origin, March 17th, 2022. Victim statement, they wrote information only, victim does not want to discuss this any further. The victim statement is from VTuber Lena Lazar, who writes, I'd like to come forward with my experience with Bunny_GIF. Please be respectful to any and all parties involved. I'd like to please move forward and cut ties with the situation finally. So basically Lana wants to emphasize this is not a witch hunt and they want to be respectful. Bunny had contacted them through Instagram and they later moved their conversation to Facebook, and Bunny at the time was dating Susu and wanted to know if they could make a figure of Susu. So they discussed, and Lena was in charge of sculpting the figurine. Lena was mentioning that it was going to be time for an announcement for the figurine, but apparently they were met with a bunch of excuses. And then Lena writes, upon it being her time to come up to the plate, she would post tweets and Instagram photos and then delete them not long after, making excuses as to why she got rid of them. I tried to explain to her how important it was to leave them up as they drive sales, which in turn made her more money. I was also met with more excuses. And then Lena writes that during this time, they were invited to a cosplayer group known as Cherry Bombs. They were just kind of watching on the side, and they witnessed a lot of bullying behavior, like Bunny getting upset at other women copying her and retaliating, body shaming women in private, and trying to get them taken down, trying to rally others to go against those creators to make their career suffer. And other women were getting in contact with Lena, talking about their experiences with Bunny. And Bunny felt like due to professionalism, because they are working together on a working basis, that they couldn't step in. There was a conversation about Jenna, who did not retweet something, and Lena actually stepped up, messaging Susu that women were scared of Bunny, but Bunny got extremely upset and then broke the Cherry Bombs group apart. Bunny then allegedly reached out to random cosplayers, making claims that Lena had attacked and hurt Bunny. Lena writes, during one of my streams, her boyfriend OG Texas, yes, at the same time as dating Susu, I tried to reach out to my partner and manipulate him into being okay with me ripping off the project, not allowing further contact. At this point in the project, they were getting the gray resin cast out and the painting hadn't been started. Bunny had not made cosplay for the prints that were supposed to go into the collector's edition. Lena had asked her many times about. There was about 3 to 4 months out to work with Bunny, and for their own sanity, Lena canceled the partnership. Then Bunny was going around slandering Lena's name, stating that Lena had scammed her out of money, that she was never paid. And Lena says that's not true. Lena writes, Bunny kept the money she was paid by us from the pre-orders, which was $2,123 USD on July the 10th, 2018. She was never asked to pay it back, nor was she asked to help with refunding those that pre-ordered. I agreed I would take on the full responsibility for my decision and pay over 20,000 USD that was owed. Not only was I 20,000 in debt to pay off the refunds, I also had to pay to cover the cost of production that was already happening. In the screenshots, it is shown that that it is agreed by both Nanny and I Has Toys that she keeps her cut of the money. And Lena writes, I took an entire year away from Twitch. I was no longer in remission due to this mess, back on prednisone, and need to find as much freelance work as I could to put this to rest. I worked so hard to make all the money I needed to pay everybody back, as well as help from other women that were hurt by Bunny. I was in debt $20,000 due to canceling this project. I lost my stream, my health, my reputation, money, and I put my relationship on the line. We struggled a lot for years due to my decision. And Lena writes, Bunny never suffered any financial penalties. She got to walk away free, just minus her figures. Lena said that they became a VTuber due to all of this situation happening when they finally came back, and that right after they came back, Bunny had contacted many people spreading slander and lies about the situation that happened. And allegedly, Bunny tried bullying Lena out of the VTubing community and says that they did the same thing to Susu. When Susu had come out with her VTuber, she was treated with the same animosity to the point of just about dropping it altogether because she no longer felt welcome. And then there's a whole situation with Baru where Lena believes that Bunny had turned Baru against them as well. And they also stated that they were never close with Baru or anything. So allegedly, Baru had reached out to a close friend of Lena's claiming that they were as bad as Arcadum and claiming they were a pathological liar, stating that I DM everyone I collab or interact with, which was something Bunny did, so this is a clear projection simulation. And also allegedly, Bunny and Baru are friends, but we will visit that in a second. And Lena is stating that this has been happening since 2018. So yeah, all of that started in 2018. There's a whole bunch of other scenarios or drama as well. So there was this article that also went over the drama that happened, which was written by Dextero talking about VTuber Bunny Eo response to harassment and abuse allegations from Lena and Susu. So it covers the stuff that Lena talked about. And then Bunny had made a response stating that she was toxic to other women in the cosplay streaming community. And Bunny said, quote, I admit that I was sassy and abrasive, end quote. And stating that her and Susu were in an open poly relationship. And Bunny wrote allegedly in summary, quote, I know what I've done wrong. I'm not perfect and I've grown from not only this event, but the past events as well. I'm still open to talk to anybody who I have caused issues with, end quote. And Bunny writes, quote, many things were taken out of context. I only offered this side to give anybody that was interested a chance to see the other side of the story. And so to show both sides, Bunny had actually written a twit longer about this scenario as well. So Bunny wrote, all cards on the table, this had gotten out of hand. Lena, you have forced my hand. I tried to reach out to you multiple times over the years. Why would you lie that I didn't reach out? And they provided proof. The proof screenshots are both down, so I cannot show you anymore. You consistently claim the 20K debt as part of your suffering. However, you are the one that canceled the figure in the first place. Per your contract, you took on the financial burden of making the figure. Although we had our differences, I still wanted to finish the figure and then we could part ways amicably. We never would have talked again. So Bunny states that they always gave Lena shoutouts, rallied fans, tried to be the middleman for Susu's figures, and paid for Susu's prints to be shipped out overnight to New Zealand, and stated that Lena blocked them, so there's no way Bunny could have actually contacted or reached out. And here, Bunny had also broken down other controversies they've had with other people like Cinecent, Eurokits, and Adela. And then also their situation with Susu, stating that it was an open relationship. Also around this time, or also here, they were blaming Susu for them being toxic, stating, when we first met, I did not have a voice. I did what I was told. As I spent more time with her, I became like her and became a toxic person. In the end, these are my actions, but I will not go down silent. She initiated the hate of other creators regularly. She would go out of her way to constantly bring up women in the community and body shame them. I followed, I did the same. We both did this. We were both guilty of being toxic to each other and those around us. And basically they were stating that it was a very emotionally toxic relationship, stating we both were in a mutually toxic relationship and neither of us are innocent. They also clarify things with Lena, stating that they reached out to Lena, talking about the project cancellation, conversation with Silvervale, and stating that they should have never body shamed Jenna and they apologized privately and publicly. And stated that Jenna, quote, made my private apology public and ridiculed it on stream. This is against Twitch TOS. And then they wrote, quote, I took full responsibility for my actions, but it was not good enough for you and you sought out only to cause pain and strife for your own amusement. And they wrote, this has been hell for everybody involved. I am sorry for who I was and who I have been. I meant my apology. I want and have been trying to be better. I am broken. This hatred needs to end. And then we have Twitter user Klebbyboy stating her original statement to the victim she deleted and blocked me for, in which she blamed Lena for ruining her life. So that was a statement we just read. Allegedly, Bunny had deleted the statement and blocked them. I tried looking on Bunny's Twitter page because Bunny's VTuber Twitter page, Bunny GIF, is still up and you cannot find the twitlonger on that page. It's not there. There is this tweet by Vixen Shelby who wrote, I can finally be open about my experience with Bunny AU/Bunny GIF. And here is a twitlonger. Okay, so first let's see the screenshots where Bunny writes, we want to help you rebrand and pop take over Jenna Lynn's thunder. We got to clear up your older content, the stuff that's unflattering. With our help here in Texas, we can help with angles that highlight you the best. And then Bunny writes, we want to get you tiny booty shorts and those thigh-high socks Jenna always wears, but it will look good on you because you're actually thick, LMAO. And then Bunny writes, if Jenna want a copy, I can play the meme dumb post shit game too. And this was in 2019, where they're trying to egg Shelby on as well. So Vixen Shelby writes, I want to talk about some of the incidents I had with Bunny and Yumi during my friendship with her, and focusing on the Texas trip they took with their family in October of 2019, and Bunny's attempts to groom them into being better than Jenna Meowri. So Vixen was trying to move to Texas potentially, and Bunny and OG, which I believe is OG Texas, were heavily trying to push Vixen into moving. Allegedly during the entirety of the trip, the drive from Oregon to Texas, Bunny was obsessing over other cosplay girls, especially Jenna Meowri, stalking anything and everything she could across their social media, LOL, Cow, and 4chan. Allegedly, Bunny and OG were also very physically and verbally inappropriate about them and their partner, stating they would talk about his dick a lot. Mind you, he just met these people and made a card for his birthday while we were there about his penis. She also laid her body across my partner without asking, inserting herself in a moment she wasn't a part of, and laid her head on his crotch. He had just met her and was afraid to say anything, even though he felt extremely uncomfortable. He had to suggest watching a movie so he could move. Bunny would also be touching me, my butt, or my breast for no reason. I try not to think too much about it, but in hindsight, she was just being inappropriate and seeing what she could get away with. And then allegedly, during the entire trip, Bunny made a lot of attempts to isolate Sue, stating that they will bring down the mood or have excuses or say that Sue was trying to sabotage them. But the entire time, Vixen felt like when they interacted with Sue, Sue's behavior was nothing like what Bunny was describing. Bunny was apparently also saying mean and unkind things about other creators and dragging them down. She'd say, quote, if you're not doing it for money, then why are you even doing it at all, end quote. That they should only do characters they look like. Vixen was trying to tell Bunny that they were being mean and to not say nasty things and that she should mind her own business. So they apparently had a massive confrontation a few days later, and after that, Bunny made it seem like everything was fine, and Vixen said that afterwards they couldn't even stream because everyone kept trying to talk about Bunny and they felt like they couldn't even talk about their experience, that they had to keep it in. And then allegedly, Bunny was telling lies that Vixen was attacking her and telling lies about her and Sue specifically. After this, Vixen gave up online work altogether. Vixen also writes, the other part I'd like to discuss is Bunny trying to groom me and steal Jenna's thunder. Constantly, she would advise me to do what Jenna does in an attempt to best her. Would tell me that she was copying us, copying her. Throughout the whole Texas trip, Jenna was brought up by Bunny. She'd lurk through forums about her, body shame her, and claim that Jenna had received box cosmetic surgery, that Jenna was buying followers, that she was doing inappropriate things to get verified on platforms. Would compare my and Jenna's bodies to try to make it seem like I was better than her somehow. We were completely different people with entirely different body types. Bunny would see a post of Jenna's that would be doing good and tell me I need to dress like how she was in the post. Persistently, she'd criticize almost everything about her, sharing posts to chats to say one bad thing or another, while on the other hand, interacting with Jenna like there was no issue, friendly even. And Bunny was trying to control how Vixen dressed, behaved, and who they even interacted with. So in the other twitlonger of Bunny's responses, Bunny had also made statements about the situation with Vixen and Vixen Shelby. To answer this, about being physically and verbally inappropriate, Bunny says that did not happen and that the card about the dude's penis was never made. In response to laying her body across my partner and head in his crotch, she said that is not true. All I gave him was a hug and a high five. In the statement, Bunny would always be touching me, my butt, my breast for no reason. And Bunny says, we were two consulting adults who playfully touched each other. I never touched her without permission, nor did I pester her to do so. She would also grab my breasts a lot. Attempts were made to isolate Sue. Bunny says this is false. Did not want to include her in outings because, quote, Sue would bring down the mood, end quote. Bunny says this is false. We invited her multiple times. Stating Bunny was also saying mean and unkind things. Bunny writes, I will not try to hide my past. I did say things that were toxic and unsavory in a closed environment where it was common to vent. Quote, if you aren't doing it for money, why are you even doing it all? End quote. Bunny writes, this is a lie. Quote, that they should only do characters they look like, end quote. Bunny says, this is a statement I do not believe in and have never said. Quote, some other events that transpired that I can't go into detail, but it resulted in a massive confrontation. So Bunny says that allegedly Shelby tried inserting themselves into Sue and Bunny's relationship to try to get them to reconcile. Bunny writes that Shelby screamed at her in their kitchen kitchen with her husband, and that they were verbally assaulted and had to run into their bedroom to hide in their own house. Quote, then to find out she was telling lies that I was attacking her, end quote. During her verbal outbreak, she was very aggressive. She flailed her arms in my face and was starting to trigger my PTSD. She didn't touch me, but she charged at me and threw her hands in my face. The only person that I spoke of my memory was Sue, as she came over after to console me. Constantly, she would advise me to do what Jenna does. Bunny writes, Shelby approached me and asked me to help with posing and her photo sets. I agreed because I wanted to do a favor. I accept that I did make negative comments and I own up to the fact I was toxic. This wasn't right ever. In an attempt to hype up a friend, I was cruel. I own up to the person I used to be. And then it says, brackets, apology here, end bracket. I don't know, maybe they forgot to insert an apology or they're referencing something else. Maybe there was a link that we can't access because Twitlonger is like dead. Quote, throughout the whole trip, Bunny would lurk about Jenna's socials and make negative comments. Bunny writes, Jenna was brought up a few times, but it was not the main conversation. I will take responsibility for my cruel remarks regarding her appearance. It's not right and will never be right to body shame somebody despite your feelings. Quote, persistently, she would criticize almost everything about her, sharing posts to chats to say one bad thing or another. Bunny writes, I admit that I was part of this. However, Susu was the one constantly bringing it up as well. So there are some more clarifications. And there is another Twitlonger made by Twitter user URocket. Oh, that was the name of the other person we read. So unfortunately, I cannot open their Twitlonger. So that was a whole expose post that Kylo made about streamer Bunny AU and potential future VTuber Bunny Gift 2.0. And the internet is really divided on this too. If you look at it from a drama perspective of everything that happened between Bunny, Lena, Vixen, and everybody else involved, a lot of it is he said, she said. In the Lena scenario, did Lena and their partner agree that they would take on all financial costs of making the figurine? They did agree. In my opinion, I feel like you can't be so heartless to completely gloss over the financial impact $20,000 of debt would have on their small business that is run just by Lena and their partner and their production team. To give benefit of doubt to Bunny, maybe they were too ignorant about production costs and how things work, etc. Maybe they thought everything was okay. In these deals where a company manufactures things and you make a cut, they are taking on a financial burden. Like, the figurines don't pop out of Satan's butt. Somebody needs to pay money to get those things made. And as part of the deal, you need to go and adequately promote the figures so that they can break even on sales and make money. So not only were you allowed to keep $2,000 of pre-sale earnings, you also got to walk away scot-free because they are taking the financial brunt of the $20,000. I also remember reading about the scenario when it first happened in 2022, and I literally was like, oh my god, that's crazy. I feel like it's very heartless to not be concerned about it. And the thing is, again, even though you do want the figure made, I can completely understand from Lena's perspective the hesitancy to continue to work with you if you're not adequately supporting and promoting the product and giving it the promotion it needs to earn the money that it needs to make. Regarding the situation with Vixen and Bunny, a lot of it is he said, she said. You can't know for certain whether some things happen because you just have two people making statements back and forth at each other. Can we determine what truly happens? I don't know, right? It's truly just a show of character, and who do you believe more? You guys can come to your own decision. To me personally, given that there was so much controversy surrounding Bunny at the time, I would not be surprised if most of the statements were true. Again, I don't know. I was not there. It's largely he said, she said. We also have the situation with all the other people as well, and allegedly some things that happened at cons as well, and the extreme body shaming of poor Jenna Miauri. And all of that Bunny has acknowledged and agreed to. Again, this is something that happened 2 years ago, but I did not like the part of the apology where Bunny kept saying, yeah, I was toxic, but Susu was even worse than me. An apology is not an apology if you're dragging other people down in your apology with you. Again, this all happened in 2022. Bunny had then made a reply to the thread that Kylo made. I know it's been a few years since being called out, but I would appreciate not being attacked for just making a new VTuber. I took time and made a lot of strides to improve myself. I was a mean girl and a terrible person in the past, but I've never essayed somebody. Don't spread that misinformation. We have other people in the comments with Boo Boo Kitty replying, stay logged off respectfully. Took you so long to pay back what you did. Also, what kind of effing human steals that kind of money from somebody? Oh yeah, a criminal. A's Horror says, your face and your account are all tied to the shit you were exposed exposed for doing? Why didn't you make a new account? I get that people can change, but don't expect people that follow VTubers to easily forget. We have John Doe writing, look, if you like Bunny, watch her. If you don't, don't. Why do all this stuff? Change the channel. Lil Demon writes, if you honestly took a break from streaming and content creation, I would believe you change as a person, but you continue to stream IRL. Now you want to VTube again after everything you did in the community. Why do you feel like you deserve to be part of it again? We have Todd, aka Gothic Toad, as far as I'm concerned, as well as everyone else should be. What you did in the past is in the past. It's been dealt accordingly. You're obviously not that person now because it would reflect in your current streaming sessions. You've made leaps and strides on becoming a better person. We have user Vera Ayers writing, everyone deserves a second chance. It'd be different if we're still hearing complaints, but it seems like she's chilled out to me. Admittedly, I may be a bit biased because of her rather large assets, but that doesn't change that things have been particularly quiet around her. She's had her second chance. Her channel is doing fine, but she should not be allowed to hide behind an avatar that new people can't immediately associate with the hurt she's caused. And what she did to Lena wasn't her only issue. She is not welcome back as a VTuber. Vera writes, she's not welcome back as a VTuber, end quote. With all due and respect, you don't decide that, nor do you speak for the VTuber community as a whole. Also, her entire online presence doesn't have to be defined by her mistakes. Don't be ridiculous. And we have other people like Klebby Boy dropping a screenshot of when they were blocked by Bunny in 2022, which is again when all that drama unfolded. Klebby then adds, how about you block me on your VTuber account because I backed up the apologies you made when you buried and later deleted them. You've never seemed all that remorseful for your actions and they shouldn't be forgotten. And then we have Claire's saying again they've tried before in response to Bunny trying to join the VTuber scene again after they got cancelled. They've been trying to sneak back in the scene for a few years. In 2023, they tried befriending Lena's close friends and Lena had to publicly tweet about it for it to stop. And Claire says that is a lot. Also again, that is alleged. But I am curious as to what you guys think about the scenario because the internet is very split on a 50-50. I too am in a way kind of split. Where does the line of forgiveness start and stop? Because here we have a creator that has been exposed for deplorable behavior over and over again. And even though all the expose happened in 2022, the behavior largely started in like 2016 as things were exposed as far back as around 2016 up until 2022. It was about 6 years of stuff that was eventually exposed and called out for. And allegedly, they stated that they are working to become a better person and that they are not the person they were back then. And I definitely agree. You are not the person you were 2 years ago. I am not the same person I was when I was 22 years old. I am now 24 years old. But that being said, also, if you have such a long track record of appropriate behavior towards other people and being a mean girl, I would be slightly less inclined to believe that 2 years of reconciliation can make you an entirely different person from 6 years of known behavior. I try to give benefit of the doubt. Again, people on the internet are very quick to cancel people. I want to try to give people second chances and hope that you can learn and become a better person. And so far, there hasn't been anything after 2022 that they have been exposed for. Should they be welcome? Maybe not welcome, but should they be allowed, accepted to rejoin the VTuber community under a different alias, a community that they once were in and got canceled out of? That's not something for me to say. I am not a VTuber. I do have a VTuber model, but I don't VTube with the model. So that is not my place to say. But I definitely do think that if you are a creator with potentially some bad blood tied to your name, hiding behind a VTuber avatar where people can't directly associate with your past is a way of potentially sweeping things under the rug, especially because they're not reusing their old avatar. They do have an old avatar with orange hair by the name of Bunny Gift they used to go by, but they're using a new one. Nothing against rebranding, right? You want new art, you want a 2.0 model, etc. But it's just food for thought out there. So I want to believe in second chances. I hope they do become a better person. I am just slightly skeptical due to the years of track record that they have been exposed for, but I do hope that they can become a better person. So I'm just curious as to what your thoughts are. If you are a VTuber, would you welcome them back into the VTuber community? So let me know down below in the comment section. Again, please don't bully and harass anybody. That's not cool. If you do have some free time to type stuff out that might be mean, go and leave some nice comments under some other wholesome VTubers instead. So anyways, I do stream on Twitch 3 days a week, Mondays, Wednesdays, Saturdays at 6 p.m. PST. So I hope to catch you guys there or in another one of my videos.
Alright, I'm going to try to be as concise as possible here because I only have 2 days to make this video. I still have a ton of college work to do, but I'm very passionate about this subject, and given what's just happened, I think now's the perfect time to bring stuff like this up. Also, huge thanks to @CrowEmmas on Twitter, whose thread served as an amazing reference point for this video. Vocaloid is a genre that has almost never been respected. Growing up as a Vocaloid fan, nobody in my life ever took my music taste seriously, demeaning it for the singers not being human, or the stories behind the songs being too convoluted, blah 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 blah. It'd be random bull that these people's favorite songs try to accomplish, but can't do nearly as well as Vocaloid can, or just stuff that's novel to Vocaloid, like the voices being created through software. It's both hypocritical and lacking, I don't know, whimsy. That might sound contradictory, but so often I see Vocaloid fans having issues with properly crediting producers, making everything about Project Sekai, which is a new problem that isn't extremely harmful. I just find it really annoying, and I think it diminishes the impact of original pieces. And worst of all, in my opinion, these people set strict rules to Vocaloid that are nothing but arbitrary, subjective nonsense, trying to be objective, even though the whole point of Vocaloid is to be fluid. I have an entire video on this subject, so if you want to hear more detail about this topic, go check that out. The Vocaloid community can be a mess of a place when people try to set limits on what creators can express in their works which use characters who are meant to be stretched and pull every which way. Recently, a very prominent Vocaloid creator, an iconic artist and animator, has faced backlash from the community enforcing these rules, which should have no place in Vocaloid media at all. This artist is Channel Cast Station. Channel Cast Station. If you don't recognize that name, you certainly recognize this, or this, or this. Channel is an absolutely incredible artist, with a style that sticks with you, animation that traps you, and just general visual artistic talent. There's a reason their animations are as popular as they are. They are incredible. These animations, this notoriety, this talent, however, have brought Channel into a very critical spotlight. A critical spotlight that is so critical, it only exists to be critical for the sake of being critical. Around 1 day before the time of writing the script, Channel has posted a statement on their Twitter account apologizing for their work and saying they're going to reel in some of the problematic aspects of it. What? I followed Channel since their animation to Anamanaguchi's Miku, and I've known them to be pretty confidently shameless, making a lot of, art. Again, check out my other video if you want to hear my thoughts on the whole Miku age debate, but outside of that, there's really nothing morally reprehensible about this kind of stuff, and the shame around it is, it's not right. But that's a whole other can of worms. This statement from Channel did not make sense based on their track record, at least in my opinion. Many people were sharing the rhetoric that this was all because of their sexual content, and that could really only be true if they were getting huge backlash for it. That's obviously still a part of why people don't like Channel's work, plugging this video one last time, but it couldn't have spawned all of this out of nowhere if it had been happening for a while now. All I saw from Channel that didn't seem too great as of recently was an apology for drawing Luca with the wrong eye color. That came off as really weird to me because, like, that's so minor. Like, there's no way that the eye color thing could be related to this statement. Like, that would be really, really stupid. Oh my god, it is! For those who didn't see it when it originally happened, Channel posted an apology for drawing Luca incorrectly in this artwork. Luca's eyes typically are cyan, not the magenta that's depicted here, or like pink, I don't know, whatever. Okay, well, not that big of an issue. Why make a whole apology for this and then an entire statement? Because Channel was getting flamed for it. And no, this isn't a stereotypical, "Duh, Western fans are so stupid" moment, because this was the Japanese fans going after Channel for this, over the color of a Vocaloid's eyes. Now, Vocaloid may be fluid, but the canon designs aren't typically strayed from in artwork, so I can see why this would come off as odd. When I first saw this art, I thought to myself, oh, that's not what Luca's eyes usually look like. But you know what? I didn't really mind, and I think all of these people are so heavily overreacting because at the end of the day, it is still Vocaloid. If someone draws Miku's pigtails shorter, is it suddenly not Miku? No, it is still Hatsune Miku. We were over this through the whole rabbit hole thing. Like, that's not an OC. It's really not an OC. That is Hatsune Miku. One slight design change to a Vocaloid doesn't really mean anything. Games like Project Diva change up slight little things in their designs. Still Miku. Usually still Miku. Luca's eyes aren't always drawn the same color as her base design and creator's work too, whether she has an outfit change or not. So her eyes aren't even depicted correctly all the time anyway, and I don't get why it's a problem now. One of the worst parts of this whole thing is that Channel apparently had referenced Luca from Rin-chan now, so she's wearing her normal outfit, she just has the magenta eyes. Like, I can see where the misconception would have come from because that is her normal outfit, especially because Channel's work is focused mainly around Miku. I feel like I've never seen Channel draw Luca before this point. it. So technically, or I guess just in my opinion, Channel did not do anything wrong. Many Japanese fans were criticizing Channel for being a trend hopper and using Hatsune Miku and Vocaloid for attention rather than for genuine love of the media. This is a huge example of people talking out of their arses and making assumptions/accusations because they see one thing they know they can misinterpret into being negative. This is purposeful harassment because they're ignoring Channel's blatant love for Miku. A trend hopper would not go that far, especially not for as long as Channel had. But you know what? Let me play devil's advocate for a second. I am a kind of person who takes fictional media very, very seriously, so I really understand where these people are coming from. I genuinely do. I love fiction more than anything, and to see someone engage with it half-arsedly, I don't know. It has always sat wrong with me. People who watch 15 anime per season and never think about them ever again, how could you do that? It's not only that it's someone's creation you're treating like a wad of gum, but also that you're letting go of an entire universe with no respect to what it gave you. You have no, full care for it. I cannot understand that mentality. So I get what these people mean. I really do. But are you trying to tell me that an artist who has been passionately drawing Hatsune Miku for years now, making insanely time-consuming animations for her, for absolutely no profit 90% of the time, and making a whole Vocaloid music video, the pinnacle of any Vocaloid artist's dreams and motivations, you're trying to tell me this person doesn't love Vocaloid? You're coming to a completely illogical conclusion because of one small detail you know you can misinterpret, and everyone's jumping on it. If you know Channel's work, you can clearly see their love for Miku. Clearly. So to say that there's no love there, you either don't know anything about Channel or the amount of effort that taking a whole animation takes, or you're knowingly ignoring the clear signs that Channel loves Vocaloid so you can start or join in on a hate bandwagon. Yes, Channel got the color of Luca's eyes wrong, because they don't care to draw Luca. That's not a dig on Luca, it's because they like to draw Miku. Miku's their favorite. Not to mention, Channel also rarely draws any Vocaloids outside of Hatsune Miku. This artwork was the most variety I'd ever seen out of them in terms of the characters that are featured. That's really cool, and I don't think Channel is wrong for only wanting to draw Miku often either. It's their passion, their art, so it makes sense that they'll have minuscule mistakes one of the first times they draw a character they don't usually draw. And again, not even a mistake, because they were referencing a really good reference. I can see how this mistake would happen. If I was to draw a Vocaloid I didn't know much about, let's say Iroha, with a reference including a small detail change but her default outfit, it's completely understandable that I would make that mistake. If you can't put yourself in that position or understand that it's really not that deep at the end of the day, you have a problem, especially if you decide to go after the artist who did that. That is so dumb. This is such nonsense. That's why I was so confused to see that official apology. The second Channel decided to branch out and do something different, these people shamed them for trying. They even made another artwork featuring Luca with the correct eye color as a way to show that they're sorry, though they shouldn't have to feel guilty for this, and that they will be doing better. I mean, that's a direct sign that they have already done better. But no, this still wasn't enough apparently, hence the new statement that shouldn't have had to be made. I can't believe something as small as the color of a character's eyes, a character who, mind you, doesn't even have to have strict traits, ended up with the artist pulling the reins on their own creative freedom. You guys suck. If you were a part of the group that did this, you need to be aware of how dramatic, inconsiderate, and disrespectful you are. You took something so small, blew it completely out of proportion, just because you wanted to villainize someone. Because what? Is it that hard to cut someone slack? To give someone the benefit of the doubt? Oh, and not to mention the fact that when Channel replied to a post trying to apologize directly, people accused them of trying to get their fans to attack the person who dared to criticize them. And criticize is in huge air quotes. When people go after someone for something completely baseless, they tear apart every little action they make after that, and they make those actions seem very extreme. All Channel did here was respond to someone trying to apologize, and everyone assumed the absolute worst of them, assumed they were making a manipulative attempt to get the heat off of themselves and onto someone smaller than them. Having everything you do scrutinized and seen as the worst version of anything ever is a living nightmare. If I was Channel in this scenario, I would be miserable. All of this over the eye color in a drawing. A wonderful drawing, mind you. This is so cute! I really appreciate the effort channel went through in trying to depict other characters and use their adorable style through the whole thing. Vocaloid fans truly can't have nice things. It would be really easy to make this whole situation about the Vocaloid fandom's dichotomy. One side is the Western fans and the other side is the Japanese fans. The Western fans are seen as extreme and blatantly wrong most of the time, while the Japanese fans are seen as completely normal, reasonable people. Well, in this issue, we've seen that to be completely untrue. The Japanese fans can also be horrible. They're not perfect people regardless of what notion people try to get across about them. They can be just as dirty as the Western fans. Though it's in opposite ways, the effect is the same. This community is seriously toxic, and that needs to change. We can't keep harboring this kind of garbage here. I love Vocaloid more than anything, but these fans, I can do without. Before I end off this video, here are some things mentioned in Crow Emma's thread that I think would be wrong to leave out of this, since they give more insight into channel's statement, content as a whole, and the situation. In channel's statement, they mentioned that they weren't stopping making suggestive art of Miku solely because of this controversy, but also because they want to appear more professional. I understand this, because it can be pretty odd when you're looking to hire an artist, and the kind of stuff you see on their page is, questionable at best. So it's not only because Western fans think actual content is weird or because the Japanese fans think it's for attention, it's also just a professional artist work thing. This statement was made specifically and clearly because of the Gyaru Miku art featuring Luca with the pink eyes. Channel says it themselves right here. Channel is still posting art on their main account, though it's not going to be as suggestive. Like today, they just posted this, and it's really cute. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm very glad that Channel is still actually making artwork, even if it's not the typical stuff that they were making from their own will. You know, I'm not sitting here trying to speak for Channel at all. If Channel is happy and completely fine doing this other stuff, that's okay. This isn't me trying to be like, oh, you blah, 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 Channel, I'm defending Channel, I'm defending you, I love you, Channel. Even though I do love Channel, this is more so me just trying to point out how this fandom is kind of ridiculous, and it can be very, very mean and judgmental to people based on very arbitrary rules. The main takeaway from this should be, like I mentioned before, be considerate that someone just made a simple mistake, and even if they didn't make a simple mistake, still try to be considerate. Give them the benefit of the doubt as much as you can. This doesn't just go for art. We live in a time when people are very harsh to each other. We love to use buzzwords and demonize every little action someone makes. No matter how much good faith a person has, it can always be overlooked with crazy accusations that have no real basis behind them. It is completely clear here that Channel has a passion for Vocaloid, but no one really cares about that because they were either tricked by these big words, wanted purposefully to make Channel look bad, or genuinely thought that they were enacting justice somehow. Channel's track record of drawing Miku like every day, like all the time, doesn't matter because we're not seeing Channel as a person anymore. We're seeing Channel as bad person number 42. We're looking at these people like cartoon characters, not as actual human beings with complexities. And serving to demonize each other doesn't do anything right. Obviously, this doesn't apply 100% of the time because people can be manipulative, but that is not what happened here, and either way, it's over eye color. This is, again, not a big deal, non-issue, ridiculous. I also want to include these words from Crow Emma's in this thread since I think it's very well said. People can depict Vocaloids however they want. They're literal music software. Remember, their default profiles and designs are for marketing and promotional purposes. They're meant to be blank slates. Even in games like Project Sekai, it's stated that their profiles aren't official. It's such a small thing that it's honestly scary how some Vocaloid fans can act, but I'd like to believe that the antis played a big part in this whole thing too. Like, I think that they used the controversy as a chance to hate on Channel, and it definitely affected them a lot. I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to mention a Vocaloid song I really, really love. It's called Anonymous Undead. It's about the whole concept of people going after each other online just as a horde of zombies would during an apocalypse. They're hungry for conflict and would do anything to tear into living, breathing flesh. Before you're harsh with a person and their situation, think critically about it. Do you think what you think because you know the person in the situation, or because someone told you what to think? Are you coming up with reason after reason just to justify your harmful actions? Why are you coming up with so many reasons? Because you think it's right? for justice, for entertainment, for twisted satisfaction. Whether you find yourself feeling remorseful or find yourself standing your ground on this topic, be more considerate tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching this video. Honestly, I'm tired. Writing this one put me in a real bad mood, because how could thinking about this stuff put anyone in a good mood? People are trash now. They're inconsiderate, they can and will misconstrue anything you do to make you seem monstrous if they dislike you. They can't just leave it alone or even try to talk about it. It's like they have to make you out to be a horrible person so they can feel like a hero or in the right or anything more comfortable than being a perpetrator. But what these people don't realize is that outside of their extremely skewed perspectives, they are the perpetrators. They are the manipulators. They're making things out to be what they aren't constantly, just to get a bite of that fresh, heroic feeling that comes with taking someone down online. I feel like I've said this in a past video before, can't remember which one, but did we learn nothing from Milgram? Did we learn nothing from Futa Kajiyama? I know that's really corny to say, but seriously, we have a huge empathy problem in our world now. We like to see things as purely good versus evil. We misuse therapy speak constantly. We use buzzwords to make people seem unforgivable. This is so wrong, especially when it's, again, non-issues. I hope anyone watching this video can realize this. Please be more critical about situations, whether it's in your personal life or online or whatever, because real people will always be involved, and seriously horrible things can happen to those people if you let things go too far. Thank you once more for watching this video, and I hope I can post something more positive again soon. I'm currently working on a script about stargazing and how I personally experience the hobby, so please check that out when I make it. Also, another announcement, I've reopened my commissions. Since I can't make videos as frequently anymore because of college, I want to put something out there for you guys and make a little bit of money along the way. My Etsy shop will be in the description for anyone interested. Thanks for hanging out, and I hope to see you again soon. If you take anything out of this video, it should be that you shouldn't forget to be kind, ever. Have a good day, and if I'll never see you again, have a good life. Keep living it, because that's the only way it can get better. Signing off. See ya!
We have a scenario of a VTuber who accused a design company of using AI, but then got hit with the Uno reverse card. So let's get into this. So this screenshot was taken by Mama Octo, and this is the original tweet that was put up by the VTuber, who originally went by the handle Liz B Art. So opening up the screenshot, Liz B had tweeted on August 18th, which was 2 days ago, 800 plus VTubers scammed by AI, quote, company, end quote. Were you one of them? As I started doing VTuber commissions, I checked other artists with the same price range as mine. I got curious because some of my clients got models from this company. I decided to go check more about it. Why would they charge such prices with a really good render quality while having many beginner mistakes? After a little digging, I understood why. And here it is. And I think this already goes to tell you where this is going when there's a community note that is added. The community note says, at Lisby Art is using the fear of AI to smear their competition and engagement bait. The person they are accusing has provided multiple evidence contrary to the claims. On computer analysis of provided photos, they were detected to be probably at least 90% human likely. So this was the first tweet of the thread. The second tweet that I could grab is this screenshot by Twitter user ToxicFox07. And the screenshot reads, Liz says they're using AI and it shows in several ways. 1, shadows and details are completely mismatched. 2, inconsistent render quality within the same piece. 3, illogical hair strands and braids. 4, a lack of consistency, like outlines in one area and none in the next. There are more AI symptoms, but I put the most obvious ones. Also, the person or company they are accusing is this Twitter user by the handle Sen7U, or who goes by the name Forest7. So they are a design company. They are the one that runs it, but there's a lot of artists that they work with to go and make models and VTubers. Again, because the thread is gone, I have to go off of screenshots. So here we have this reply to the deleted tweet by I Like Word Games with some of the examples that Liz had provided of AI. So I Like Word Games says, hey, this is a very irresponsible thread to make when your evidence looks like this. Spreading AI rumors to sabotage your competition is not very ethical. So again, here are some examples that Liz provided. Liz wrote, this one is funny, look at the rest of the clothes and this belt. So I think they're referring to the level of rendering in the clothing versus the level of rendering in the belt. How the belt is very unrendered, but the rest of the clothes are rendered. On first glance, this does look odd, right? The juxtaposition of the highly rendered jacket versus the unrendered belt is a little bit odd, but also we are missing a lot of context to this photo. I'm assuming this is probably not the completed model. This is probably a work in progress. So maybe the artist just fully rendered the jacket, sent it over to the commissioner, being like, hey, here's how the jacket looks like, belt TBD. You know, we don't know what stage this was in. If this is the completed model with an unrendered belt, that would be odd. But I'm assuming it's probably not. Their second piece of evidence is I cannot pronounce this, please forgive me, but the little like hair swoosh thing that some anime characters and VTubers like to have. It says not logical, seems like it is not attached. Is it called like aho? And yeah, it is unattached. As you can see here, it's a little bit of a swoosh. This does look a little bit maybe odd, but it could be a design choice. This on its own doesn't liken to me the fact that this is AI. Because actually, to me, as somebody who has seen a lot of AI art, I feel like I'm decent. I wouldn't say I'm great, but I'm decent at clocking whether something's AI or not, right? AI, when it comes to drawing hair, has a tendency to blend one element into another. So when it's drawing one hair strand, it has a tendency to make like a hair strand bleed into the ear, or to make a hair strand loop and bleed into other hair strands. So it's actually akin to AI art floating pieces, if that makes sense, because floating means it's not connected to stuff, but AI has a tendency to connect random pieces together. This just looks like a human choice. Some artist was like, we're just gonna draw it like this, because AI has a tendency to not do that. AI would probably bleed this hair flip into this strand here, this like the start of what looks like a purple streak or a blue streak in the hair. And the third example is this is so messy the way it's cut out from AI apparently. So here, I will grab you the full photo in a second, but this is somebody's head with a horn. So this is one chunk of hair, this is another chunk of hair. And as you can see here, the hair disappears behind the horn and doesn't reappear again. I will say, is a mistake that AI tends to make. AI has a tendency when one element disappears behind another to not make that same element reappear. So that actually is something that you commonly will see in AI art. Everything in terms of determining whether something is AI or not is all about context. It's about the full picture you can glean. And so far from the full picture and from everything that I've seen, does look more to be human error than not. I will say though, if this is a paid commission, this is a rig that somebody has paid money for, mistakes like this are human error, and there will be mistakes in a model, right? Like a human will make your model, a human will rig your model, so we should be forgiving of human errors. I will say this should have been something that the artist should have clocked, and if you are the person that received this artwork, this is a very valid thing to point out and be like, can you fix that, you know? That's my personal thoughts on an error like this, but I do think this is more of a human mistake. I do think this mistake can be found in AI art, but does this mistake on its own prove that all of the art made by this so far? No. So this was a tweet put out by Useful Oranges, also replying to the original tweet that was deleted. Useful Oranges says, I put out some things in the models that AI wouldn't do. A lot of the things you're seeing are just rigging fuck-ups, layering f-ups, and it's clearly rush products, which are at a low price. Do not make statements against companies like this. So some more examples. What is this supposed to, what are these zigzags? Oh. Okay, so this is example number 1. So as you can see here, some elements that were marked are gaps. This is really hard to see, but if I zoom in, you can see there is a gap between the color and the line. As you can see here, right? You can kind of see the small inkling of this caution stripe tape behind the hair. You can see here, there is a gap between the color and the actual line. There's another gap. There's another gap. There's more gaps. Oh my God, let me slide this all the way over. There's a whole bunch of gaps in the fingers here. There's like a cut in the line of the thumb here. And Useful Oranges says, this is simply just blurred and cut. And again, if you're not a VTuber or somebody who has made VTuber art, the term cutting may not sound familiar to you. Have you ever made those paper dolls? Those paper dolls where you have to cut out the arms and the legs, and then you like pin the arm to the body, you pin the other arm to the body, and then you can move the arms and legs and make them move. That's essentially the most dumbed down way I could explain how somebody would make a VTuber model move. So somebody takes the paper model, cuts the arms and legs off, pins them to the body, and then you can make it move. That is what cutting means. This is a way long and unnecessary explanation, but I'm just trying to make this clear for those of you guys who don't know how to make the model art, etc. So the terminology that I'm using makes sense. So anyways, that's what they're talking about here. And then in terms of the gaps is actually something that happens to like every single brushstroke you add on. How the gaps happen, okay, is an artist is, minding their own business, they're drawing. This is going to look really bad bad because I'm drawing with my mouse, right? So they will draw the line art. Let's say you're just drawing a triangle, and then they will color the triangle in. So a human being will go color it in, color it in, color it in. What the gaps come from is sometimes when the artist is coloring it in, they thought they colored the entire triangle in, not realizing there's a little spot they left out. This is actually a very common mistake human artists make. Almost every single art piece has this. To make sure that you colored it exactly is extremely time consuming. So most of the time you just color it in, you're like, looks pretty good. That's a very human mistake to make. So this was another model example that Useful Oranges is debunking. Useful Oranges says there's no AI here, and some of the elements they're pointing out is one, how horns like these are very difficult to rig. So therefore it's hard for them to be AI. And I do agree, right? The more complex an element is, the harder it is to use AI in terms of making a VTuber model. When you use the AI to generate the artwork, it's going to look very complex. Then to chop it up and then to rig it is going to be even more time consuming. It's extremely time consuming to the point that it is actually more time consuming to use AI for it than if you just drew it yourself. Because if you drew it yourself, then you can draw it in a way that's easy to rig, if that makes sense. Rather than going out of your way to use AI, which is not generating something that would be easy to rig, then you have to then cut up. The other thing they're pointing out is consistent color for unusual light. So a big issue that AI art has is AI has a tendency to use an astronomical amount of very similar colors for no reason. It's because, again, human artists are trying to be efficient. They're not necessarily lazy, but they're trying to be efficient, okay? It would not be in the best interest of an artist to select one shade of purple, color one part in, and then select a slightly different shade of purple to then continue coloring. So what AI tends to do is if you have different elements, right, it would have like maybe this part would be one shade of yellow, but then 3 pixels over, it would use a different shade of yellow. That doesn't make much sense to change. But with the horns, as you can see, there's a very solid and consistent color use. The lighting on the left horn is the exact same color as the lighting on the right horn. Color of the horn, AI will not do that. AI will use slightly different colors. So that is one instance where you can tell whether it's AI. That's not present in these horns specifically. Oh, another thing too I do want to point out is the consistency within the eyes. The eyes are extremely consistent and they're very symmetrical, which is something AI is not good at doing. And it might be very subtle. So on first glance, you may not be able to notice, but if you look closely, maybe like the irises will be slightly different. These eyes are extremely symmetrical to where I find that that would be very unlikely for it to be made by AI. They also pointed out the braids, and this was what Liz had pointed out as being an evidence of AI. This braid here is not even rendered, and that's not something AI would do. AI would not render a piece and then leave elements unfinished. And what rendering means in the art world is shading, highlighting. You know how this part of the bangs, you know, there's this like shine here? Yeah, this strand of braid specifically has no shine, no shadows whatsoever, and AI would not do that. AI would not leave elements unrendered. That is just a human design choice or human error. Maybe they forgot. It could have been either or, right? But that is done by a human hand. Useful Oranges also pointed out the consistency within the shapes of the braids, which I do agree. AI, again, is not very good at doing that. It will make the braid really, really thick and then make the end really thin, or it'll have like the braid strands winding in really arbitrary directions. I do also want to point out one thing too. AI is really bad at making jewelry. The jewelry will look very nonsensical. Pendant makes a lot of sense. It's a 3-pointed pendant with these little swirly designs. It does look very intentional. From me looking at it, and there's a little fox here too. Very intentional, has to be done by a human. AI would not do that. AI tends to make jewelry look extremely garbled, especially if it is fancy, intricate jewelry. Another model that Liz had accused of being AI, and the white text with the black outline is Liz's text, says hair shadowing in some places make no sense, AI hair. I mean, the shadow can be a little bit arbitrary because for VTuber models are designed in a way to have very arbitrary lighting, very front on, but also arbitrary lighting. So it makes sense for a VTuber model to kind of have hair shading. Doesn't make sense in a general scheme, but it would make sense for a VTuber model. They stated the eyes are really weird. I don't see any issue with the eyes as I'm looking at it. The eyes again look very symmetrical. Again, because Useful Oranges circled the irises, it's a little bit hard for me to make out all of the details, but the irises look very symmetrical in the rendering to me. The artwork does look very consistent. It's basically mirrored in terms of the chest design, the shoulder plate design, and with some asymmetry in the clothing. This does not give me AI vibes whatsoever as I'm looking at it. This all looks very human made. Again, we have a kind of like a pendant breastplate thing going on in the center chest. It's intricate jewelry, which AI tends to screw up. And this intricate jewelry looks very even, very symmetrical. It makes a lot of sense. And then here we have a breakdown from TXT Cal on Twitter, who put out a really, really great breakdown of all of Liz's accusations that I really like. So they wrote, there's a gross thread going around about how a whole VTuber company used AI to make their models. Until I see stone cold proof of this, I'd like to debunk this thread since there are plenty of VTubers who are scared they had their model made from AI. Here are the first couple of points I would like to point out that many of their points in this one, if the shadows not matching the hair. Here is some art from Kachiru_I. The point here is to say that the shadows of the hair isn't always going to match. So here's Kachiru, here is some of the shadows for the hair. As you can see, some of the shadows don't exactly match right. As you can see here, there's this shadow here that I guess is supposed to match this hair strand, except the shadow is a little thicker. There's this shadow here that is also a little bit thicker than this strand that it's supposed to be a shadow for. But this is clearly human-made artwork, right? At the end of the day, it's just a design choice, right? The art looks pretty, it is what it is. It doesn't have to be like 100,000% anatomically correct. Sometimes you can give or take a little bit for artistic reasons. It's a more stylistic choice. The hair and the shadow aren't always going to match because of it, point blank. Even if you want to argue about the shadows, they're completely symmetrical. Yes, the hair is asymmetrical, but this is simply human error, in my opinion. This was one of the models that Liz accused of being AI. Remember the little hair flip that we talked about earlier? So here was the full screenshot where Liz is saying the shadows don't match the hair. How this shadow doesn't match the hair, how this shadow doesn't exactly match the hair. Like, I will say, yeah, the shadows don't match. On its own, isn't something that would really necessarily indicate AI, because again, it could be human error. And a big thing too is AI is not good at symmetry. AI just doesn't do that. So the fact that these shadows are extremely symmetrical looks like, I don't know, the artist who drew this just symmetry tool, drew on one side, it flipped onto the other, and then they called it a day. Doesn't take away from the fact that the model still looks pretty. They're highlighting quote unquote illogical details here. I don't know exactly what this is supposed to highlight here, this circle. Is it like this triangle? Except the triangle is present on the other side of the arm. And then I think one thing is like this little swoosh here, which I will say it is like a random little swoosh here, but it could have been a design choice from the artist or the VTuber, etc. Like, we don't know the full context behind this. There could have been a reason for it. Cal says these work in progresses were provided by the owner of the company, Sen, even dated 2023 as well, to claim that the artist who did it went and drew over the model to provide work in progresses is outlandish. And here is Cal's evidence of Liz saying that, by the way. So Liz said, you generate the image first, you don't send the image. You draw on top, update with drawing on top sketch. After a few months, you just send the ready model unless the person asks you for obvious changes. So you prompt it again until it's to their liking. Don't play the victim. So here are the work in progresses. Here's the sketch. And as you can see, that little like swooshy boob detail that we talked about is still present in even the first sketch. So it does seem very intentional that it's there. Here's the second work in progress, and then screenshot of all of the updates. And for those of you guys that are confused about what Liz is talking about, this is what they mean. Okay, so what they mean is, and here's an example of an emote that I made myself a long time ago. I don't even know whether this is still on my Twitch channel or not, to be honest. Basically, right, when you generate art using AI, it's only going to output you the final results unless you go through other means. It's only going to give you the final piece, that's it. There's no work in progress. And what Liz is saying is that, oh, somebody just, took the original image and then erased some elements to look like it's a progress photo. So they're saying, oh, maybe you did this, and then you probably just drew over the elements. And let me color in the hair here. Let me erase all the shine. Oh yeah, let me erase all of the highlights here, and then the rest of the shadows here. And let me erase all of this too. Okay, this brush is too big. Okay, but yeah, you get my point, right? What Liz is trying to say is that, oh, somebody took the original image that was a completed AI piece and then painted over it to remove elements to make it look like it's an unfinished piece. And then to be like, hey, yeah, you see this artwork right here? Yeah, so this is like, I'm like 50% done with your piece. All I need to do is like draw the face in and color it in. This is crazy if somebody does this. I think there's somebody out there crazy enough to actually try this, to pass off AI art as their own? I do. Do I think Sen did this though? Or Sen's company did this? I don't think so, because VTuber models are extremely time consuming to make, extremely complex, and to AI generate a VTuber model and then reverse engineer it from the final piece to a sketch is really, really time consuming. Like, it would take you longer to do that, in my opinion, than it would for you to just like make the VTuber model genuinely. So I don't know why anybody would go through this many hoops to try to scam. It just doesn't make sense due to how time consuming it is to do it. But again, there's probably somebody out there that will do this. So again, from Cal, shadows will always match the hair if you're drawing them instead of copying and pasting the hair strands. The floating hair strands as well, in fact, not floating as well. From the art style of the model, it looks like the artist just drew a hair strand from the bigger one. Again, another point that Liz is trying to say is, oh, look at the inconsistent hair strands. Okay, so here's an art piece that I made of my friend Annie. I drew this a while ago. But what Cal is saying is, okay, and this may not be the best example because the art that I made of her is not in the style that VTuber art tends to look like. If you draw a hair strand, and let me just but let's say there's like a hair strand like this and it cuts across Annie's face. What Cal is saying is that if the artist were to use their hands to then draw the shadow, so if I then decide to draw, oh, let me go add the shadows beneath the hair. Let me just draw this and this. Oh, shadows, nice. It's gonna look different because I manually redrew the brush strokes. If you took the hair strands, you see the hair strands, right? These hairs, you copy it and you paste it, drag it downwards, and then you multiply it like that to make the shadows. So if you copy and paste the hair strands like this, of course the shadows are gonna look 1-to-1. But if you manually draw the hair strands, it's gonna look a little bit different because your brush strokes aren't gonna be identical. So yeah, I absolutely agree. The hair strands are very symmetrical, they look very intentional, and they also look hand-drawn. So again, AI is not good at doing symmetrical stuff. Another point, 1 minute these things are AI generated, then this. Well, the belt isn't rendered, so it must be AI. If she's claiming the belt that it's inconsistent render in the model, I don't understand. Some people render things one at a time, especially if they cut it beforehand when drawing. So again, remember that belt that I showed you from that model where the belt was not finished, but the jacket was? Yeah, because it's probably due to the fact that that was not like a finished screenshot of the model, right? Here is another photo with the belt completed. And if you're wondering, oh, why are these like extra elements sticking out? It's because of a layering thing, where again, when it comes to making a VTuber model, even if elements are hidden, the hidden elements still must be drawn. So let's use me as an example, right? If you're making me like exactly how I am right now as a VTuber model, you would still need to draw the rest of my shirt, right? Like the shirt under here that I'm wearing, this tan shirt. You don't end the shirt right here that you can see. You would need to draw the rest of the shirt because in the VTuber model, as you're moving left and right, as I'm swaying left and right, my jacket might open a little bit more and might reveal what was originally hidden. Same thing for the belt, like hypothetically with my necklace, right? I could be sitting like this with my hair down, but if I were a VTuber model and I'm swaying left and right, my hair is gonna sway this way and it's gonna reveal more of my necklace. So what may not be shown when I'm sitting still, think of it as like a standstill VTuber model. If the model were to sway one way, it would reveal hidden elements, which is why, from an artist perspective, elements that would be hidden if the VTuber model was T-posing needs to still be drawn, which is why the belt does look maybe a little bit wonky to somebody with no art experience. I do think it's odd, though, that Liz, somebody with art experience, is pointing something like this out as a mistake. They are an artist, so I assume they should have known that. It sounds like they also make VTuber models as well. So going back to here, the hair is also a weird point, seeing that it's done with other models as well, and just in art in general. A lot of artists lighten hair that's supposed to be further away. So here, a difference in render quality referring to how this element is rendered versus it's less rendered out here. It's blurred because it looks like it's AI paint over, erase blurred hair. These are points as well. This could just be a design choice. Could AI do this? Potentially, but could this be a design choice genuinely made by a human being? Absolutely. And I do think this is probably a design choice. Like with this model here, there's again other elements that maybe look odd on first glance, but if you think a little bit more about it, it's probably due to the fact that this art is drawn with the intention of it being rigged, as in the intention for the art to be animated. One thing about this model that looks a little bit odd to me, but it makes a lot of sense, is the shadows. As you can see, there's shadows under the hair, but the shadows are lighter than the actual skin tone. And the reason for this is when you take a VTuber model, the art piece, right? And then you import it into Live 2D, which is the program that artists use to rig the models, blend modes don't transfer over. So let's say, and what I mean by blend mode, okay, is what I used here. What a blend mode is if you click this drop down, it changes the appearance of the color. So with the multiply layer, as you can see, it makes it darker and changes it. Color dodge changes the color. So what artists normally do when it comes to drawing shadows, right, as you can see here with this shadow, I also made it a multiply layer, is you would draw the shadow in with whatever color you choose, and then you would largely select a blend mode like multiply so that it could have the desired effect. Blend modes do work on all colors so that, it kind of blends it a little bit better. Like I said, blend modes don't transfer over to Live 2D. So if I select multiply in Clip Studio Paint, export my Clip Studio Paint piece as a Photoshop file because Live 2D can only open PSD files. The artist or the rigger opens my art piece up in Live 2D. All my blend modes won't show. So if I made it a multiply layer, it will not show as a multiply layer in Live 2D. So keeping that in mind, the rigger will then have to manually change that piece or that shadow or whatever to the blend mode you would like it to be. So that's basically why it's like lighter. I'm assuming that's because the rigger is going to go in, import this piece into Live 2D, and then change all of the blend modes manually themselves because they have to, because it doesn't import over. And then it'll have the correct like shadow appearance. That would be my guess, right? Again, more work in progresses of this model. Again, this model was also accused of AI for the weird looking eyes or whatever, inconsistent hair details. Again, you can see the hair details in the sketching process, so I don't see the issue. You can see that it looks like that even from the sketch. And Cal points out this art by Scotty, who goes by SCO_TTIE, stating this is a common thing among artists. Even if you find the rendering weird, it doesn't mean it's AI either. Oh, and then this is referring to elements in the foreground being darker than elements in the background. As you can see here, right? The hair in the front is very dark. The hair that is further away from where the viewer's eye would be is much lighter. It's again a design choice. Here, Cal says this one doesn't even look AI. If you look at the ears or even the braid a little closer, you would see gaps in the coloring. Clearly just human error as well. The client said it was an error, and as you can see, it's fixed. They even have abandoned the first draft. Crazy, right? So again, this was the model. Remember, the braid wasn't rendered. The two versions, first draft and then the final render. Returning to the purple model though, Cal says even by the sketch, the hair and eyes were just made that way. If you have a complaint about the art style of a model, saying it's AI is jumping the shark. When people point out AI hair, it's usually not connected to a base, but just all over the place, and this one clearly is not. AI art has a tendency to blend hair into other things, which is not present in this model. For this model, the rendering quality is different. However, that could literally be chalked up to human art as well. You could also say that about anime art in general, TBH, the rendering just tends to be different. These are the models with different rendering styles, different quality of renderings. So this was the before, and this was the after, referring to the different quality renders. This piece, I am still a little bit about the wings specifically. I don't think the rest of the model is AI, but the wings do throw me off a little bit because it has a lot of elements that are reminiscent of AI that I see. I do not think the beads are AI either. It's specifically just the wings that I'm a little bit about. Here, Cal says, perfect example of this model made by Cade Art and Ramdeo1122. The rendering is inconsistent. However, people aren't using these as examples for AI because it's common. You have inconsistent rendering on the same model. So example number one, I believe here the inconsistency that's referred to is like maybe the level of rendering in the face versus the level rendering in the hair, which is actually something that's really common in a lot of VTuber models. As you can see here as well. Oh yeah. Where the face is nowhere near as rendered as the rest of the body. Again, this is something that's actually very common in a lot of VTuber models. They want to maintain a very kind of like anime aesthetic in terms of the face. The rest of the model will have elements of kind of semi-realism embodied into it. That's something you see in a lot of VTuber models. It's a stylistic choice. To add to this, but a common thing for crooked lines and rigging. There's even videos on this because it happens, as well as the bald head. While it's not the best rigging, what does this point mean in terms of the art being AI? So again, here the bald head peeking through, or some of the cutting being a little bit odd. So again, there's obvious reasons why the bald head peeks through, right? Because it's all about the cutting and then the reshaping of the layers can happen. I will say though, if your rig is moving and the bald head is peeking through, that's a pretty big error in terms of the rigger themselves. They should go back and fix that. But that doesn't mean it's AI though, you know what I mean? That just means that this was a mistake that was overlooked by whomever rigged the art piece, or whomever drew it didn't add enough hair pieces to cover the bald head and all of the movements. Cal says, like, hate to bring this guy up, but didn't KVX art literally get called out for having bad rigs? Like, it's a bad rig, but it's literally just human error, and you putting this in to say that it's AI leaves a bad taste in my mouth personally. This mouse here, this may be a meme, but still it's literally a blurred out image which is painted over. This mouse though, for me personally, does give a little bit of AI vibes. It's in the coloring. And we will go into this later because this mouse was apparently exposed for actually being AI. But again, I will say there's a lot of elements of like symmetry going on here in the ears and stuff like that is typically not present in AI. Cal says to claim not one person, but this whole company is using AI art and that every single artist they hired wants to use AI as well is just very wrong and rubs me the wrong way. Making claims and talking about it as truth is wrong. You talk about the situation as truth and then also advertising yourself in the meantime is downright wrong. In my opinion, you're making a victim in this situation to profit off of it. And I believe the reason everyone is believing you is because Sen's posts are not getting traction. So Liz says not only did they give the impression that they were working on each model, making customers wait, but in reality, the models were nearly finished from day one. All they had to do was paint over it. The company I am talking about is VTube Forest 7. Please don't spread any hate towards the victims, they were not aware. I am doing this to warn people. Many amazing artists would be really happy to get a commission, and they would put a lot of love in each detail of your model, I'm included. That does rub me the wrong way though, okay? If you are gonna call somebody out or a company out, and then to promo yourself directly under it does very odd. Does feel like your call out was for malicious reasons. So again, big shout out to Cal because I think their breakdown was extremely thorough, extremely helpful, and it added extra visuals as well into what we were talking about here. AI accusations, it's all about context and everything together. While there are some elements of the artwork that can be, mistakes, right? Like the gaps in the lines, the bald head peeking through, etc. These at the end of the day largely can be chalked up to human error because it's two things. There's AI art mistakes and then there's human mistakes, and these mistakes are clearly human mistakes. Are the rigs potentially a little rushed? Again, because this is a company where it's not Sen doing all of the artwork, right? They're hiring freelancers to do the artwork and just kind of like packaging everything together nicely. There are rigging mistakes. There are errors and rigs and stuff that should have been either like fixed and communicated with, but again, we don't know the full context of where all these screenshots were grabbed. Maybe this screenshot was from work in progress of the model and then the error was later fixed. I will later present to you some testimonies of people that have worked with Sen so that you can kind of get a gauge of their experience working with them. Initially, when this tweet was put out, everybody was really agreeing with Liz and on Liz's side. But then it kind of came out that Liz themselves potentially traces artwork. So there was this tweet put out by Kate Boo stating, making a call-out post targeting an entire studio of artists and riggers when your model base was traced, ... Original art by Bun Baby Art. And I have pulled up a side-by-side as well in Photoshop so we can compare it. So the green-haired girl in the pink outfit is Bun Baby's art. And boy, oh boy, it is Bun Baby because we have actually talked about them before. Because they've gotten their art stolen and traced before, okay? They're truly suffering from success out here because their art is beautiful. I love their art style. This is happening again with their artwork, which I'm so sad to hear this is happening to them because, boy, this artwork here is made by Lisby. This is on their actual portfolio. This is their portfolio. And then if we go to their ref sheets, that is their ref sheet, another ref sheet. And if we do overlap the artwork, I'm going to toggle it on and off. It's not exact, right? It is not exact. It's not traced. It does look heavily referenced. If I slowly turn up the opacity, like the eyes are in the same place, the mouth is essentially the same shape, the boobs are in the same place and about the same size. And a big thing that I do want to point out is in Bun Baby's style, they have a very unique shading style where on the thighs and the boobs, they airbrush it with pink and then they add little white dots in it. And that sort of shading style, again, is also present in Liz's artwork as well. Does Bun own that shading style? No. It does kind of lend another element of, oh, this artist does heavily reference Bun Baby's artwork. And I mean, Bun Baby's art is really pretty, but just this is getting a little similar. And for this model as well, the full body, we can kind of overlap it as well. Again, it is not one-to-one. I am not saying this is traced. Is it heavily referenced? Allegedly, right? Again, toggling it on and off. I'm not trying to slide it too quickly because it will sometimes bug out. It's just a little bit odd. It's just very similar. If I were Bun Baby, this would be a little bit too similar for my liking, personally. But again, I'm not trying to speak on Bun Baby's feelings. I am not them, right? But this is not the first time they have had their art stolen, traced, heavily referenced, etc. Using this as an example to show they do heavily reference or are inspired by Bun Baby's work is if we go to their illustrations, this artwork is very reminiscent of Bun Baby's style. The rendering is very different, but I'm just saying the face shape, the kind of like the expression, the eyes look very similar. Proportions do look similar to me. It's not exactly the same. So this is just to show there's nothing wrong with having, artwork that is similar to an artwork of somebody you really admire and you look up to. But I will say this is just an example of the inspiration. I do think when it gets this similar though, you are in a way crossing the line. And this was a reply that was actually put out by Liz B after they were being accused of tracing this piece from Bun Baby artwork. Liz says, my face is thinner, my eyes are different, lashes different, my hair volume is different, the height is different, nose is different, some body proportions are similar like any anime girl. And as we can see, these are the comparisons if aligned by height. I did not align by the tip of the shoe because the tip of Bun Baby's shoe is pointed and the tip of their shoe is rounded. So if the tip of the shoe is pointed, printed, it would elongate the foot a little bit, which is why I didn't line it 1-to-1 like that, for that reason specifically. But I mean, I'm just saying, is it 1-to-1? Is it traced? No, it's not. Kind of uncomfortably similar, potentially. Bun Baby can be the only person who can truly acknowledge whether this level of like similarity is okay or not to them, right? Because it's their artwork at the end of the day. And then in reference to this ref sheet, Cal continues, let's talk about her model while we're at it. She uses a blend tool under the boobs, but not anywhere else. There's highlights on the socks, but not on any other part of the clothes. She has weird strands on the lower side of her hair. Inconsistent. Okay, this is actually really funny. This is actually really funny. The weird strands that are mentioned. Yeah, the blend on only the underside of the boobs, the different level of rendering on the boobs versus the hands. Cal is basically essentially mocking Liz because these are the elements that Liz pointed out as being AI on Sen's artwork or Sen's Studios artwork, but these elements are also present in their own art. And again, I do not think this is AI, by the way. I do not think Liz has used AI in their art process from at least my understanding and looking at all of this, but it's just interesting that the elements that they accused other people of being AI is also present in their own artwork. And this is further breakdowns from Cal about Liz's artwork. So after all this breakdown, let me go into people's experiences with working with Sen. So we have a lot of breakdowns to cover. The first one is from Snazzy Sam, who stated, I commissioned my current model from them and I could not disagree more. Zooming in on my own model, I can see small line art imperfections that really can only be made by a human artist. This whole thread is just a bitter smear campaign attempt in my opinion. So there are some line errors in their model, some small ones, some more line errors. Again, this is so normal. It happens if you're a human artist. It's impossible to make an absolutely perfect piece. Next tweet is from Kane Kiro, who also goes by Caney Bear, at LizBeArt at Sen. I want to say, yes, that is my model. The outfit is spot on. The quality is what you pay for, TBH. It was a learning lesson for me. They did attempt to fix it, but in the end, I kept the art and they refunded the rigging. They also told me I could modify it. So their model, and these are errors that they circled on their model made by Sen. The first one is the star glitching into the boob. The second one is the collar glitching into the face. The third one is line art disappearing when the face turns this way. Error specifically, I'm not quite sure what this is supposed to reference. Maybe the mouth is crooked here. 4, doubling line art when the head tilts. 5, the ear poking out a lot. 6, oh, what is happening with this little strand of hair? And another breakage in lines. So yeah, there are model errors here. Essentially errors or mistakes in the artwork. These are mistakes that in my opinion need to be corrected because the star glitching into the boob, the collar glitching into the face are pretty big ones that can be a little bit janky, especially if you paid money for the rig, right? You would want a quality rig. So in like the hair doubling up. So that should be fixed. But in the screenshot with their communication with Seven says, because this character's hair is asymmetrical on both sides, it's impossible to make both sides look the same. Bear is stating, this is why I need the artist to make more parts. May I have the artist name as well? I'll give credit if this ever gets fixed. And then Bear says, may I fix it? I'll simply cut and copy, then layer it to mesh with the other parts. Forrest says, we're currently attempting modifications as we're doing our best within our current knowledge to make the necessary adjustments. Therefore, we're not entirely sure how to further modify additional parts at this time. Feel free to make any modifications, and Bear says, I would appreciate that a lot. So yeah, although this is unfortunate that the model is a little bit buggy in terms of the rig, thankfully they were able to work out a scenario. And again, this is something that's going to happen if you work with a model studio, in my opinion, right? With a studio or a company like this, Sen is reaching out to their team of artists, and you're going to get one of the artists on the team. So depending on which artist you get, maybe if you ended up with an artist that isn't as familiar with rigging, maybe like very asymmetrical hair, for instance, it could lead to some model errors that other people may not have had the same experience with this company because they had a different artist. Seraph Dream says, here's my experience with this company, a thread. I originally commissioned them from my 1.0 model back in September. I gave them my exact design specs according to the template that they have on their Etsy page, and I received something completely different. So here are the exact specs. This was what they received. I already felt disappointed with this experience, so I was going to go elsewhere. After an even worse experience with another artist, I came back and we were finally able to get an arrangement on how the first design would look. I felt like we had hit a good starting point, so I decided to commission them again in March to begin my 2.0. I had no contact with them after I paid my deposit until May when I reached out because, according to their page, it's only supposed to take 10 to 12 days to get your sketch. They told me I was forgotten. So again, they were communicating and Seraph paid March 28th. They got their sketch May 11th. However, they did add that the sketch sketch was complete, they never sent it. After I approved it, it only took 9 days to get the rendered sketch. However, there was a distinct change between the two design ears that was not approved. So the sketch, the version 2, the ears became wings. That probably was just an accident, to be honest. Whomever rendered it, maybe some miscommunication, whatever. It took another 12 days to receive an updated image with the changes back to the ears. Finally, in mid-July, I get the first teaser of the rigging after it was told in June it would be done before the end of the month. Because I had to push back my estimated 2.0 debut, I asked for additional expressions to be added since the time had taken so long. We are now in mid-August. They have ignored my messages asking for a rough ETA, and I have been radio silent since. I understand these things take time. An example of the update was given July 29th, and now they're mid-August, August 16th, and no update yet. Allegedly, Seven had promised to finish the model by end of June, so we are now 2 months out. However, the lack of communication, the drastic differences in the sketch to the render without my consent makes me feel like I sadly cannot trust this company anymore. Also, any weird cropping with the images is because they put sensitive information on those pictures. All I have to say, I'm not 100% sure on the AI claims, but I cannot recommend working with them at this point in time. Again, I do feel like this is just an issue that happens if it's a studio that works with multiple artists. Depending on which artist you get, you're gonna get a different quality, different art style. If this studio did not heavily vet their artist. I am not trying to accuse Sen of maybe like not running the studio properly, this, that, and the third. I'm just saying this is something that could happen if there's multiple artists employed, right? But not everybody has the same experience, right? Kenta, who goes by Kenta Hisashi on Twitter says, "Girl, this whole thread is a mess. I've worked with Sen. They've kept me updated on the whole process when it came to sketches and the final rendering. Doesn't appear that any use of AI has taken place. To slander a business and a team of artists like this is just shameful." So they provided examples of their sketch, of their flat color, of the render, and their model looks great. But then we have this tweet from Mira Jane DS, who wrote, "We just got a DM of him confirming they used AI to make this model. I can send it on Discord to you if you want." And that was referring to the hamster model. And this was the proof that Mira provided. Seven says, "Hello, are you there? After our review, we found that the artist who created this work for you used AI. We can offer you a refund or make this piece. Please let us know what you would like us to do." And Sen put out an apology yesterday, August 19th. Sen stated, "Apology statement. After reviewing thousands of orders, I found that a few orders lacked solid proof that AI was not used. In line with a cautious approach, I have contacted the buyers for refunds and will not continue working with designers who can't provide proof." And people have replied. Thy King Crow says, "A few people who do wrong doesn't reflect poorly on you in my eyes. You're an amazing individual to work with. You're the face of a company, and at the end of the day, employees mess up sometimes. You're owning up to it and taking steps to resolve it. That in itself is honorable. I commend your efforts." Lex the Octo says, "I was a bit wary, but honestly, you seem legitimate. The models look nice and detailed, and it doesn't look like painted over AI to me. You also provided evidence against it. I hope I can get a model made from you one day once I have the money." Zach Not Kyle says, "Good on you for addressing this and cutting off those artists. Hope to see great work from you in the future." And finally, we have streamer Suto Customs, which I really like this tweet that they put out to wrap this all up. Suto says, "It didn't read malicious at all. They started with stating why they were posting, providing probably what took hours of possible examples while working alongside clients that had worked with the company. Was it wrong to just full-blown post it before reaching out to the artist? But not everybody is good with how to handle said situations. They are a smaller account with no experience in this matter. That they should apologize for. However, the intent seemed to protect others from being scammed. Common practice for the art community, but there are other ways to clear speculation. However, it was proved AI was used anyways, so it is what it is." And screenshots of more proof, and again, Sen themselves confirmed it. And Redacted said, "TBH, it brought to light, and we were all sat in Discord yesterday for hours on end looking at each other's models on stream, and the person who went to him and confronted him got the answer we needed. Let's just say it's only one that was AI. That is still one too many, because how many have they done it to?" Omega says, "She states that she was looking at her competition when she did this. That alone is enough reason for slander, to take out the competition." Suto says, "Well, it ended up being true, and she shouldn't have gotten excited with all those positive responses to the tweet. Not a good look, but also not the reason for the initial post. I don't know why things have to always be so black and white. But also at this point, it really doesn't matter, does it? It's true, and the artist has offered to refund. It's a step in the right direction. It should have been upfront about using AI to begin with. Don't think people care as much about AI as long as they know you're using it." Serendipitous says, "But not everyone is good," end quote. I'm gonna stop you right there. If you're not capable of properly executing concern, especially without doing the bare minimum amount of decency involved, then you shouldn't be piping up, period. There's no excuse. Negligence alone can be malicious. Elite Cookie or Salt Kraken says, "One artist used AI, therefore it has been proven AI was used across the board," end quote. Doesn't work when it's been accused of everything being AI, not just from one artist within the company. They even got asked for a remake or a refund. But anyways, to wrap this all up, I do think that if we're trying to give benefit of doubt on both sides, right? There's two sides and the truth. And also, there doesn't always have to be a villain and a hero in every story. I do think in this scenario, potentially Liz saw that maybe there was some AI suspiciousness going on. And completely fair to do a little bit of snooping investigation on your own. But I do think that the evidence they came up with to support their claims was not sufficient. Sen did apologize. There was AI used in their artwork and in VTuber models that they have put out from their company. At the end of the day, it was not all of their VTuber models. It was the hamster. And they said that they have contacted everybody involved. So maybe there were other people as well. But it was not as many as Liz made it out to be. Trying to give the benefit of the doubt, I'm thinking that maybe Liz saw this and excited and a little bit carried away and was like, got very excited in the snooping that they were doing and just made this big old tweet being like, oh, this is going to be a banger. And while there were elements of truth to it, it did get spun a little bit further than what it actually was. Again, please don't send hate to anybody, okay? Either side, etc. No hate going on here, please. And again, in this scenario, I don't think there's a hero and villain in the story, right? Because while Sen is running their own studio, they're the face of their company, more power to them, good for them, right? There was AI that was present from the art that was made by their art. There's going to be bad actors that will always sneak through, but I do think that this should be a lesson to Sen as well to kind of do more due diligence in vetting their artists and the processes. And if there are people that are kind of hanging on, waiting for updates, like I did mention earlier, keep track of them, update whenever possible. Again, I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt, right? They probably have a whole bunch of orders that many artists that they're managing are working on right now, so maybe potentially things just fell through the crack. Now that you know, if Sen is watching this video, I don't know, right? Go follow up, catch up on your loose threads. And I do hope Liz can learn and be better and also potentially reference Bun's art a little bit less, just a little bit less, not as close. I don't think the art is traced. I do think it's very similar though. And my cat is here. But yeah, anyways, please don't send hate to anybody. I don't know what the baby boy is up to. But yeah, I just hope everybody can move on from this scenario and put it past them. And so everybody can get pretty art.
Back when My Little Pony Friendship is Magic aired on TV for the first time in 2010, it garnered a bunch of, let's just say, creative fans. And some of these fans created fan art, such as this masterpiece, and who could forget this masterpiece. But in the midst of creating all this beautiful artwork, someone must have thought, hey, how would these ponies look like if they weren't ponies, but instead were humans? After all, it is pretty customary for literally any franchise in existence that has non-human main characters to eventually have human fan art made of them. But rarely is it the case that the company that actually owns the franchise goes out of their way to make a whole spin-off based off these human interpretations. But this is what happened with My Little Pony Equestria Girls. Or at least that might have been Hasbro's inspiration, but the intention of them making it is widely believed to have been an effort to compete with Mattel's Monster High franchise and doll sales. Anyways, the very first thing anyone knew about Equestria Girls was when this concept art was leaked onto Tumblr, and eventually it spread to other places, which led fans of My Little Pony who saw this to either think it was fake, or to think that it was like the worst thing to happen to the show since Derpygate and Twilight becoming an alicorn. But nowadays, Equestria Girls seems to be much more accepted within the fandom, and some people like it as much as, if not more than, the actual main show. But the question is, if they went out of their way to make this whole spin-off for the sake of selling more dolls, can the story itself be any good? In order to find out, I watched the movie again, like dozens of times, to really see if it stands on its own merits. So strap in, because here's my very brief under-analysis of Equestria Girls. I'll try to keep this retrospective as brief as possible, and I totally won't go into a bunch of needless details. The movie first opens with the main six plus Spike arriving at the Crystal Empire for Twilight's first Princess Summit. Despite the season 3 finale ending with Twilight seemingly happy with her newfound status,
I know for absolute certain.
she's apparently still nervous-sided about the event and self-conscious about wearing her crown. Just keep this exchange in mind.
Sorry, darling, but I just realized you're not wearing your crown.
It's in my bag.
Anyways, her friends support her and believe she should embrace being a princess, which should seem straightforward enough, but Immediately from the opening shot, I'm distracted by the fact that Cherry Berry and Shoeshine switch places in between frames. But whatever. The bigger question is, why are there no crystal ponies in sight? You could make the assumption that they're all asleep, but there's reason to believe that isn't the case, since later on in the night, we see that literally every light in every house is on except for this one in the corner, which basically just disproves the fact that these people sleep. Unless if the crystal ponies all collectively sleep during the day and wake up at night. Anyways, in the same vein, how come the other ponies who also just got off the train aren't visible in the background either? It's kind of ominous how there's literally no background ambience whatsoever, and the entire thing is just the main six walking around. They meet with the other princesses in the throne room, where Twilight is introduced by this specific pony who happens to be the only one who's not a crystal pony.
Her Highness, Princess Twilight Sparkle.
Wow, I wonder if there's a plot convenient reason for him to be the only one different among these other clones. But speaking of which, with the way that the main six walked into Celestia's throne room, it seems as though nobody was guiding or guarding them around. Shouldn't Twilight, as a princess, have some kind of guard guiding her through the castle? It's odd because Princess Celestia sends them off to bed.
You all look tired from your journey. Now off to bed, all of you.
Did the main six seriously just go to the throne room just to get sent to sleep? Twilight doesn't even get to do the whole sunshine, ladybugs awake rigmarole with Princess Cadence. It's like that's the entire scene. They walk into this throne room and get sent to sleep. What was the point of putting this in here? Later, Twilight tries on her crown and doubts herself as a princess, which is dumb, not the doubting part, but because earlier, it emphasized that Twilight was insecure with the crown.
Just feel a little self-conscious about wearing it.
Not even wearing it in front of the other princesses, but because of plot, she takes it out and leaves it next to her bedside rather than tucking it back into her bag. Anyway, Spike reassures her, though speaking of Spike, with the way he dives into sleep, you would expect his bed to be right next to Twilight's, but in the next shot, it's clearly farther away. Tell me he didn't just dive headfirst into the crystal ground. And wait, why is Twilight struggling with her wings? She used them pretty freaking perfectly in the season 3 finale. With how much emphasis they're putting on Twilight being a princess now, it seems as this whole movie was partly made in order to justify the whole episode, but we're constantly getting stuff that's directly contradicting it. Then we get the opening theme, which is a remix of the opening theme from the show. Which, sure, whatever. My only problem is how I think that they should have changed the lyrics to My Little Human instead of My Little Pony, because that would have been hilarious. It would have sounded stupid, but it would have been hilarious. But speaking of which, a piece of criticism that people have been having about Equestria Girls since day one of its inception is the title itself. What the heck does Equestria Girls mean exactly? Yeah, sure, the main characters are girls. Okay, that part checks out. But they're not exactly in Equestria, are they? If they called it Equestrian Girls, that makes sense, because equestrian is the definition of a rider or a performer on horseback. Yeah, I guess the girls aren't exactly horseback riders either, but at least the word kind of relates to humans. Okay, I don't even know. While they're all asleep, a cloaked pony sneaks into Twilight's room and switches her crown with a fake one. However, the thief trips over Spike's tail, waking the duo up. They chase after the thief along with their friends who wake up along the way, which eventually leads the crown into falling through this mirror and the thief escapes through it. Here's a simple question. Why not just keep the lights dimly on in the castle instead of just having one guy with a flashlight guarding the entire place? Now, I'm not gonna blame this one guard for letting a thief get past him, because it really is a cheap shot to say, oh, look at this guy, how is he even qualified to be a guard if he can barely do his job? My question is, why do they only have one guard working at a time, especially after the kingdom being threatened by King Sombra just a dozen episodes ago? But beyond that, how did the thief know precisely what room the crown was located in to actually find it first shot? Much less, how did she know what the crown looked like in order to make this duplicate copy? We'll get back to all this later. The bigger problem here is, I thought that Rainbow Dash was the fastest flyer on this side of Mississippi. Why doesn't she just Sonic Rainboom her way closer? Later on, Princess Celestia identifies the thief as Sunset Shimmer, who used to be her former student who abandoned her because of her ego and stuff.
I tried to help her, but she eventually decided to abandon her studies and pursue her own path.
And that was the moment I realized, wait a second, Sunset Shimmer isn't the thief, unless if you want to count how she stole my heart. Wait, judging by the lights outside during the actual theft versus the light outside in this scene, did they wait until the next morning to snitch? I mean, to be fair, I'm always scared to wake my mom up in the middle of the night to let her know that I peed the bed, so maybe it's the same vibes here. Princess Luna reveals that this mirror is a gateway to an alternate world, and we get this explanation.
This is no ordinary mirror. It is a gateway to another world.
Which makes you wonder how they even know this. Surely that implies that there was at least some pony who's been through the portal before. But then she says this.
A gateway that opens once
every 30 moons.
Which also makes you wonder, how do they know that? Unless if the portal originally came with an instruction manual or something, or they crafted the portal themselves. The only possible way that they would know this is if some pony's been accidentally closed out at some point, or if they manually checked every 30 moons or so for an extended amount of time to know that that's a recurring pattern.
It has always been kept in the throne room of Canterlot Castle. But when Princess Cadence took over the Crystal Empire, we sent it here for her to watch over.
But why? Well, what possible reason could you have for doing that? They tasked Twilight with retrieving the crown as it holds the elements of harmony, which is needed to defend Equestria.
Without it, the other elements of harmony have no power, and Equestria is left without one of its most important means of defense.
But like, if you store an essential power that's needed to protect your kingdom in this like little inanimate object, this crown, you're just asking for trouble. I know that all the other elements of harmony are ingrained into jewelry, but like, you could always just, I don't know, make a mock-up crown and wear that for princess events. You don't have to bring the actual thing everywhere. I mean, did I really expect Equestria girls of all things to be flawless and bulletproof in logic? No, but, okay. I'm just saying all this because I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt, but what happens next is just inexcusable. Princess Luna puts a bag on Twilight, but we're not shown what is actually in the bag. And yes, this is a different bag from the one that Twilight brought from home. That also just so happens to have her cutie mark on it for some reason. Do you see where all my frustrations with this movie comes from? Like, what's even the point of that? It seems like a minor detail, but it just raises so many questions. Do all the other princesses have their own bags with their cutie marks on them? Or did they literally just keep this one bag with Twilight's cutie mark on it for some kind of special occasion? Anyways, when her friends offered to go with her through the portal, for some arbitrary reason, Celestia says this.
Sending all of you could upset the balance of this alternate world, creating havoc that would make it impossible for Twilight to get the crown back from Sunset Shimmer.
Keep this in mind for later. Speaking of awful convenience, because this movie needs some stakes, there's only 3 days before the portal closes, and Twilight won't be able to come back if she doesn't come back in 3 days. Even under the threat of literally not being able to come back home, Spike breaks the rules and goes through the portal with Twilight. Once they go through the portal, Twilight is transformed into a human and Spike becomes a dog. But more importantly, Twilight's bag turns into a backpack, which makes us wonder, how does this portal work exactly? We shall revisit this topic later. What I'm more interested in is, who the heck is this guy walking his dog? He's coming from the direction away from the school, suggesting that he just left the building. However, later we find out that pets aren't allowed on school premises.
You're not really supposed to have pets on school grounds.
So surely he's not coming out from the school. Sure, you could say that he's some random guy going out for a walk, which should be supported by the fact that he's not in class, especially during class time, but it's contradicted by the fact that he looks school-aged and is wearing some kind of school uniform. But still, if he is just a pedestrian, what kind of person goes directly in front of the school and back away on a walk? Obviously, the real reason they put this in is to show Twilight that that's not how dogs and humans act in this world. But couldn't they just have some guy across the street get the same point across? Why have this whole convoluted mess? Anyways, Twilight assumes that the building that they're in front of is a huge castle, but it turns out to be a high school. Surprise, surprise. Wait a second. I thought that these people were outside. And what are these people just doing here standing like mannequins? What's going on with this guy's hands? And hey look, it's the guy who was leaving the school literally 2 seconds ago. Anyways, then we get our first music number, This Strange World.
I've never seen a place that's quiet like this. Everything is turned around, this crazy world is upside
Which for some reason is not on the soundtrack album, which I really don't understand why. Apparently the song is cut during TV airings to keep the runtime TV appropriate, which might be the reason. I mean, whatever, the song's fine, I guess. The music video's fine, except for this guy who forgets to close his locker after using it.
What a strange new world.
Much to our disbelief, Twilight runs into the human version of Fluttershy having a nice and friendly, cordial discussion about the whereabouts of the crown with Sunset Shimmer.
I didn't know you had dropped it.
Well, I did, and I was about to get it before you swooped in and ruined everything. You shouldn't pick up things that don't belong to you.
Wow,
No moi, it is Joinen. And did you know that My Story Animated have done it? They have made a full-length movie. And today, we're gonna watch it. The whole thing. Look, it's been a little while since we've done a little My Story Animated thing. And if I recall, we've been saying about their recent videos that they're so movie-like, but they absolutely blast through the story and it gives you absolute narrative whiplash. So naturally, I'm a bit curious. I want to know how well they do at creating an actual movie. It's called With Love and Fried Chicken. They split it up into 2 parts, but in total, it's like an hour and a half long. It's got like 10 million views, which like, how many views does an actual movie get? How many views? Mid-budget film, 10 to 50 million viewers for a mid-budget film in the cinemas. And here we have My Story Animated, 10 million views. These people are straight up pulling real movie numbers for their My Story Animated movie. So this is, for all intents and purposes, an actual movie. An animated movie, I suppose. I guess, so for the first time ever, we're sitting down, you and me, and we're just watching a whole movie. All right, well, let's get started. My Story Animated have made the incredible, inspired, artistic decision to start this hour and a half long movie off with the most annoying possible sound. I think this bodes fantastically for this film. Oh, dang. We've got a song?
Getting drained, settle for.
Oh, we got 3D! Did you see there was bum cheek marks in the bed, fading away as the 3D woman stood up. Not to mention, we've got an actual song with singing and everything, which always makes me nervous for copyright. So if it ends up being a problem, I will try my hardest to find a similar-ish song to replace it with. But do you think they actually contracted someone to write a song specifically for this movie? I don't know what level of effort to expect. Is this actually just another My Story Animated movie, or have they put insane budget? I mean, we've already got 3D woman.
What the future might bring.
Kitty.
What the future might bring. I hold my breath, waiting for someone to
Cat's concerned. A depth of field.
Waiting for me.
5:30 a.m. shower. Rise and grind.
If I love you harder than I've ever.
They're going off with the blurring. Gotta have the blurred background with the crisp glasses in the foreground. They're going ham with the depth of field.
Done before, oh, maybe I belong somewhere above the water.
Oh! So does she run a fried chicken place?
Maybe I belong.
Holy moly! This is not your average My Story Animated video. Some of these shots look real, like they were filmed with an actual camera. You know, we've trashed on My Story Animated a lot, but the absolute glow up that their general quality had is insane. They're not just sitting on their absurd piles of cash that they're bringing in. They're genuinely reinvesting that money. It's evident. The quality is crazy. I'm just wondering if we're gonna get some of the classic My Story Animated story beats. Bad relationship with the parents, absolutely terrible partner in a relationship, millions of dollars. Someone's always rich. Someone's always very, very rich. Is it just gonna be like a classic My Story Animated video, but just absolutely insane visuals? Got a key in the hair. Maybe they just went hard on the intro and then the quality's just gonna take a nosedive.
As I stride strapped my helmet on and climbed onto the scooter. Mom handed me some paper bags.
I'm sorry we can't afford to pay someone for
It's still the same thing, isn't it? They really had us going with the intro. I mean, the quality's still cool, but it's the same voiceovers. I think we're in for an absolute wild ride.
For delivery, sweetie. Bear with me for a few more days.
Don't worry about it, Mom. I got this.
But I want you to focus on school.
And I can do both.
Fine, but always remember, stay in the side lane and
pause at every crossing to watch cars coming from all directions. Mom, trust me.
Always remember road rules. Remember to not crash your bike, okay? I know you forget to not crash the bike.
Know all this. I'm off now. Bye. As I zoomed through my hometown and reached the city center, I slowed down and stopped in front of a clothes shop. I'd been eyeing the red dress in the window display for ages, and I was so relieved to see it was still there. You wait for me, okay? I'm saving up for you. You're gonna look so...
I'm gonna sell enough fried chicken. I'm gonna buy that red dress for the ball coming up, where the prince is gonna be there. And the prince is gonna be mega impressed. Me, the regular old fried chicken delivery girl, wearing a sweet red dress. What a classic setup. One day, in the window. One day.
So good on Mom. Then I was on my way again.
Wait, what?
Saving up for you. You're gonna look so good on Mom.
Oh, okay. You're doing this fried chicken delivery thing to buy the dress for your mom. Well, that's nice. I'm confused. I thought you were a My Story animated character. You're supposed to have a terrible relationship with your mom. Not be nice to her and want to buy her a dress.
I was on my way again, following the directions on the GPS to a huge mansion. I parked in the driveway and rang the bell. And to my shock, the door was opened by Dana, the bane of my life. I'd gotten the female lead in the school play instead of her last year, and she seemed to be holding on to a huge grudge ever since. Hi. You ordered chicken? Dana casually reached out to take the bag.
Yeah, I did order chicken. Thanks for the chicken. It's a ploy. Don't trust her. Don't trust Dana.
The bags from me, and then toss them aside.
So, the rumor is true. You're just a poor delivery girl running around town with greasy chicken. No wonder you always wear clothes that seem to be straight out of the trash. They smell like that, too.
That'll be $20.
Here's $500. Keep the change. I know you badly need.
Thanks. I mean, yeah, look, it's obviously like not the greatest experience to have someone say that to you, but for $500, I'll do it. So, I mean, she could go buy that dress, probably. I don't think, surely the dress isn't more than $500. I don't think bullying would be quite the same problem if every time you got bullied, they gave you $500.
We need it.
I took the dollar bills, pulled out a 20, and put the rest on the floor. Not badly enough to accept it from you. And yeah, you shouldn't eat fried chicken. Maybe order a salad from someplace. Anyway,
All right. I still would have taken the money. I get it. You're a stronger person than I. I would have taken the money and be like, okay, I'll take your money. You do you.
I gotta go. Bye. I turned around and hopped onto my scooter before she could reply.
I stood behind a pillar in the lobby of Dad's company Biotech, which was currently filled with journalists and photographers. My half-brother Ace stood confidently behind the podium on the makeshift stage, then signaled to one of the journalists.
Your half-brother Ace. Yeah, kind of wild that this thing is an hour and a half long and it's still, the pacing is nuts. We're like 3 minutes in and we're already like straight up. Yeah, my half-brother Ace. My parents own some crazy big company. Meanwhile, fried chicken. I guess this is the love interest. I guess we're gonna have an entanglement.
The journalists to ask his question.
How does it feel to know that you'll be the country's youngest CEO at 18, 3 months from now?
It feels great. I know it's a huge responsibility, but I'm certainly up for the challenge. Next.
Yeah, I can do
the company seems to be in some trouble. We haven't seen any groundbreaking product in a long time. Can you keep up with your competitors?
Yes, of course. We're always working on new ideas, and I believe in my team's ability to come up with something that will keep us on top.
Oh, that's not very confidence-inspiring. I believe in their ability to come up with something at some point. I think they'll be able to do it. Let's hope. The investors don't want to hear that. The investors want to hear that it's already happening, you know? It's cooking, all right? It just takes time to execute.
Thank you all for coming today. Please, help yourselves to the buffet.
As the journalists dispersed, Ace wasn't smiling as widely anymore. He walked over to Dad, and I made sure to stay out of sight as I listened to them talking.
I'm impressed with how you handled those questions, son. But we both know that we need something really innovative this time. And soon. Don't worry, Dad. I got
fried chicken.
This. Of course, I trust you. But we need some breakthrough research, and that's not your area of expertise.
Yeah, you're not really a breakthrough research kind of guy. You're more of a, we'll do all right. My team will come up with something kind of guy.
It's your brothers.
Ace just rolled his eyes at that.
I can always find a way. You know that. I just need a little more time, Dad.
Dad nodded.
We don't need the pesky brother. Why would you even mention him? My name's Ace, you know? What's his name? It's not Ace.
And patted him on the back, and I slipped away. My half-brother was an arrogant jerk who always wanted me to stay in the shadows so he could be the face of Dad's company. Well, he might have the looks and charisma, but I had the brains, and I'd been working on something very promising that I hoped I could share with Dad soon.
I was at my desk trying to focus on what I was typing, but that was not happening with my BFF Clover yapping away and eating chips loudly.
I'm sorry, your BFF Clover, who also happens to have cat ears, as well as regular ears, mind you. She's got 2 sets of ears. That's 4 ears.
Dina is such a witch. She thinks she can get away with anything because she's the principal's daughter. She looks like an evil frog. I'll give Frog-Faced Witch a piece of my mind in school tomorrow.
No, don't do that, Clover. She's not worth our time. Just forget about her.
Fine, if you insist. So, how's your story going? You're gonna get paid for it, right?
Yeah, it's just enough to help Mom with the bills this month. I have to submit it in 2 days, though, and I'm panicking because I'm having writer's block. But I noticed Clover wasn't even listening to me anymore and was busy leaning out the window.
Oh my, you better get your butt here this minute, sister. Guess who's back?
OMG, Ace? For real? Clover and I were practically drooling over the view next door.
Oh, that's a bit.
There was Ace, my gorgeous neighbor, stepping out of the pool with water rippling down his perfect abs.
Yeah, I'll say it. A little bit creepy. Just spying on your neighbor next door while they're swimming. I'll say, I reckon that's a little bit creepy. We all know you're not going to end up with Ace. You might have an entanglement, but you're going to end up with the smart brother. The writing's on the wall. Calling it. Okay. Dang, Ace. Oh my gosh.
What a wet snack.
It's just...
How fast does this story go? But they've got time for some slow-mo thirst trap videos of Ace by the pool.
Just the perfect hero for love stories. Handsome, smart, and so charming.
You're lucky you live next door to him. I'm so jealous.
But just then, his brother Dominic walked out to the poolside and blocked Ace from our view.
Ugh, Dominic is ruining the show. Why are you friends with the wrong half-brother again? You should have befriended the hot one.
Come on, Dom is nice. You'll have to accept at some point that he's also one of my best friends.
Yeah, a friend who's in love with you.
What? Ew, no. Dom is like a brother to me. Well, not a brother exactly, but we're just friends. We don't see each other that way.
Okay, if you say so. I guess you've never paid attention to how he says your name.
There's only one way to say my name.
No, he goes like, Sadie, like he's stretching it out in a sexy kind of way.
Where do you come up with this trash?
Look, only one of us can have Ace anyway, so you should take the dork.
Just then, I noticed...
Jeez. Sadie and Dominic. So, I mean, confirmed, right? Sadie and Dominic. That's happening. But not before a little something with Ace. But Ace turns out to not be that nice. And so she ends up going, oh, well, your brother's lame. I'll go for the nice brother. I tried the hot brother, but now I'm thinking nice brother.
Notice Dominic turning his head to look directly at me and Clover. A smirk crept up on his face as he said something to Ace. Oh my God, what is he doing? Is he telling Ace we've been spying on him? Just then, Ace looked up at us and laughed, and Clover and I dropped to the floor in panic.
That jerk exposed us. I told you, you're friends with the wrong brother.
Ugh, that dimwit.
My work here is done. I was brimming with excitement as I worked in Dad's lab, feeling confident that this time my experiment would work. But seconds later, I was interrupted when the door flung open and Ace walked in like he owned the place.
Ah, I knew I'd find you here.
I think you missed the do not disturb.
Yeah, what, where he works? Ah, I knew I'd find you here. Yeah, I work here, Ace. Great detective skills.
Derp sign? What are you doing here anyway? Don't you have some party to go to?
Well, as the older and better brother who has chosen to lead this company my dad one day, I thought I should come by and oversee things now and then.
I decided to ignore him as I continued working, but he walked closer to me and leaned on the counter.
If I were you, I'd spend less time in the lab and just focus on school, bro. I don't think your ideas are working out, and I may have to hire more capable scientists soon.
I'm not giving up yet. I think I'm close to something good.
Well, I'm not holding my breath.
And with that, he turned and left.
I'll see it when I believe it. So, classic dumb and villain. You gotta have the straight up villain. No redeeming qualities. Well, I get, except the obvious ones. No redeeming qualities. He's got 6. You can count them. He's got 6 redeeming qualities, and you can spot them from the neighbor's house when he's swimming.
And left, leaving the door open. I walked behind him and slammed it shut. I hoped my idea would work, just so I could rub Ace's smug, stupid face in it.
I was determined to finish my story tonight no matter what. It was nice and quiet. I had my lucky socks on, and I just ordered my favorite banana pizza. Just as I was about to bite into a slice, my cat jumped up and snatched it from me. Hey,
everybody
give it back, you greedy
loves
creature.
banana pizza.
Your cat food's in the bowl. This is mine. I chased Meowly Cyrus around the room, knocking over a bunch of things.
Meowly Cyrus! You named the cat Meowly Cyrus. That's actually pretty good. That's pretty good.
Things. It's the last piece, and I haven't eaten all day. I finally jumped forward and caught him. Gotcha! Just as I was about to snatch my slice from him, a roll of toilet paper came flying through the window and hit me on the forehead. I looked up annoyed to see Dominic climbing into the window ledge.
Let the poor cat eat in peace.
Is that not on the second floor? Did bro scale the building? And why did he throw toilet paper? What's with the toilet paper?
Stop acting like Meowly Cyrus's dad. Fine, Meowly. Here, have it. Are you happy now?
It's just a freaking pizza. A disgusting banana one, actually.
It's the meaning of my life, and you know it. Also, I'm still mad at you for yesterday.
You know, it doesn't sound good, but it has got me curious. I'm certainly not gonna not try banana pizza at some point in my life. I've just got to know.
Why did you embarrass me and Clover in front of Ace? He must be thinking we're so lame.
He's not thinking about you. You're just one of his 1,000 fangirls.
Then he just flopped down on my bed, took out his own laptop from under it, and started working on something. I really hope you're doing some homework. You're always focused on your scientific research, and you'll fail high school at this rate.
This research is more important.
I really
need to prove my worth.
You know your dad loves you and Ace the same, right?
Sometimes I really don't think he does. And Ace definitely thinks he's better than me because his mom is rich and mine's poor. I know he's smart, but I really believe...
See? There's always rich, there's always poor, there's always rags to riches. He's going to get rich because he's going to come up with some super cool scientific research. He's going to isolate the genomes in something to get people to be healthier because of the genomes, I reckon. It's my theory. It's what I'm rolling with at the moment.
Because his mom is rich and mine's poor. I know he's smart, but I really believe I can run Dad's company better. So I just got to show him that. Sadie dropped down on the bed beside me and stared up at the ceiling.
Yeah, but is coming up with the scientific research, is that the same as running the company? I don't think that's how you prove you can run the company. Like, I don't think the person running the company is the person in the lab doing the research. It just feels like two separate things, and I don't know if you need to compete with your brother. It feels like you guys could both get what you want. You do the research and he runs the company. But I don't know. I'm not a lab researcher company runner. It's also interesting how they swap the role as the narrator. There's no, like, third-party narrator. It's like both of them, and they take turns narrating.
Looking deep in thought. How's your romance story going?
I still need a few more scenes, but my mind isn't cooperating, and I don't know why. He's just being...
Need a little bit of inspiration. I see. I have a little feeling Dominic might be of some help.
Being difficult. And yes, it's a he. I've assigned a pronoun to each body part.
It's a surprise for someone as feminist as you to call the mind a he.
Well, he's annoying and stubborn, and also gives me really stupid ideas at times. So yeah, it's a he.
Sadie sighed, then pulled out her hair tie and shook her hair out. And I felt kinda stunned. At that moment, she looked prettier than ever. Maybe you need to finally date someone. Experience is the best inspiration, you know.
Why would I date someone when we'll eventually break up? Nothing lasts forever, Dommy boy. So, no thanks.
Wow.
What kind of a defeatist mindset is that? What's the point of dating someone if you're just gonna break up? No relationship lasts, there's no way that I hate romance. But I am writing a romance book, and I want it to be really lovely.
Oh, I didn't expect that coming from a romance writer.
The perfect love stories only exist on paper. Trust me.
Okay, Miss Cynical. What if you fake dated then? You know, role-playing can help visualize scenarios better.
That's an idea. But who would agree to fake date me?
I'm a very busy guy, but I could take out some time to help a friend in need.
Oh, bro, smooth with it. I don't know. I mean, we could just pretend date. I got some time. I just checked. Something just freed up in my calendar. So if you want a fake date, and we can just go on like fake dates, we can do fake dating things. We can fake hold hands, fake hug, fake smoochy smoochy. You know, I don't know. Just throwing ideas out there.
What? I wouldn't be able to take you seriously for a second. That would never work.
And what prize would I get if I prove you wrong? Sadie smacked me with a pillow.
This and this too.
We both laughed as we broke up into a pillow fight.
The next day at school when the last bell rang, I was in a hurry to leave because I had to make—
Oh, we both laughed as we broke up into a pillow fight. I can never get you. Next day.
Make Mom's deliveries. As I was rushing down the corridor, I suddenly went crashing straight into someone and dropped all my books. I looked up to see that it was freaking Dana.
Of course it's freaking Dana!
I didn't see ya. As I quickly picked up my stuff, Dana's minion suddenly grabbed my arms.
What the heck?
Not so fast, honey.
And then Dana snatched my bag and took out my laptop.
Ooh,
Why?
Nice lappy. Where did you steal this from?
What? It's mine. Don't touch it. I tried moving towards Dana, but her minion was holding me back in a tight grip.
We've always wondered.
Speaking of always wondering, I've always wondered what's the deal with these minions in fiction. Like, there's always big honcho bad guy, but what's the go with minions? Imagine that's your life. You wake up in the morning and you go, oh boy, I love being me. I'm going to school today. I have no idea what's on the agenda. Dana's going to tell me to do something. She's going to call me a name, but I get to hang out with her, so that's cool. Really, the sky's the limit. I heard that today we're going to be physically restraining someone while Dana goes through their laptop. Jeez, Dana is the best.
Wondered how a trashy peasant like you got accepted into this elite school.
There's a thing called a scholarship. I guess only smart kids know about it.
Look at that attitude. You don't belong here, delivery girl.
And with that, Dana threw the laptop on the floor so hard, it was instantly wrecked.
What kind of move is that? You're just breaking someone's property. That's real high-class behavior. And that is how rich people do it. We break other people's stuff. Number one perk of being rich.
No! Dana's minion let me go, and I kneeled down next to my poor laptop in despair. No, I don't have a backup for my story.
You what? Okay, Google Drive is free. You're writing that stuff locally? Why are you even writing it locally in the first place? But even if you are, you don't have a single backup? I'm sorry, this is just a teachable moment. I guess everybody's got to go through it at some point. Learn to back up your stuff. Look, if it wasn't Dana, it could have been anything. You could have lost your laptop, spilled some water on it. If you got important stuff on it, back it up. Especially if it's just writing. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything to back that up.
Just then, I noticed a small crowd had gathered, which suddenly fell quiet and made way for someone to walk through. It was Margot, the most popular girl in school, who was sheer perfection from head to toe. But right now, her lovely face looked grim.
What's happening here?
Dana and her minion...
there's always a bigger fish. That's the thing. There's the minions, and then the minions probably have minions as well, but like nobody ever knows that. But the minions report to Dana, but even Dana is scared of someone. I'm sorry, Marco. It's just, this girl was just looking really lame, and I figured I would just throw her laptop on the ground. I figured I would just break her stuff. Is that not what you wanted, Miss Margot?
Minion looked at each other in alarm.
Margot, we didn't do anything. She bumped into us on purpose.
We were just teaching her a lesson. I swear, she deserved it. She was really rude to me the other day.
Margot turned to Dana and gently pushed her against the wall.
Touch her again, and I'll make sure you'll regret it. Do you understand?
Oh, dang.
The two girls nodded their heads quickly and then fled the scene. Margot picked up my bag and handed it to me.
I'm sorry about what they did. I'll replace your laptop.
I tried to hold back my tears as I shook my head.
Why?
You don't have to do that.
Yeah.
It's not your fault.
I kind of feel like it is. They're my friends.
It's really not.
Okay, but shouldn't they replace the laptop? Why would you do that? It's my fault. I got these terrible friends. They just break people's stuff, and I'm always just buying people replacements. Sounds like it'd be cheaper to get other friends.
And you're not them.
Okay. But if you change your mind, let me know.
I mustered a small smile and nodded, then watched Margot walk away. Rich, popular, pretty, and kind. I wish I could be like you.
Ah, little do you know, you are the main character of a My Story animated movie. So, you will. Good stuff. You just got to go through some hardships first, all right? Otherwise, it's not worth it. Like, where's the story in that?
Later that night, I was sitting on my bed, mindlessly scrolling through my phone, when the doorbell rang downstairs. And to my surprise, it was a butler from Dominic's house with a package for me. I raced up to my room, ripping into the package like a ninja on a mission. Inside was the sleekest laptop I'd ever seen.
From Dominic's house. But I thought Margot said that she was going to replace it for you. Dominic's doing it? Dominic replaced it? Are you going to end up with two? Are you profiting from this scenario?
Shining like a knight's armor. Heard what happened in school today. I'm gonna be stuck in the lab till really late tonight, so I couldn't come see you. But you better not miss the deadline for that story. P.S.
Bro is hubby material confirmed. Always a classic, you know? Main character doesn't know that what they're looking for all along was right in front of them.
Late tonight, so I couldn't come see you. But you better not miss the deadline for that story. P.S. Don't drool on the keyboard, Dom. Oh my god, I could kiss you right now, Dom. I had to start the story from scratch, but I was suddenly pumped.
Hold on. Maybe try writing it on the cloud, all right? Or, you know, come up with a good backup system. Have you considered learning your lesson?
I typed furiously the whole night and was finally done at dawn. At some point, I must have dozed off on my desk because I suddenly opened my eyes to find someone's face really close to me.
I'm not gonna lie, I genuinely got jump scared just then. Why is Dominic right in front of her face?
And I jumped back with a shriek, falling off my chair. Dom, you scared the living daylights out of me.
Me too.
I'm sorry. I was just checking to see if you were breathing. You're a very quiet sleeper. Have you submitted your story?
No, I need to do a final proofreading.
Why don't I do it for you?
I felt relieved as Dom took over my laptop, but then he made a funny face.
Princess Walk Walk. That's your pen name?
Yeah, it's cute, right? A chicken sound, like this. Bark, 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 bark.
It's great.
It's great. Got a nice ring to it. I'm sure Princess Walk Walk will be a very famous writer one day.
I stared sleepily at Dom's face as he read my story, and I couldn't help thinking that he looked really cute with his mussed up hair.
Done. I think it's really good, Sadie. Send it.
I triumphantly sent the email and felt a weight lift off my shoulders. Wait, are you just coming back from the lab?
Yep, just thought I'd check on you before heading home, which I should do now. I could use a shower.
As he was leaving out the window, I placed a hand...
But wait, Dominic...
...a hand on his arm. Thank you again for everything. You're the best. Dom looked back at me with a serious expression that I couldn't read.
You're welcome. Actually, Sadie, before I go, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. I think I'm just gonna say it now.
Oh my god, was he gonna tell me he liked me?
So, what's the emergency?
What? Well, is he? We gotta keep the suspense going there.
So, what's the emergency?
Okay, so, yesterday I was having trouble with my ideas for my romantic story, and Dominic suggested that he and I could fake date for inspiration. Of course, I didn't take that seriously, but then he sent me a brand new laptop last evening so I could finish my story. I mean, that was just him being a good friend. But then he popped by this morning to check up on me and said he wanted to tell me something, and he looked really serious. And then he just told me something about their company problems. But Clover, I think you might be right, and he wanted to tell me that he likes me. No, wait.
Okay, Okay, so he didn't say that. He was just talking about company problems. But this is emergency because everybody knows company problems is code for I like you.
No, wait. What if he's obsessed with me? I can't lose him as a friend, Clover.
Wow. So this is the emergency you're talking about?
Yeah.
And I already told you he likes you. So now you want to confirm it?
Yes, and you will help me. Clover immediately dug into her bag and took out a book titled How to Tell If a Guy Likes You. Here are 18 signs. You just have that lying around in your bag?
Yes, for moments just like this. Also, I have a book called How to Dump a Guy Nicely. Here are 18 ways, but it's too soon for that. Now, let's see what signs we've got here.
That's pretty brutal. Just like, yeah, we know you're going to dump him. But first, let's find out if he likes you. You only want to dump him if it's going to do maximum emotional damage.
Okay, a man's feet point out what he wants. So if his feet are pointed at you when you two are talking, he is into you. Check.
Where else would his feet be pointed? He can't stand like a penguin.
Yeah,
he remembers small details about you. Check. He's always there when you need him. Check.
We've known each other for so long. Of course most of those would apply.
Yes, but some things need further observation. Like, does he look for your reaction first when he makes a comment or joke in a group? And is he using alpha body language around you?
Alpha body? What does that even mean?
Well, clearly you're not watching enough Andrew Tate. Is he using alpha body language around you? Is he doing that? Because I got news for you. He's a gorilla.
That means we need to test a theory. You'll have to engage Dominic in conversation and observe his reactions and body language. Then you tell me your observations and I'll interpret them.
Just like that?
Yep. It won't be anything difficult. You're just talking to him like usual. But you'll just pay more attention this time.
Okay, I suppose I can do that.
I was in my pajamas and taking a plate of food to my room when I spotted the maid talking to someone at our front door.
The maid?
And it was the last person I was expecting.
Dana. Margot?
What brings you here?
Oh, hi. Can I come in and explain myself?
Yeah, of course. Come in, please.
Yeah, all right.
Aside and let Margot in and then left.
Ooh, Eric and Dominic's gonna have a little bit of a... You know, I was gonna go for Sadie, but now there's this Margot chick, and I'm thinking maybe things could work. She's super rich and cool. I'm super rich and have a cool brother. You know, things could really work out for us. But no, he wouldn't. He's the good guy in this story.
And as Margot looked at me with a half smirk, I was suddenly very aware of my stupid pajamas.
Dominic, right? I came to see your brother.
Oh, wow. So you know my name?
Of course.
Of course. We're in the same class.
Yeah, I knew that. My brother's not home yet.
That's all right. I just wanted to return his wallet. He dropped it at the dance club earlier today.
The
dance club?
Were there together?
No, I just found it on the floor and realized it was his because of the ID inside.
I see. Well, I'll make sure he gets this. Thanks. Suddenly, an awkward silence fell between us as my brain scrambled for words. You didn't steal anything, right?
Excuse me?
What I mean is, maybe you stole the wallet's heart.
What? Bro lady's intrusive thoughts win. Gotta think of something to say fast. Did you take his money? Because that'd be kind of not a cool move if you did. I'm feeling like maybe you stole his money. Why would you come here and return the wallet if you weren't interested in stealing? He fumbled hardcore. I mean, there wasn't even anything to fumble, but he still fumbled it.
Margot just stared at me with a poker face, and I could feel myself turning red. Okay, that was stupid. Wallets don't have hearts. Sorry, I was just trying to make you laugh. I tend to be a bit awkward around pretty girls. Margot's face softened and she smiled, and I couldn't help thinking how gorgeous she was.
Really? I hadn't noticed.
I made my way over to Dominic's place, hoping to test out some of Clover's theories on him. I rang the doorbell.
But Margot's gonna be there! Yeah, nothing says I'm into you like I've got this other chick in my house and we're just hanging out.
Doorbell a couple of times and nearly fell back in shock when Margot opened the door, giggling about something.
Hey, Sadie.
Oh, hello. Sorry.
Hey, what's up?
I just wasn't expecting to. And then I noticed Dominic behind her, grinning like he had a clothes hanger stuck in his mouth.
Oh, hi, Sadie. Did we have plans or something that I forgot about?
No.
Because as you can see, I'm I'm busy. So you can leave now. Bye.
Oh, I just came to ask something.
Sure, what is it?
You know what? I'm suddenly blank. I've completely forgotten what it was. Stupid dumb me. I'll text you when I remember. Bye! Before he could reply, I just turned around and left. And seconds later, I heard the door shut behind me. Since when
He's
will
like,
Margot...
Oh, jeez, good that she left. Anyway, hey, where were we? Right, I was accusing you of being a thief.
when Dominic hanging out together. And why was this even bothering me?
Once Margot had left, I headed over to Sadie's house to ask why she'd dropped by earlier. I jumped over the fence as usual and climbed up her window. Sadie was curled up on the bed with her back to me, seemingly asleep. I quietly tiptoed in and saw that she was actually watching an MSA video on her phone.
Oh, no, I don't know about that. I think this has happened before. But the fact that the MSA universe exists in MSA, that raises too many questions. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that one.
I leaned forward and said, "Boo!" Sadie nearly fell off the bed as I laughed.
Holy freaking butthole, you scared me!
Yeah,
I can't believe you're still not
stuck
used
into
to
her
this.
house.
God, you look so stupid every time.
It's weird that that's normal.
Funny. Can we do this another time? I'm tired.
What a buzzkill. Did something happen? Do you want some pizza?
I told you, I'm just tired. Go away.
I was surprised and a bit disappointed. And I was about to leave when I found Meowly rubbing herself against my leg. Oh, hello there, Meowly. Do you know how to twerk? Meowly suddenly sneered and scratched my hand hard. Ow, bad kitty!
Yeah, bro, you don't just ask a cat if they know how to twerk. Not cool.
Sadie, she scratched me.
I've been telling you, Meowly is evil, but you always take her side.
She glared at Meowly, who was busy licking its butt now, and then rummaged through her drawers for her first aid kit.
Give me your hand.
I immediately obliged, and as she put a bandage on, I couldn't help sneaking a few glances at her face.
There you go.
Thanks. So,
attention.
Did Princess Walk Walk get her first ever pay?
Oh, yes, I did. I'm gonna buy something for Mom tomorrow. It's her birthday. Also, I'm throwing a little dinner party for her, and I'd love it if you and Clover could join.
Of course, we'll be there. Is that what you came to say earlier?
Oh.
And you can bring your girlfriend, I suppose. You know, because of just what happened?
Yeah. I thought it would be rude to invite you to a party and not invite Margot. Although I don't...
Wait, she actually... Oh, no, okay, no. She was saying she didn't want to invite when she... Yeah, right. Yep. I genuinely thought she was implying that they were...
Don't even know her, but yeah, I thought I'd just tell you later. And I had no idea you two were friends.
Well, we're not. Not really. She had just come by to return...
We're more like, what you would call secret lovers in the night. Simple misunderstanding. Just came by to return a wallet.
Return Ace's wallet.
Oh, so they're like a thing.
That's what I thought. But no, he dropped his wallet in a club and she found it. Anyway, let's go find some praying mantis in the yard.
Yeah, all right. I'm always saying that in the middle of completely unrelated conversations. Finally, someone who gets it. Why are we always spending all this time talking about things? Margot, Ace, stuff in general? There are praying mantises in the backyard as we speak, and they are not caught.
Obsession with that weird insect. Go to sleep, buddy.
It's just 10 at night. Come on, princess. Let's go have your favorite strawberry shake after. Sadie looked a bit thoughtful for a few seconds, then
10
said,
at night.
Okay, I'm in. Later when we were at the diner, I was watching Dominic placing our order at the counter, and I couldn't help wondering why I was finding him extra attractive these days.
Man, I love a guy who orders at the counter. Doesn't even use the QR code. Now that is a man I can see myself marrying.
Soon, he came to the table with just one milkshake in hand. Just one?
Yep, we'll share it.
Are you out of cash? You could have just told me.
No, I have enough money. I was just thinking that maybe we could push that fake dating thing if you want. To give you more ideas for your next story. Couples share food and drinks, I'm guessing.
I was slightly taken aback, but I covered it up quickly by laughing out loud. I didn't think you were serious.
Yeah.
Doing that with you sounds super weird.
Why would it be weird? I'm just trying to help you, and we're just friends, right? Unless you're secretly in love with me or something.
Oh, God, please don't say that again. It all almost gave me a stroke.
Too bad it didn't happen.
I just grabbed the shake from him and sipped on it while I prepared myself to test out Clover's signs.
If a guy likes you, he should maintain eye contact most of the time.
I leaned over on the table and stared intently at Dominic, who looked weirded out.
What you doing?
Nothing. You're ugly, and I just realized that you have 2 eyes.
You just realized that? Did you hit your head somewhere?
That was real smooth.
A pretty waitress walked by, and Dominic was immediately distracted.
He will try to impress you most of the time.
Didn't look like Dominic was making any effort to impress me. In fact, he let out a long burp, and I felt disgusted.
He finds small ways to compliment you.
As I fixed my hair and tried to look cute, Dominic made a weird face.
Why are you pouting? You look like a dying fish.
He finds small...
This is going really well. He's known you your entire life. He's not gonna all of a sudden become besotted by a pout. You're making it weird, Sadie, and it's not called for.
Small ways to touch your arm or hand while talking.
Oh my god, you gotta look at this dog and monkey video. It's so funny.
Just then...
You gotta look at this dog and monkey video. Very descriptive. You know what? I think in that situation, I would simply just show the video. He's trying to sell it to her first. This video, trust me, it's got a dog and a monkey in it, so definitely gonna be your thing.
Then he punched my arm hard like I was his bro or something. And it actually hurt. Can we go home now? As we drove back, I couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. It looked like he wasn't into me after all.
I was at my best friend Justin's place for our weekly video game night, and I was finding it hard to focus.
That moved on.
Come on, dude. Stop being a wuss and play like a man.
I'm trying. Okay, actually, no, I'm not trying. I give up. I'm just not in the mood today, sorry.
Then why did you come over to challenge me?
I just needed someone to...
Yeah, because he wants to talk about bro stuff, dude. Sometimes you gotta be there for your bro to hear him out about their love issues. You know, it's not always about ponin' noobs, as the youngsters say. Still,
I'm gonna talk to.
Since I'm your only other friend besides Sadie, I guess you want to talk to me about Sadie. What happened? Did you two fight?
No, we're fine.
Then what? You finally realized that you like her?
What?
Oh!
And why would I like her? She's like a cousin.
Yeah, okay. I believe you.
I mean it. I don't like her. Not like that. And besides, she likes my brother. He's good looking and literally good at everything.
You're smarter than him, though.
I'm more book smart, but he's smarter in business and life. Of course Sadie will like him.
You're in deep trouble, dude.
You're useless. Do you know that?
Whatever. What is it you want to tell me?
Nothing now. I'm off. Bye.
Yeah, because he already told you what you wanted to know. Gotta listen to your heart, dude. Gotta embrace what's in here, you know? Stop running away from what your heart tells you. No further questions.
I threw a pillow at his head and left.
Mom's little birthday party had gone great, and she loved the present I got her. The next morning, I used a tidbit of makeup and decided to let down my hair. As I walked into
Was it the dress?
I could feel
it felt like the dress was going to be a key plot point. We didn't even get to see whether it was the dress.
more eyes on me than usual. Later that day, I was supposed to meet Dominic in the library, and I wanted to see his reaction too. But he was 20 minutes late. Finally, I called him. Where are you? We don't have a reaction too. But he was 20 minutes late.
I think you're 12 hours late. It's 1:45 in the morning. I don't know what time you were planning on meeting, but I'm pretty certain you're the one who got the wrong time.
Late. Finally, I called him. Where are you? We don't have all day to finish this homework. The class will start in 15 minutes.
Sorry,
Class started at 1 a.m.?
I'm at the lab. Can you just work on mine too? Pretty please?
No.
Come on. You can do this for your best friend who's amazing and has been busy cracking the cure for paralysis for months now.
Cracking the cure for paralysis? That's what he's doing? With the genomes. Nah, I got it. He's getting the genomes from some animal, and that's how you crack the cure for paralysis, obviously.
Okay, fine.
Thanks, you're the best.
I rolled my eyes and hung up and went back to focusing on my homework. But sometime later when I lifted my head, I noticed Ace sitting at a table across the room. He looked super serious, talking to someone on the phone in a low voice while flipping through a business book. Ace?
Flipping through a business book. That's the most business activity.
In the library? That's gotta be a first. I went back to work, and when I looked at the time, I realized I was running late for class. As I rushed out, someone reached for the doorknob at exactly the same time as me, and their hands brushed. I looked up to see it was Ace, who had a half smile on his face. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh,
No, I'm sorry. I did it on purpose. I like you, and I think you should date me, not my lame brother. I told you they were going to have an entanglement. They're going to have an entanglement. But then he's not going to be all that great because he's got abs. People with abs aren't great. You can't be good looking and nice. That's unfair.
Please, after you.
I could feel myself turning red as I smiled and stepped out, and Ace followed me.
Did you see that?
What?
Ace and Sadie. They came out of the library together. And she's looking pretty
Dana is not going to stand for that.
decent this time.
She's looking decent.
Going on here.
It's just a coincidence. Dom has low standards to be friends with someone like her, but Ace is classy.
Yeah, but she is smart and pretty and lives right next to him.
Hey, this is not minion behavior. That's not how minions talk. I'm getting a vibe that Dana is not going to stand for such discussion coming from a minion.
But you're right. If Ace finally dates someone, it would probably be someone like you.
Someone like me? It should definitely be me. That girl
Obviously.
should stay away from my Ace.
Girl, you're pathetic. You went out with him once in the 7th grade, right? And now you're acting like you have 5 children together or something.
Excuse me?
No, excuse me. I mean, get out of my way. Hey, Sadie, wait for me.
Later that evening, Mom and I had gone out for groceries, but when we returned and walked into our house, we were shocked to find our living room completely trashed.
Dana is wild. Dana's hardcore. And well, if she's going to come out of the library, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to break in and trash their house. That's what happens if you walk out of the library with Ace.
Oh my God, who did this? I'm gonna call the police. I whipped out my cell phone immediately, but Mom suddenly stopped me. That's when I saw the handwritten note she was holding in her hand, which said, "You're running out of time."
No. Oh God. I know who did this.
Oh dang. Okay, B plot. Which feels like it should be the A plot. The debt collectors. They're coming. Mum took out a shady loan. First it's trashing the house. Next it's kneecaps. So money.
You do? What's happening, Mom? Who's that note from? Mom looked terrified and started to cry, and I gently led her to the couch. Mom, whatever it is, please tell me. Once she was a bit calmer, she started to speak.
I took out loans from some people for business in this house a long time ago, and I've been repaying them over the years, but this year it just started to get a bit overwhelming. I've been late with some payments, and they're not happy about it.
Why didn't you go to the bank for loans?
I can't, sweetie. You know I'm an illegal immigrant.
Right. Had to go to the shady dudes for that loan. This is not something I have ever seen in a story before. This is breaking new ground. A legal immigrant has to get a loan from shady guys that end up demanding the money, resorting to potential violence?
You should have told me about this earlier. I could have looked for another job besides writing.
I didn't want to burden you with more. I'm so sorry, Sadie.
I hugged Mom tight, trying to reassure her that everything would be okay, when suddenly we heard a loud thud outside, and we both froze in alarm.
We had just sat down for dinner when Ace sniffed the air.
The suspense! Who is it now? I mean, it's not the loan people, right? Because they already came to trash the house. They're not coming back again 20 minutes later. Hey, you didn't give me my money! I gave you 20 minutes!
The air, then made an annoyed face.
Dad, can we please move to a better neighborhood?
Why? It's a nice place and our house is fancy enough.
But the smell of fried chicken is killing me. Who hates the smell of fried chicken? I do. It's all I can think about all day and I can't even eat it. Do you know how hard I work out?
Okay.
All I can smell is fried chicken, but how am I going to keep up these washboard abs? How am I going to keep slender? Thinking about fried chicken all day.
Okay, enough with the nonsense talk, boys. I have an important announcement to make tonight.
I already knew what it was, and I could barely hide my glee.
I got a call from Dr. Henry at the lab some time ago, and he informed me that Dominic just made what could be the medical breakthrough of the decade.
Ace.
Yeah, because of the genomes. The anti-paralysis genomes.
Look completely stunned.
Several companies are already showing interest in buying the research to produce it. Dom, you may just have solved the company's financial problems.
Dad, I want us to produce and distribute it ourselves. Trust me, it'll bring more money to the company. I've worked out the numbers.
And here I thought you don't have a business mind. Ace, your brother is giving you some tough competition for the CEO spot.
Oh,
now, let's raise a toast to him. To Dominic.
To Dominic.
Dominic.
The next day, I decided to join the gym where Ace worked out, and he clearly wasn't happy to see me.
Look, I ticked everything else off. It's like the one thing he's got over me now. His abs. So, guess what? I can get him too.
He put on boxing gloves and started hitting the punching bag, and I was certain he was imagining it was my face. I started exercising too, but just a few minutes later, I heard a girl's shrill scream, and I turned around to find Dana on the floor next to Ace, who looked,
Ace? This is not looking good.
very confused.
Oh my god, you hit my cheek with your elbow.
I did?
You did. It hurts so much. Oh god, my flawless cheek will be bruised till Christmas.
I controlled my laughter and walked over to Ace as Dana's loud wailing continued drawing attention.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you stop crying, please?
Oh, she's like, she's pretending for the classic Ace attention.
Let me take you to the clinic downstairs.
I think it's better if you just take me to lunch. I'm sure an ice pack would help my bruise.
Bro, it's the least you could do after hitting her. Ace glared at me as he turned to Dana.
Sorry, but I don't have time for...
Oh my god, this hurts. My face.
Fine. I think lunch is a good idea. Dom, you should join us too.
Does he have to?
I'd love to. Later in the food court, I couldn't stop grinning as Dana slurped loudly on an extra-large smoothie while Ace looked bored and annoyed.
I can't believe I'm looking at the future president of biotech. Wow.
Oh, honey. Sore topic. I would, yeah. Not your smoothest move to bring that one up.
Who are you talking about?
Me, of course.
It's not set in stone, bro.
Ew, of course it's gonna be Ace. You're so cool, Ace. Your next girlfriend would be the luckiest girl on earth, babe.
Oh. She winked
babe,
and he just stared back at her blankly.
This is just the best second date ever.
How is this a date? And when did we have our first?
Don't you remember our 7th grade date? You know, that time we went to the amusement park and you held my hand on the merry-go-round.
And then you puked on my shoes? Your vomit girl?
Yes, that's...
Bro pretty much said a curse word. Bro cursed. My story animated? I can't believe this. I thought you were better. How could you? Right. So he remembers you as Vomit Girl. So that's good. That's good for your agenda.
That's me. And it's so cute you have a nickname for me too. I think I'm gonna cry.
OMG, you guys are just meant to be.
Dom, why are you even here?
You literally invited me.
Dana, are you feeling better now?
So much better.
Great. Now if you'll excuse me, I have important things to do.
What? But...
Ace left before she could even finish,
and
I burst out laughing. I
Ace
paid
can
for
fly.
it immediately when Dana dunked the rest of her smoothie on my head and stormed off. But it was kind of worth it.
I was sitting with Clover in the cafe when Justin came by looking for Dominic. I told him...
Oh, plot twist. I told him, dang, Justin, you're looking fine. How long's it been? That'd be such a plot twist. Just... randomly. All of a sudden she's into Justin now.
We were waiting for him too, and he plopped his butt next to us and started playing on his phone. Clover looked annoyed at him as usual and was sipping her juice loudly when suddenly she started coughing hard. Hey, are you okay?
What a careless squid.
Did you just call me a squid?
What should I call you dressed like that? A beautiful...
There's some weird flirting going on here.
Beautiful princess from a faraway land?
Finally, you're making some sense.
I was laughing at their dumb banter when Dominic walked in, smiling from ear to ear.
Here comes the superstar. You're all over the news, dude. Fist bump.
I'm so proud of you, Dom.
I wanted to celebrate it with you last night, but Dad kept me really busy.
I guess you're the favorite son now.
You bet I am.
Okay, Dominic's here now, so tell us your news, Sadie.
Oh, yeah, I didn't want to bring...
Oh, yeah. Anyway, cool about you, Dom. Yeah, that's really cool. Anyway, about me.
The mood down, but I really have to tell you guys this. So, Mom...
Yeah, you definitely want to bring this up around your rich friends. Dom will help you out. He's a stand-up guy. He's got it. Don't worry about it. He'll get you the money. He is about to be the guy who cured paralysis using the genomes.
Mom told me something. As I was speaking, Dom's phone kept ringing, and he was obviously distracted.
I'm so sorry, guys. I need to take this.
That's annoying, because he's the rich one.
It could take a while.
He got up to answer the call, and Justin picked up his bag too.
Okay then, I'm gonna head out.
Literally
Jeez.
no one asked, and also, we don't care. Justin picked up her sandwich from her food tray,
In the middle
made
of
a
her
peace
story.
sign, and left. Ugh, he's so annoying. Why is Dom even friends with him? Speaking of which, it looks like Dommy Boy is booked and busy now.
Of course he is, and I'm happy for him.
I hope he doesn't forget all about us soon. So, what were you saying about your mom again?
Yeah,
doesn't matter.
about that. Some really shady people are after us. They broke into our house and destroyed the living room and threw some big rocks at our door.
What? That's terrible.
Oh, yeah. Was that them at the door still? They messed up your house, left a note, and then came back 10 minutes later. They were like, it wasn't enough. I was really thinking about doing the rocks. I decided not to do the rocks, but now I've decided I'm going to do the rocks. I'm going to go back. I'm going to throw the rocks at the door.
Terrifying. Did you call the police?
No, we can't do that. It's a long story.
Dad had booked a private hall in a hotel for the night's event, and the place was bustling with people in expensive suits and gowns. As Dad stepped onto the small stage, the chatter and the music died down.
So abrupt.
As all eyes turned to him.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for coming. Tonight is a very special night because we are celebrating a milestone in my younger son's career as a scientist. His amazing new product will be available on the market in 3 weeks' time.
He
3
beamed
weeks.
at me proudly as the audience.
What about testing? Have we done testing? Are we giving this out straight away? I'm pretty sure testing takes longer than 3 weeks. It must. It simply must. I am not a scientist. I just feel like the breakthrough new paralysis cure might warrant a little bit of testing. Even just a little bit.
The audience applauded. Dad raised his glass, and everyone followed him.
I present to you with great pride the brains behind our company's latest contribution to the medical field, Dominic.
As everyone joined Dad's toast, my gaze shifted to Ace. I could tell how forced his smile was, and I'd never felt more satisfied. After socializing with a bunch of people,
Sibling
I
rivalry.
slipped away for a bit to get a break. I just sat down at the bar when Dad approached me, along
At the bar, he's got a glass of whiskey. He is in high school. There is a world, Australia, even here. You can be in high school and be of legal drinking age. It does work here. Could be Australian.
along with a sophisticated-looking couple.
Dominic, there you are. I would like you to meet Mr. Hansen, the CEO of one of the biggest mobile companies in the country. And this is his wife, Senator Hansen.
As I thanked them for coming, suddenly, someone else joined us.
I'm sorry, I got caught up in the restroom.
Margot?
Dominic!
Margot.
Hey! Congratulations!
So, you know each other?
Yes, sir. We are...
Friends. We're in the same class. And, yeah, we're close friends. Right, Dom?
I see what's happening here. I think it's a little bit of, look, I don't want to throw out accusations. It's feeling like a little bit of what they call in the biz clout chasing. She was all, hey, you're Dominic, right? But now that he's going to be the big man, big honcho at biotech, we are very close friends. I feel like the parents would have known that. Like going to the event, I feel like it would have come up in conversation. Hey, isn't the guy who's like the whole event, like the whole reason this event is happening, aren't you in his class? But they're like, oh, you two know each other. What a coincidence.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, how lovely. How come you two never mentioned you were friends, Marco?
You never asked.
I'm very pleased you two are well acquainted. We'll leave you two in each other's company then while we talk business.
Let's leave the kids alone while we talk business.
Yeah, so, business. Tax return. Gross earnings.
When our parents were far enough, I turned to Margot. What was all that about?
I'm so sorry for putting you on the spot. My parents are always after me for not being social enough, and I knew they'd be happy if they thought we were friends.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. Would you like some fruit punch?
Sure, why not?
The bartender got us our drinks and we sipped away in awkward silence before Margot broke it.
Well,
fruit punch.
I didn't completely lie. We were in the same class.
You got a point. So that just makes you half a liar. Is that better? Margot laughed, and I felt rather
they're
pleased
hitting it
with
off.
myself. She finished her
Hitting it
drink
off.
and got up to leave.
See you around, Dominic. I'll look forward to your jokes next time.
I could feel myself turn red as I smiled and watched her walk away.
This complicates the situation. Weird story if they end up together. They won't. But it'd be an edgy move if they did, just have them end up together. And then the main characters just, Well, you'd find someone else.
I kept looking out my window impatiently, wondering when Dominic would be back. He hadn't replied to my texts, and when I called him, he didn't answer either. Just then, I looked out the window again, and to my surprise, I found Ace by the pool. If he's back from the event, shouldn't Dom be too? I decided to just go over and ask Ace. I walked through the gap in the fence that divided our houses and went to the pool area. Ace was propped up against the ledge, with his head leaning back and his eyes closed.
You think there's gonna be a little pair-off situ? Dominic and Margot, Ace and Sadie, they have the little flings before things eventually work out and they cross the streams back the other way, back to the original plan.
Hi. Sorry to disturb you. I just wanted to ask where Dominic is. He hasn't been answering my calls. Ace turned around with a half smirk on his face.
He's still pretty busy with all the attention he's getting now. He's been craving this kind of validation his whole life, you know?
I was just asking if he's already home because I was getting worried. As I was speaking, Ace got out of the pool, stood in front of me, and started shaking water out of his hair.
Oh, yeah?
And then, out of nowhere, he pulled me in by the waist till our faces were inches apart. What are you doing?
You got a stray eyelash.
He flicked it away gently from my cheek. Wow, how did you see that? It's pretty dark.
Perfect vision, I guess.
Then he winked at me and let me go.
Really cool, dude.
I was
Really
still
cool.
feeling pretty confused by the whole situation when I spotted Dom walk up to the front door of their house.
As I stormed...
Classic situ. It was a misunderstanding. I didn't know he was going to do that. Say what you want about MSA. They froth a trope. All of the most classic tropes in the book. They just flick through that book and take a handful and then go, all right, let's craft a story around these.
Stormed angrily towards the door. I couldn't believe that I'd just seen Ace and Sadie kissing. Yeah, sure, I knew everyone had a crush on Ace, but I never imagined Sadie would like Ace seriously. Just as I was opening the main door, I saw Sadie running up to me.
Hey, buddy, where have you been? I called you a whole lot.
Sadie, if you don't mind, I'm exhausted right now. Let's talk tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Good night then.
Classic.
I managed to give her a weak smile before I went in and closed the door. Felt like my heart was burning.
The next day it's...
Sadie, if you don't mind, I've had a big night and it seems like... you have to.
I was still feeling troubled by Dom's behavior, and I started talking to Clover about it as we put away our stuff in the lockers. So, last night, I went over to Dom's place, and just then, I noticed Clover wasn't even listening and was watching something over my shoulder.
With her other ears.
Is that Dom? I turned around, and I could hardly believe what I was seeing. Dom's shirt was unbuttoned at the top. He wasn't wearing thick glasses anymore. His hair was slicked back with gel. Other kids in the hallway were turning around to look at him as he walked towards us.
You're Dominic the science nerd, right?
Hey, what's with...
He's gonna get up. If I can't have Sadie, then I'm gonna impress all the other girls. He's gonna get with Dana! He's gonna get with Dana! He's gonna do it! He's gonna do it! He's gonna impress Dana. Dana's gonna be like, hi, I didn't know you were hot. You were wearing glasses. That made it really hard to tell that you were hot. Because that's a trope that I don't even think is real. Like that's not a real thing, but it happens a lot in fiction. So I can see that you're hot now. You wanna go out? And he'll be like, yeah, okay. But only if Sadie sees.
What's with the new look? We barely recognized you. But Dominic just ignored us like we were invisible. And then to my shock, he walked straight to Margot at the end of the hall. The two of them left together, laughing and chatting.
Yeah, well, at least it's not Dana. That would have been a bit more scandalous. The Margot thing? Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, we're getting this story from Sadie's point of view, but aside from that, there's not really any particular reason that Dominic shouldn't end up with Margot, other than like the fact that we're conditioned to root for Sadie. Margot hasn't done anything wrong. She offered to buy the laptop, although I guess she didn't. Seems like she didn't follow through with the laptop thing. So, I mean, not like she had to do it anyway, but if you're gonna offer.
Did he just ignore us and walk up to Margot?
I just stayed quiet as I watched them, and suddenly Justin was beside me.
Is that our boy? What happened to his hair?
Beats me. We're running late for class, Clover.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'll be there in 2 minutes.
I shrugged and left.
Hey, can you take your headphones off for 1 second? We need to talk.
Do we really need to?
Yes, we do. What's going on with Dominic?
Justin has earphones in while having headphones around his neck. Like he's got headphones around his neck as a pure fashion accessory.
Did he say anything to you about Sadie or Margot?
What Dominic and I talk about stays between us. And you shouldn't be so nosy. You're already annoying enough. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have my video game to get to.
Hope you lose badly.
And if you'll excuse me, I have a video game to get to.
Next day, when I walked into the kitchen, I found Mom sitting at the table with her head in her hands. Mom, are you all right? Mom looked up and she was crying. Mom, what's wrong?
The people who trashed our house. Their boss called earlier and reminded me of the money I owe him. I told him I could pay a portion of it soon, but he wants...
Meanwhile, she's on this whole side quest, and then she comes home and she's like, Mom, what's wrong? The people at the... And she's... Oh, yeah, no, dang, right. There's people that desperately want money from you, and they're like trashing our house and stuff. I'm sorry, I've just been a bit distracted. All right, yep. What are we going to do about that?
Wants the full amount. Sadie, he was the one who helped me with my immigration papers. He said if I don't pay up soon, he could easily mess up my documents and get me deported.
What?
Oh, dang.
Mom, he can't do that. Can he? She just looked at me sadly, and I hugged her tight, feeling panicked. I called up Clover later and told her everything, and she immediately told me to talk to Dom. He's been so busy and, I don't know, acting weird.
What's Dom got to do with it?
Qualifies as an emergency,
he's rich,
right?
Yeah, dude, his family's influential, and he is your friend. Listen, I gotta go, but talk to him right now and update me.
Clover hung up, and I looked over at his place. She was right. He had to be there for me now. I marched over to his mansion immediately. The maid let me in and told me Dominic was in the library.
Now that's a burly maid.
When I walked in, I spotted Dom in the armchair by the fireplace reading a book. Hey, Dominic didn't react, and I thought he hadn't heard me. I inched closer and tapped him on the shoulder. That's when he looked up at me, then slowly put his book away.
Sorry, I didn't notice you coming in. What's up?
I was about to speak, but his phone rang, and he held up his hand, asking me to wait.
Sir?
Impossible to talk to.
Yes, I'll be there. I'm on my way.
He ended the call and awkwardly rubbed his neck.
I'm sorry, but I have to go.
You don't have 5 minutes? It's kind of important.
Not right now. Maybe later?
Sure. He didn't even look at me again as he rushed out, and suddenly, my
He's a big shot
welled
now.
up with tears. I was leaving the mansion when Ace caught up with me.
Hey, hold up. You look upset. Is everything okay?
Hey. I could help. Need any abs? I've got 6. Right here. They're right here. You want to see them?
Hi. Yeah, it's nothing, really.
I may not be Dom, but if you need someone to talk to, I can listen, you know?
Oh, it's just some silly stuff, Ace. I wouldn't bore you with it. And I'm sure you have more important things to do.
Try me. Come on.
Ace led me to the living room, and I decided to open up to him.
So what if Ace actually isn't that bad? Maybe he's got like a brother rivalry thing going on and they're not that nice to each other. But in general, he's actually the nicer one, you know? What? Just because he's got abs, he can't be the nice one? I don't know. They're going to start hitting it off. Like I said from the very beginning, entanglement. They're having the entanglement. It won't end up this way, but entanglement.
Okay, I really don't know what to do anymore. I found out recently that we are neck-deep in debt. The shady people that my mom owes money to are threatening to take our house, as well as mess with my mom's immigration status because...
He's like, oh, you're here illegally and you're poor? Oh, I thought you were just gonna like tell me about like your boy problems or something. Oh, sorry. I don't think we can hang out anymore. Goes one of two ways. This is where he truly embraces his Darman villain era, or we get some entanglement.
Because they helped her with those papers. Ace was quiet and looked thoughtful for a few seconds.
If your mom's immigration papers are processed legally, then there's nothing to worry about. I know a few people in the immigration office, and I'll ask them to do it.
You would? Why?
Sadie, I've known you just as long as Dom has. We're neighbors. We aren't close, but I consider you a friend. Trust me, this isn't a big deal.
Ace, I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you so much. Soon after, I left, feeling pretty surprised by this turn of events. But I was going to take any help I could to sort out Mom's situation.
You might be flying high right now, little bro, but I know what your biggest weakness is, and I'm going to use it to bring you down very soon.
What? I actually believed him. I believed him for a bit. They 180'd me, and then they 180'd me again. I was like, could be Darman villain. No, good guy. Darman villain. He is straight up the baddest guy. To be continued next week. But you see, we have the power of living in the future. So it is already next week, and we just keep it rolling. No, and then she turns it off. Gets up, there's the cat. Oh. Yeah. Wait, what? Hold on. This is exactly how the other one started. And then the bed with the bump shit. Yeah, see? Hold on. Is this actually... No, okay, it is different. Hold on. We've seen this part. They just... they clearly spent heaps of money on that intro. And then when they went for part 2, they're like, hey, look, I mean, what? She didn't get up and have a shower that morning? Chuck the intro in again. It was a banger. I guess it's like the opening credits. Like when you watch a TV show, there's like the song. So I guess that's what they were trying to do. I think it would have confused people though. I feel like a lot of people would have clicked it and been like, no, I've already seen this.
Soon after, I left.
There we go.
I was surprised by this turn of events, but I was going to take any help I could to sort out Mom's situation.
Even from Ace.
You might be flying high right now, little bro, but I know what your biggest weakness is, and I'm going to use it to bring you down very soon.
And now we're back.
Next day in class, I just couldn't focus on what the teacher was saying because I couldn't stop thinking about how both Dom and Margot's seats were empty, and I wasn't the only one.
Where's Margot?
I saw her last night by the lockers laughing with Dominic. They probably sneaked off
Dominic?
somewhere. I can smell something juicy going on between them.
For some reason...
Dana, I would not say such things if I were you.
That made me feel kind of sick to my stomach. Later at recess, I could barely get my lunch down.
Jeez, your chicken nuggets are begging you to eat them already.
I'm just full. Mom gave me some extra fried chicken when I did some deliveries this morning.
And you didn't give me any? How dare you? You're gonna... Oh, no, you don't, you little butthole.
I leaned over to see Clover playing a video game furiously. You're getting all worked up because of a game?
I tried it the other day because I was bored.
Judgmental.
And apparently I'm really good at it. But also, it's become really personal now. This unbeatable Beast 123 keeps on challenging me because he or she can't accept that...
Oh, I wonder who it is. What are the chances? How would Justin have known? Did she use like her full name as her account name? Because it's Justin. If that wasn't clear, it's 100% Justin. There's like this little side plot where her and Justin have this tension between them, and they're definitely ending up together. No, hold on. Prediction. They're not ending up together, but it'll end with like a little bit of a side-eye situ where like we're led to believe that they definitely end up together. That's what I'm putting my money on.
Because he or she can't accept that he or she is totally beatable.
Wait, your username is SharksCan'tPoop96?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Is it? Just then, I noticed Dom walk in, and he was instantly surrounded by a horde of girls, which he didn't seem to mind at all.
So, were you able to talk to Mr. Newfound Fame about your mom's deportation problem?
No, but someone has already taken care of it. I looked down at Ace's message on my phone, who had texted me earlier, saying someone was already working on getting Mom's documents in order. Suddenly,
I'm worried about this.
Startled when Clover slammed her hand hard on the table.
Yes, take that, loser. Ha!
You're such
Meanwhile,
a dork.
Justin. Yeah.
Who does that Sharks Can't Poop 96
I knew it.
He is? You're just a noob.
What are the chances?
Later that night, I was sitting at my desk with my laptop when an email popped up, and as I read it quickly, I jumped out of my chair in excitement. Mom! I quickly picked up my laptop and ran down the stairs to the kitchen. Mom!
I'm uncomfortable with this.
Mom came running in with a fire extinguisher.
Where's the fire? Or the thief?
What are you talking about? Mom, I got offered a huge publishing deal.
Oh, I thought this was about
They'll give me an advance payment to start, and it could really help us right now. Mom grabbed the extinguisher and squealed for joy as we both hugged each other and jumped around like kids. Okay.
What?
I need to calm down. I think I'm gonna go out for a quick walk.
But it's rather late.
I'll be right back, don't worry. And with that, I hurried out the door and started walking around the neighborhood, buzzing with excitement. All I really wanted to do was call Dom and tell him the good news, and I almost dialed his number a couple of times, but something held me back. Then suddenly, a car on the road started slowing down next to me, and I felt a bit alarmed. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to be walking alone at this time. I picked up my pace when someone called out.
Sadie, it's me!
I sighed in relief and turned to see Ace leaning out his car window.
What are you doing out here?
Just walking.
Listen, I'm glad I caught you. I want to talk about your mom's papers. Can we go somewhere and sit?
Where?
Just nearby.
This dude better not be literally getting her mum deported. That ain't right. Like, I understand he's trying to mess with his brother, but come on, that's hardcore. To take it that far, well and truly, real deal Darman villain in that scenario.
Hop in.
I felt a bit awkward, but I wanted to know what he had to say, so I got in the car. I thought he'd take me to a cafe or something, but he stopped outside a playground.
Swings.
Why here?
We're going to the swings.
It's a beautiful night.
Because it's cute, baby.
Sit on the swings.
Oh, well, you just didn't strike me as a...
I just think it's kind of romantic. You know, they always do it in the movies. I was just sitting there. We're not really swinging, but we're swinging in our hearts. I don't know what that means. I don't think it means anything.
You just didn't strike me as a swings kind of guy.
You don't seem like one.
Sure I am. I just miss being a kid sometimes.
You've been working for your dad since a young age, so that's pretty understandable.
Yeah, Dad has always relied on me and I can't let him down, you know? Besides, I've always wanted to save the world by doing something great through biotech.
That sounds awesome, Ace. Anyway, about
cool.
those documents.
Oh, right.
Ace reached for his jacket's inner pocket and handed me some papers.
You and your mom just need to read and sign these papers, and then the lawyer I'm working with will process them in just a few days.
Oh, thank you so much. Also, I just got a publishing deal, and I can use the advance payment to take care of the fees.
A publishing deal? That's amazing! I knew they'd get in touch with you.
Wait, what? How did you know that?
Shoot! Sorry, I wasn't supposed to blurt that out.
Ace looked away shyly and scratched the back of his head.
I'm so confused about his angle. Because what's his angle? I get that he's trying to make her fall in love with him because it's Dom's #1. But he's setting up a publishing deal and he's trying to get her mum deported? Or are we assuming that he's way worse than he actually is? Maybe he actually is just genuinely helping her out because he wants her to, like, fall for him. And maybe that's his whole angle, which is still not good. But it's markedly better than getting someone's mum deported.
Okay, you caught me.
You were behind this?
Since I knew you won't accept any money from me, I thought about showing my friend your story online because he's working for a huge publishing company. I decided not to tell you about this because I didn't want to raise your hopes too soon.
Wait, how did you even find my story?
Well, everyone at school has been talking about your interesting pen name.
Oh, right. So everyone knows Princess Wok Wok is me. That's kinda embarrassing.
It's cute, and I was really hoping the publishers would call you.
Ace, can I ask you a question? Why are you...
Yeah, exactly. What's your deal? What's your angle? It's sus, dude.
...talking to me. This is like the first time in so many years, and then you're just doing all this, and it's just too much.
Yeah.
Remember that night by the pool when I brushed an eyelash away from your cheek?
There was no eyelash.
Never left my mind since then. Well, it's not like I never noticed before how pretty you are. I really don't know why we didn't talk to each other before.
Dude's laying it on thick. He's really trying to capture the heart of this girl. Okay, maybe that's all he's doing. Maybe he is just trying to do some just casual emotional manipulation to get back at his brother. I have never hoped so much that someone is just trying to emotionally manipulate someone else, because I'm hoping he's just a mean guy, not literally trying to mess up a whole family.
I was caught off guard as he leaned over from his swing and gently pushed away some hair from my face.
Am I going too fast or making you uncomfortable?
No, it's just a bit overwhelming, and I don't know how to thank you for everything.
There's one thing you can do. Just go out with me and I'll make all your troubles go away. I would really take care of my girlfriend.
I sat frozen in my spot. Ace, of all the people in the world, liked me enough to be my boyfriend? My mom...
No, he doesn't. It's all a maneuver. It's a play. He's playing you. The question is, how bad? That's really the only thing I want to know. I'm stressing for Sadie.
My mind was spinning, and my face felt like it was on fire. Can I think about it?
Of course. Take all the time you need. I can wait.
I'd been standing outside Sadie's door for at least 10 minutes, hesitant to knock. I knew I hadn't been very nice to her lately, and I wanted to apologize. I started pacing across the porch as I practiced my lines. Dude, I'm sorry about my attitude lately. I'm just hurt because you're not telling me everything, especially about what's going on between you and Ace. Please forgive me. I miss you. I hope we can... Suddenly, the door opened and I jumped back.
Oh, Dom, I didn't know you were here, sweetie.
Hi, Mrs. Wilson. Is Sadie home? Her bedroom window is closed.
She went for an evening.
Oh, no, she's not. She's just out in a park with your brother. Just chilling. That's such a weird thing to say to someone's mom. Is your daughter home? Her window is closed. See, usually I just break in via her window. That's on the second floor. I climb up and break in. It's just weird because it's closed. Because usually she just lets me come in at any moment, even if she's, asleep. It's just that window is always open. I'm always able to just break into your house via her window. But it's closed. So what's to go with that? Where is she? What's she doing?
An evening walk around the neighborhood. She got a publishing deal and she wanted to calm herself down. Isn't that great news? Oh, but of
fantastic.
course, she already told you, and that's why you're here, right?
Well, wow, yeah, of course. That's why I came. To congratulate her in person. But don't you think it's a bit late for her to be walking alone?
Well, she called and said she's with your brother.
Oh, I see.
Do you want to come inside and wait for her?
It's fine, Mrs. Wilson. I'll come by later. Good night. I felt anger bubbling inside me as
The brotherly rivalry thickens. Man, it's so annoying when, the entire whole arc of a story only exists because two people just haven't discussed a misunderstanding. It's so annoying that, this entire plot point is just because bro thought he saw something, but then they haven't had the chance. Something always comes up. They're not able to talk it through.
As I walked back to my place, why were Ace and Sadie suddenly so close? Why hadn't she even spoken to me about this? This was not okay. Just then,
she has been trying to speak to you.
And I was surprised to see it was Margot. Hello?
Oh.
Hey there. What are you doing right now?
Nothing much.
Fuming.
Just getting ready to sleep.
Can you come over?
Now? But it's almost midnight.
It's okay if you can't. My parents are out of town as usual, and I was just feeling a bit lonely.
Oh!
It's no biggie.
I thought about it for a few seconds, then said, I'll be there in 10.
Great.
Oh!
See you soon.
Panic! Not really. I feel like there's no reason those two shouldn't get together, other than the fact that Sadie is the main character. It's not going to end well for Sadie, with Ace being a whole, villain and stuff. But from Margot's point of view, and from Dom's point of view, why not?
I wasn't really sure what I was doing, but if Sadie could be out on moonlit walks with my brother celebrating good news in her life, well, I could certainly hang out with Margot. Which maybe wasn't the best idea, because I was just feeling kind of awkward being there in her living room as we settled on the couch to watch a movie. But Margot seemed more keen to talk.
My parents are super busy. I'm always alone here, and sometimes it drives me crazy.
How about Dana and your other friends? Do they come here often?
Not much. I'm not really comfortable with them.
Then suddenly she removed the cushion lying between us and moved much closer.
I'd rather have you here. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, yeah, no, I had some time tonight. Otherwise, I'm quite busy nowadays, but suddenly she leaned in even closer and kissed me square on the lips. I felt stunned.
All right.
I think I like you, Dom.
It's happening.
Like me, too.
A few
you're
minutes
great.
later, Clover
You're
was
really good. You're fantastic. I suppose the plot point here as to why we don't want it to work out, other than the fact that Sadie's the main character, is that Dom is still in love with Sadie. I think that's what it comes down to. I think that's why it feels weird, other than the fact that Sadie's the main character. Dom still loves Sadie, but they just haven't expressed it to each other, and it doesn't feel right for people to be moving on to other people. They need to address their feelings. They also just talk. It can't be that hard. Just say something. Hey, what's the deal with you and my brother? Oh, that? I don't know. He's being weird. He's really coming on to me, and it's out of the blue, and I'm suspicious of it. And we didn't kiss. But you, on the other hand, you got all smoochy with Margot the other night. She doesn't know that.
Or was at my place for a sleepover, but I could hardly focus on anything and kept rewatching Margot's stories on Instagram. It just doesn't seem like Dom.
What doesn't?
Him hanging around with Margot and partying with her circle of elite friends.
I got news for you, girl. Dominic always belonged to the elite circle. Maybe he's just wondering now why he was hanging out with us commoners all along.
Oh, come on. He's never been like that.
That's
I just don't get why he'd change overnight. And what's worse is that whenever I try to talk to him, he finds a way to avoid me. It's driving me nuts.
Just admit that you're jealous.
I'm not. I'm just saying, all these parties and public displays are more like Ace's style, not Dom's.
Yeah, this
Speaking
swapped.
of Ace, you need to give me all the details on that.